Hello, this is Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Recently, in the Stephan Sterns case, a bunch of audio files were released regarding the investigation into the murder of Madeline Soto and the assault. Now, the docket, who gets a bunch of files often in various cases, he gave me these files. He's already played them on his show. So I thought it'd be interesting to do some sort of a crowdsourcing experiment where I put them all out in one file. There'll be chapter names for each of the audio files and the audio file names on the screen. And when you find something interesting, put the comment in the comment section and put the time code of your comment that you find, or you and put the time code of the interesting element that you find in the comment section, and anybody can listen to it and anybody can use these audio files. And I think it would help to have everybody listening and trying to find different elements. Okay, so I'm going to put this up there. It's over 7 hours long, so have fun. All right, so let's get started on it right now.
Sorry. Okay, so you needed some good sleep. So was it about 11 o'clock?
Yeah. I sent them upstairs, and I went to bed.
Okay. And that was about 11?
Yeah.
And do you guys normally all sleep together? Because I know you said that she sleeps in your room with you typically, right?
She sleeps with me typically. Typically when he comes into town, because he lives with his parents in Northport, Florida. Mm-hmm. When he comes to town, he'll sleep in the guest bedroom.
Okay. And Stephan is the one you're referring to, right?
Yeah, Stephan Sterns.
Stephan. How often does he stay here?
Oh... He moved away back in December, so I'm going to say he's visited at least 2 to 3 times since then.
Okay. Why did he move away?
He was offered his dad had offered him a job, mm-hmm. but it fell through.
Oh,
so
okay.
Now we're trying to get him back here.
And he just visits?
Yeah.
When he visits, does he stay for like hours, days, weeks?
I would say days. This time we had planned on him staying a whole week because I was going through training at work. Mm-hmm. So I wanted him to be here to help me with the dog, help me with the training.
Okay, so this time he was planning to stay for a week. How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
Okay, that's fine. Sometime this weekend?
Yeah.
So that was last night around 11. And so about what time did you hear her on Monday morning?
I heard everyone getting ready around... I'm going to say 7:30, 8 o'clock.
And was it just Steph? Who else lives here?
I have roommates.
Okay.
I have Angelica Negro. There's one roommate, and then Natalie Rosero.
Okay. And you just heard all of them, or did you hear anyone in specific?
No, I just heard, if anything, Stephan came and woke me up accidentally because he was trying to let the dog out. Mm-hmm. And the dog gets really nervous sometimes. Mm-hmm. So I was trying to help him with that, get him on his leash. But he got him situated and took him for a walk.
Okay. Did you hear around 7 or 8?
I heard noises in the kitchen, but I'm not sure,
Not sure who it was exactly?
Who it was exactly, yeah.
Gotcha.
It could have been any of the roommates.
But you didn't see her leave Monday morning Were you still in bed or still in your room?
I was still asleep, yeah.
Gotcha. What time does she normally leave for school?
We usually leave around 8:50 at the latest.
Okay. What time does she have to be to school by?
9:28 is when school starts.
Gotcha. And so I think you had said the previous night, you and Stephan had agreed that he was going to get and take her in the morning? Okay.
And they were going to stop at McDonald's and get breakfast, but she changed her mind last minute and did not want McDonald's.
Okay. When'd you find that out?
When did I find that out? When Stephan called me around 10:18 in the morning, I had stepped out to go get blood work done, and he had just let me know that he just got back home from running a few errands, and that I asked, did you guys ever just stop at McDonald's? And he said no, she changed her mind. He tried convincing her a few times, but she did not want McDonald's anymore.
What time did you leave the house yesterday in the morning? Or what time did you step out, rather?
I'm going to say around 9:30.
Had Stephan returned at all?
No.
So you were there from, just so I have my times kind of right, so you woke up around 7 or 8. You saw Stephan, because you helped him with the dog, because he was letting the dog out, right?
Yeah.
And then did you go back to sleep, or were you just kind of in the room?
I laid back down and went back to sleep.
Okay. And then, do you remember what time you woke up after that?
I believe I set my alarm for 9 a.m.
Gotcha. So, it would have been around 9 a.m. that you woke up. And in that time, you didn't see Stephan return at all? Okay. You left around 9:30, and then Stephan called you around 10 to say he got home?
Yeah.
Cool. Got it. Okay. Did he say anything else aside from she didn't want to go to McDonald's?
About her, no. About his morning, yes. He had tried going to the vape shop when it opened, right after he dropped her off from school, and waited, but they never opened on time, so he came back, hung out a little bit, and he came home around 10, and then went back out eventually to the vape store to go get some vape stuff.
So he left after 10. What time did you get back home for the day?
Check something. I want to check what time my blood work appointment is at. I'll give you more of an accurate time.
Yeah.
Okay, so my appointment was at 10:15, and it took them 45 minutes to see me. So I didn't get home until 11:15, 11:30.
And was Stephan back at that point in time?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And then what did the day look like after that? It's fine.
So I did my blood work, then I came back, and then I just waited. I waited for the rest of the day until 2:30 to leave. I wait in the car line, so I'm first in line to pick her up.
Yeah, that car line can be vicious.
Yeah.
So you left approximately 2:30.
Yeah.
And pickups around 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you got there at 4, then what happened?
I waited in the car line for about 10 minutes and she never came out. So I thought, maybe I missed her. I couldn't remember if I told her I was picking her up from school that day or if she had to walk to the office.
Okay.
So I went to the office to see if she made it. She never did. I drove around a little bit.
Okay.
I drove around a little bit, looking for her. I went back to the school. The school was closed at this point. I wanted to speak to somebody at the office to see if anybody could tell me if she had been there. I think at this point I had called, before I went to the school, I actually called her best friend and I said, "Hey, with you, I can't find her. She didn't walk to the office and she wasn't at school when I went to pick her up." She said she never made it. She's it's a first or second period, and I'm like, "What do you mean? I dropped her off, we dropped her off close to school." And she said she didn't make it to first or second period. I said, "Please check with the rest of your friends." She did. She got back to me, said none of them saw her today. I emailed one of her teachers. Her teacher texted me her attendance for the whole day and told me she wasn't in school at all. That's when I knew something was wrong, and I freaked out.
Okay. Is it typical of to walk to after school?
If I'm working, yes.
And where I mean, in relation to the school, like, is it a close walk, long walk?
It's a very close walk.
Okay. So typically in the morning, if, or I guess before Stephan moved, did he live with y'all? So it's typical of him to be able to get her ready in the mornings and drop her to school. Do you all tend to split that responsibility, or what does that look like?
Typically, I do it.
Okay.
This morning, because of my work schedule, because I've been so exhausted, I asked him to take over and do it, and he said he would.
Okay. Has he done it before, though? Like, is he familiar with how to drop her off? And
I'm gonna say he's done it once or twice before. I'm not too sure.
okay. In the time since he's been back, well, not this time because he's only come back over the weekend, but in the other times, he's done it maybe once or twice.
I'm gonna say yeah.
Is there any reason that he drops her off, or he dropped her off a block away instead of dropping her off to the school?
Because she asked. Because she is embarrassed of his car.
Really? When did she express that?
Multiple times when we've been like, okay, I think Stephan might take you to school or he might pick you up. She goes, can he pick me up far away? Can he leave me here? Like, I don't want to be seen. I'm just like,
What car does he drive? I'm curious.
it's that Buick.
Oh, okay.
But to her, that's an old
No.
hoopty car.
Fancy taste. I get it. Can you remember anything about Sunday or Saturday or this weekend where she may have said that she was wanting to hang out with friends or something she was wanting to do or anything?
On Sunday, she actually had a party, and she had some friends come over.
Mm-hmm.
So she hasn't expressed that she wanted. She actually got to spend time with friends and family. She had a great Sunday.
Okay.
She came back with a lot of presents. She was super happy.
Okay. So, no arguments at home recently or anything?
No, nothing like that.
Has she ever, in the totality of, I guess, everything, as long as she's been, ever gone off to spend time by herself, or gone to hang out at a park by herself, or something to kind of clear her own head?
So there's a lake right behind this building.
Mm-hmm.
She'll sometimes sit at the dock or by the lake, but I check on her often.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, if she... I don't know if something at school upset her, something here upset her. Not that it would be anyone's fault, but if there's somewhere that she may go for, like, you know, peace of mind.
Yeah, it would be the lake right behind the house.
Does she do any extracurriculars?
No.
Got it. Now, your roommates, I know you told me their names earlier, but can you give them to me again? I didn't write them down.
Sure. Angelica. And then Negro, Nigro.
Uh-huh.
And then
Mm-hmm.
Natalie, which is Natalie.
Mm-hmm.
Rosero.
Rosero. Okay. Do you have their phone numbers by chance? If they're not here? Are you okay? Do you have to use the bathroom?
No, I'm just anxious.
Okay.
I've got anxiety. Let me see. Where is... Okay, Angelica, she primarily speaks Spanish, so you probably need a Spanish speaker.
Got it. And then Natalie. Got it. Alright. When's the last time you got in any kind of trouble at home?
I'm going to say a few weeks ago.
What was that for?
I don't think... If she gets a yelling, or if she gets in trouble for anything, it's for her disorganization and messiness. So she leaves laundry on the floor,
Okay.
Her room's a mess, she keeps her space very disorganized. So I kind of get on top of her. Do I remember the actual argument? No. When I went through her text messages back on February 2nd or 3rd, she had expressed to a friend that, you know, I was crazy. I was acting, you know, being nuts.
Almost old stuff to say.
Yeah, apparently I don't remember this in this conversation. I remember saying this once, but not in February. But she had said, you know, if she continues to behave this way or not listen, you know, when she turns 18, I'm not going to want to live with her.
Okay.
Or, also, I would ship her off to her dad's.
Oh.
But I never...
Where does her dad live?
Houston, Texas.
Okay. Has she ever expressed wanting to go back and live with them?
No.
How often does she see him or talk to him at all?
Talks to him once in a while.
Via phone or probably?
Yeah, via phone, yeah.
Okay.
Text message or Instagram, they'll message each other. But I talked to him last night, and she's like, just so you're aware, she hasn't said anything about making plans to come over here or see me or come visit me, so he doesn't have any information on where she might be.
Okay.
He's actually willing to come over here, too, if we need him to.
Okay. But she's never made any plans, I guess, to go see him.
No.
What's her dad's name? Do you know his phone number?
So I think it's this one.
And he lives in Texas?
In Houston, yeah.
How long has he lived? Or how long?
He was in the military way. Either it's Kansas or...
Oh, so he's never had any, like, custody or anything of her?
Nothing.
Okay. And has she ever formed a relationship with him where they bonded and talk or anything that, like, she... I guess I would try to rule out the possibility that she would be trying to go to Texas and see him or meet up with him, or...
They're as close as they can be with how limited contact he does have with her. He texts her once in a blue, right? Not as consistent as I would like him to, but
okay.
I don't think she's making her move to go.
Yeah.
She's left her debit card here. All of her money's here. Her cell phone's here.
Is it typical of her to leave her cell phone? Does she normally have it?
She's got ADHD. She's very forgetful. This happens often.
Oh, so she frequently forgets her things?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as her mental diagnosis, she's diagnosed with ADHD. How long has she had ADHD?
Since she was like 5, 6. They also diagnosed her at the same time with autism. So she's had an autism diagnosis for a few years now. I've reassessed her recently. They told me she had some autistic traits, but they weren't sure if she was autistic.
So, I mean, do you ever notice her mental capacity impacting her ability to, I guess, be around other kids or function normally?
I would say sometimes, because she acts... I'm not sure. Sometimes she'll make some decisions that I'm just like, where did that come from? Like,
I mean, is that like, would that be a result of a mental disability, or would that be like a result of her being... I mean, does she... I guess, like, basic questions I always kind of ask her. Can she feed herself without assistance? Does she shower and bathe without assistance? I mean, she has a phone, so she can text and talk to people. She has friends at school. Gotcha. And has she ever complained about school?
Not complained exactly. I know it's tough on her. She's given a lot of work. She's always behind on work.
Okay. Got it. And I think the deputies already last night kind of went through her social media a little bit, but if you're okay with it, I'd actually like to take her phone so that I can see if I can get anything else from it. Typically me being able to go through it and go through text and social media will help me sort of establish a pattern of where people go and whatnot. If that's something you'd let me do.
Sure. Will you take her phone away forever, or just for right now?
Just for as long as I need it to actually go through it. So
okay.
I'll give it back to you as soon as I'm done. As soon as we find her, I'll give it back to her, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, that's just about all the questions I have at the moment. You know her better than I do. I guess my last thing would be, like, what do you think based off of everything that we've talked about and everything that you've learned so far? Is anything sticking out to you?
No. Based off of everything, me knowing her and knowing how she is and how tight-knit we are, like, I don't think she would run away.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like she was taken, like, on that short walk from where she was dropped off to the school. It was early in the morning. I'm not sure how many cars were around.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was dropped off somewhere between 8:30 and 8:45 in the morning, which is earlier than we normally take her.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I want to say from what I understood, Orange County got footage of someone by the church in a description of what she was wearing early that morning, just hanging out in the parking lot, and then she got up and left.
Yeah, so the video, they wrote it here, but there was a video of essentially what looks like her at around 8:45, just about that time, walking into that church parking lot that's right near where she got dropped off by Stephan, and it looks like she sits there for about 15 minutes or so, and then walks away. So
I'm wondering if it's typical for her to wait at that parking lot too for my stepdad to pick her up from school, so it's not abnormal for her to hang out there.
In that parking lot?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you think of any reason why she might have chosen yesterday morning to wait there? I mean, obviously, your stepdad's not picking her up in the morning, but
I wonder if she knew, like, if she had an idea she was super early, so she was just trying to kill time a little bit. But I don't know why she didn't go directly to the school. Like, she should have.
Okay.
I know when Stephan dropped her off, he said that he saw her rummaging through her phone as he drove away, like deeply looking into her backpack. Her backpack.
Yeah.
I'm assuming she was looking for her phone and realized she didn't have it with her at that time.
Got it.
But
okay. Does she have any kind of boyfriend or significant other at school that she's ever talked about or expressed?
No boyfriend. She did recently tell Stephan that she had a crush on a boy.
Oh, okay.
And we saw messages between them, and nothing seemed weird. But you can look through that as well. His name is...
I assume another middle school boy?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, that is all the questions I have for you right now. I'm going to go ahead and end this, and I'll just get one more quick thing from you. 11:44 hours.
Today's date is February 27th, 2024. The time is 13:05 hours. It's going to be referenced to Orange County case number 24-011313. I'm Detective Bradshaw with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. We are currently at... What's your first and last name for me? Like we discussed briefly before we started this recording, we're here to talk about your friend. Okay, and it's extremely important that everything we talk about today is true. And if you don't know something, just tell me I don't know. Don't make anything up. Okay, so I have to ask you a couple of questions. It's not to insult your intelligence. It's not to make you feel bad by any means. But because you're under 18, I just have to ask these questions. Okay, so tell you that the pants I'm wearing are white. Would that be the truth, a lie, or something else?
A lie.
Why?
Because it's a lie because the pants aren't white.
Okay. So if I were to tell you that the chair next to you right here is like a green color, would that be a truth, a lie, or something else?
The truth.
Why?
Because it's green.
Okay. So it's important that we are always telling the truth, no matter what. Okay? Can you promise that you'll do that?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So tell me about your relationship with...
I used to know since 4th grade. She came to school in like the middle of the year in 4th grade. She was like the new kid, so like everybody kind of just picked on her and stuff. She was in a different class than me. She got picked on a lot by people like that like nobody really liked and stuff. And then one day I kind of like went up to her and I was like, "Hey, what's your name?" And then we got to know each other. And then she had left in 5th grade. She didn't come to 5th grade. And then in 6th grade, she also joined in the middle of the year. I remember her, and we became friends. And then ever since then, we've just been best friends and known her close with her. She tells me like a lot. Me and like her two like go-to best friends and stuff. So yeah.
Okay. So you've known 4th grade. What grade are you in now?
7th.
7th. Okay, so about 3-4 years or so. And when you say she tells you a lot of things, what do you mean?
Like she'll tell me like stuff that's going on with her family. Anything really that like kind of like involves her. Like if like to get into a fight, she would go tell me about it on call and stuff. She had never told me about anything about her running away other than her saying if she were to run away, she'd go into the woods and find a place and stay there.
Okay. So you're close with her. What would she tell you about, like, her relationship with her?
We wouldn't get along that well, she said. Every day in PE, she'd come in and she'd be like, oh, fight or something. Like, we're not on, like, great terms or something. I had said that was going to disown her when she turned 18 or 19, like kick her out of the house. About that, she would mention, like, get mad at her on call and stuff.
What do you mean, get mad at her on call? What do you mean?
Like, she'd tell her, like, clean her room or something. I'm, like, doing something right now, I can't.
So do it right now.
Yeah.
And what was to that?
She'd get mad at her and she'd be like, do it right now, I told you to. Get off the call if you're just gonna act like that, you don't talk about it.
Okay. And when you say the call, are you mean like just like a regular phone call?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys would you FaceTime each other, or was this just like you talking to each other on the phone?
Most of the time it was FaceTime because we were, like, playing like Roblox or something.
Gotcha. Okay, how often do you?
Like, every single day. She texts me every morning I wake up, and I always get a text from her, unless she... But usually, I thought it was fishy yesterday when she didn't text me at all, because usually, even if she doesn't go to school that day, she texts me, like, the night or the day of, like, she'll wake up early just to, like, text me, like, hey, I'm not going to school. And she didn't yesterday, but I didn't think anything of it, because I thought she, like, oh, she, like, slept in or something.
Okay. Has she ever mentioned anything about her relationship?
Mentioned really briefly. She was always on a call. Stephan, she was always on a call with him. She loved him. They were really close.
Okay. So Stephan. Okay. And you said that she's very close to him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that she's always on a phone call with him? So, like, what do you mean when you say that? That she's always on the phone with him? Like
they're always talking, like, they're always texting, or they're on a call with each other. Like, one time I called her and she was like, hey, I'm going to call you back later, or, like, do you want to join? I was like, I can join, I don't care, your choice. If you guys want one time, you can. And then she added me to the call, and, like, he was helping her with her homework and stuff.
Okay, so was she typically at home when she was talking to him, or
yes.
Would she talk to him while she was here at school?
No, she talked to him at home.
Does he not live in the home?
No, but he visits a lot. He recently moved out.
Why did he move out?
I have no clue.
She didn't tell you anything that happened. Do you know when he moved out of the house?
I don't know the exact date.
Okay, and she didn't tell you why. Did she ever tell you about?
I knew they were very close. That's pretty much all I really knew.
Close. Okay. So sometime recently he moved out and in contact with him on the phone. How often would you say that she talks to him?
Like 3 times or like 2 times a week on call, and then like she'll go text him.
She'll text him?
Mm-hmm.
How often does she text him usually? Do you know?
I have no clue.
Okay. And when she's calling him, is it usually in the afternoon, the morning, evening, something else?
Like somewhere between like the afternoon and night.
Okay. Does she say what they would talk about?
No.
Okay. What was your vibe on their relationship? Like, what did you think about it?
I liked how they were very close. Like, he was always interested in like everything that was going on. Like, she'd tell him like stuff that's going on at school. I don't know, she like briefly talked to him on the phone with like me on the phone too, like that I knew of. I don't really know what they would like say and stuff. All I knew is that like she would tell him what went on at school.
Okay. Did she ever disclose to you that he said or did anything that was she felt that was inappropriate?
No.
No? Did you ever witness anything that you felt that was inappropriate?
No.
That he said or did or anything like that? Okay. Have you ever been at the house when he's been there?
One time.
Okay. Tell me about that interaction.
They picked me up from my house. I don't remember if it was like a weekend or a weekday.
Mm-hmm.
And I met him, and then he went upstairs. Like when I came, he was like, "Hey," he said, "Nice to meet you." And then he went upstairs because he just came down for water and then went back upstairs.
Gotcha. Okay. How old is he?
I have no clue.
Okay. Who normally brings? Has he ever brought her to school that you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Do you have a reason why he would have brought her to school? But you don't know of a time that he's ever brought her to school.
No.
Shift work.
She's a sub here, and then I don't know if she still is. And then she also works at Disney.
Oh, okay. So now that he is no longer in the home, who else lives in the house?
A couple roommates, and then her mom and her.
Their roommates. Who are those people?
I have no clue.
Have you ever met them before?
I met one of them, but I don't really know them.
Are they like a couple? Like,
No.
are they like males, females?
There's one kid that I think is in 6th grade or 5th grade. I don't know. There's one little kid there, and then I think the rest are all girls. I think Stephan was the only boy.
Okay, so is it like another family that's living in there with them?
I think it's just people that's close to them that can't find a home or don't have enough money for a home. They keep.
Oh, they kind of all stay together.
Yeah.
I'm understanding. I got you. Okay, cool. So, when was the last time that you texted you, either one?
I was at her on Sunday, this previous Sunday.
So that would have been 2 days ago. So the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you physically went to the party?
Yes.
Okay. What time did you leave the house?
Around 7
p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you talk?
No.
Did she text you at all after that?
We went to the park, and I know she had brought her phone when I was still at her birthday party, so I texted her "Hey, did you bring your phone?" She never answered, and then when I got home, she saw the text, and she was like, "What is this?" I was like, "Oh, we were at the park. I didn't know if you brought your phone." She was like, "Oh."
Okay. So then you said she normally will text you in the mornings when she gets up.
Yeah, she'll
Okay.
text me "Good morning," and then she'll send me a whole bunch of Instagram reels or YouTube reels.
Gotcha.
Or YouTube shorts.
What, did she text you yesterday morning at all?
No.
Did she call you at all?
No.
Did she send you any Instagram reels, anything else that you were talking about?
No, which is what I thought was fishy.
Okay. Did you ever try to call her or text her or anything?
Yes, I called her.
And no answer?
No answer.
Okay. And that's completely out of the ordinary for her?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you come to school.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened?
I got to school, and me and our friend group were kind of just hanging around, kind of where the entrance is, waiting for her to get to school because she's a walker. So we kind of just waited near the entrance for her to come in. We were already on campus. We were already in the gates and stuff. We were kind of just waiting for her to get there, and then when she didn't show up, we were like, okay. Well, sometimes she'll wake up a little late, and then she'll come during first period. And she didn't, so I was like, okay, she might be sick or something. Everybody kept coming up to me and was like, where is she? Where is she? Is she okay? And stuff. I was like, I don't, she's probably just sick or something. And that's what I kind of told everybody, that she was sick, or that she kind of slept late and want to go to school.
Right.
So.
Does she miss school often?
No.
Is she sick frequently?
Yes, but she still comes to school.
Okay. Is it just go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. She was coughing a lot. She's been coughing a lot. And then when we were running around, she was coughing a lot and stuff. So I think she was sick then.
Okay. But she didn't mention to you anything about not coming to school yesterday?
No.
Okay. Has she ever mentioned anything to you about wanting to run away?
Other than the woods.
Okay, and tell me about that.
We were at Recharge. We were walking around the bus loop, and she was like, she was talking about a gator, and then she was like, it'd be like so cool to do. And I was like, what? She was like, if we like ran into the woods, like that trail behind school. I was like, yeah. And she was like, it'd be so cool to like go there and just like build a little house. And I was like, the woods, like with like animals and stuff. And I was like, where are you gonna get this like wooden stuff to build this house? And she was like, I don't know, I'll figure it out. And I thought she was joking and stuff because she kind of like smiled when she did it. So I thought she was joking, but I didn't take her seriously. And then when I found out she was missing, that popped into my mind, and I told my dad, and he was like, and I will go out looking for her. So my dad didn't come home till late last night trying to find her because he was in the woods. He went to every single park, went to the park we went to. Everywhere we could look.
Your dad went out to the woods last night?
Yeah. He didn't find her.
Okay. So, has she ever mentioned to you about, like, I know you were saying that she was just joking, it'd be cool to run into the woods and build a house, but did she ever say, like, I really want to run away or anything like that?
No.
Nothing to that context?
Nope.
Did she ever talk about how she didn't want to be at home anymore? She didn't want to live at home anymore?
She would kind of talk about getting a house or like getting an apartment when she's older, though.
Okay. And I know you'd mentioned something about that she was going to kick her out or disown her. Why would she say that?
Because they were fighting a lot, I guess. I don't know.
Do you know what they were fighting about? Okay.
Probably something like stupid, like, hey, go clean the room. She just like didn't want to do it.
Gotcha. So, your knowledge, ever tried or threatened to harm herself in any way?
No.
Okay. Does she ever talk about people harming themselves or anything like that?
Nope.
Access to any weapons at home?
No, I don't think she does.
Okay. Has she shown like a fascination with like suicide or harming herself or anyone harming themselves?
Not that I know of.
Okay. What do you think happened?
I think that she does have a lot of social media. I think that she was waiting to turn 13 because she had told like, when I turn 13, once I turn 13, I'm going to leave this house and never come back.
Why 13?
Because I think, because she would always brag, because I said that I can't wait till my birthday, and she was like, are you having a birthday party? I said no, and she was like, oh, I get a whole bunch of money, like $500 something on my birthday, like that's like so much money. And I was like, yeah, like I get money, but like not like that. And I don't really like having birthday parties because the last birthday party I had was so much drama. So then she was like, oh, okay. But she would always talk about getting money for her birthday. And then when I showed up to her and I didn't give her money, and I already had given her a gift, I brought it to school. She kind of got mad that I didn't give her any money or anything. And I was like, I spent money on this. I didn't physically give you any money though. And then when we also got there, I was like, how many presents did you get? And then she was like, I barely got any money yet. Like, I'm kind of mad because like I want more money. And then I was like, oh, why? And she was like, well, it's buy another. Like, I don't know. I think she was waiting to turn 13, waiting for her. That way she could get a whole bunch of money and go.
But where would she go?
I have no clue. She talks to her sister. Her dad is in Washington, D.C., and I think her sister is too. Her and her sister are close. I went over to their house. Like, I went over to the mom. No,
her biological sister?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
I went over to her grandparents' house, and she was on a call with her sister. They seemed close. They always play Minecraft together and stuff.
How old's her sister?
And I think, like, the last time I think she mentioned her, I thought like 15 or 16.
So she's just a couple years older.
Yeah.
Okay. So she said she was upset because she didn't get a lot of money. She wanted more money. Okay. But she didn't mention what she was going to do with that money other than just, hey, possibly buy more presents.
Yeah.
Okay. Does she talk to a lot of random people on social media?
On Roblox, yes. She would go in, like, role-play games, and she'd role-play with them and talk to them online.
Okay.
I had a Roblox account. I showed Miss McConnell. She had not texted anybody. She has 51 friends on it, but it didn't say anyone has texted her in, like, a while. And most of them were, like, just people that she had friended, or people that had friended her. I don't know, it could have been, like, a game or something. They joined the game, and that they talked on the game about, like, where to meet up.
Has she ever met random strangers like that? Like, outside of the house? That you know of?
Not that I know of.
Okay, she's never told you about any of that. Has she ever told you about any inappropriate conversations that she's had with older men or older women on any of these social media accounts?
No.
Has she ever told you about maybe sending any inappropriate pictures or somebody sending inappropriate pictures or items to her on any of these accounts at all? Nothing? Okay. So I know you said she has Roblox. Do you know what are her account, like, names on those, like her handles on those? Do you know what they are off the top of your, like, her username or whatever you guys call those? And that's Roblox? Okay, so that's her Roblox username.
Yes.
Okay. And you said she has Instagram. I heard you say that.
I have no clue what her Instagram is.
You don't follow her on Instagram?
I don't have Instagram. I'm not allowed to have social media for this exact reason.
So she does have an Instagram.
Yeah.
You just don't know what it is.
I have no clue.
What else does she have?
YouTube Shorts.
Okay. What does she do on there?
She dances and stuff, and then she, like, covers her face. She doesn't do a very good job of it because she goes, like, up and down, like there's a dance that you do. But in some of them, like, I'll go on her YouTube Shorts account and she'll forget to, like, put the emojis on her face. And I had texted her, like, a few times, like, hey, I just went on your thing because I get notifications if she does it. And I was like, hey, you forgot to cover your face in this one. Then she was like, oh yeah, I forgot. She was planning on doing it at 200 subs, showing her face.
Why?
Because I think she got tired of, like, because everybody kept, I think some people kept commenting, like, oh, show your face or something. I don't know.
Okay. So Roblox, Instagram, YouTube Shorts. Anything else?
Not that I know.
Okay. When you guys would text each other, did you guys use an app to text each other, or was it just your regular phone?
Messages.
Like iMessages?
Yeah.
So, like, just the normal text messages through the iPhone?
Yes.
You guys didn't use, like, WhatsApp or any of these other accounts? Do you know she had a WhatsApp? Or any other accounts that she could have had? Okay. Does she have a boyfriend?
She has a crush.
On who?
Someone in school.
What's his name?
I don't know what his last name is.
Okay. Do you have any classes with him?
Second period PE.
And he's in your second period PE?
Yes.
Is he here today?
Yes.
Does he like her back?
I don't think so.
Do they like hang out and talk and stuff?
They have each other's phone number, but he never answers her. She always texts him, but he never answers.
Okay, so they don't hang out at school or anything like that. Gotcha. Okay. So, she didn't tell you about wanting to skip school or anything yesterday?
Mm-mm.
Has she ever skipped school?
Mm-mm.
Has she ever told you that, hey, we should skip school together, or we should go do this, or we should go do that?
Mm-mm.
No? Do you know if she takes any illegal drugs or uses alcohol or anything like that?
She has medicine.
For what?
She has ADHD.
Okay.
She party on Sunday.
Uh-huh.
She kind of had an episode. Like, she was on me for everything that I did, and she never acted like that. Like, if I would like do something, she'd get upset about it, or she'd get mad, or something like that. She has mood swings a lot. Like she'll just like move from like different moods really easily. I always thought she had bipolar. She never said what type of meds she took. I know she has ADHD meds, and I think they're bipolar meds too. The last time she took them was Valentine's Day. I picked her up to go to school, and she was running late. So I was like, hurry up. And then she was like, okay. So she gets in the car, and she's like, hey, sorry, I had to take my meds. And I was like, you're good. And then after that, the last 2 weeks, she said she had not taken her meds. And she would go around and tell everybody that she didn't take her meds.
Why did she not want to take her meds?
She said she forgot to, but I don't know.
Okay.
She did say that she kind of liked not being on her meds because she had more energy.
Okay. Does she engage in any kind of like risky kind of behaviors that you would think would be a little bit inappropriate for her age?
No.
Does she hang out with anybody that you would think would be a little bit inappropriate, or somebody that she probably shouldn't be hanging out with?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And she's never mentioned anything to you about hanging out with older men or women outside of school, running away, going anywhere with anyone?
The only thing she talked about was her dad and her sister.
What about?
That they would talk a lot and that they were close.
Okay. But nothing other than that?
Nothing other than that.
Okay. And then her dad and her sister, how often does she talk to them?
Her dad, she really talks to. Her sister, she talks like 24/7 too.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you can think of that I have not asked you that you want to tell me that you can remember?
Sometimes the YouTube shorts or like the Instagram reels would be about love, but like crushes or like finding like a boyfriend.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that she just meant like a crush in her, or something. I don't know.
Do you think she ever had any like feelings?
That I know of.
Okay. It didn't seem like that to you at all? Okay. What about with anybody else? Nothing. Okay. All right. All right. Anything else you can think of that I have not asked you? I know we talked about a lot of things with all of this.
I'm trying to think. When I gave her my present, she kind of got mad and stuff, and she was like, she would take stuff really literally, like, all the time, like, she would kind of just take stuff out of hand or something, and then she kind of just takes stuff out of context and make it more dramatic than it is.
Okay. Do you think that she acts out for attention sometimes?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So I know I go back to the whole, like, what do you think happened? Do you think that she just ran away? Like, what are your thoughts on this? Because you know her better than any of us do.
Yeah.
Right? So that's why we have to come and talk to you. Like, I don't know her. I've never met her. I know nothing about her. So, based on what you know...
Based on what I know, I think she kind of just wanted to be free and kind of just not live under, like, her...
Was she, like, defiant? Like, didn't like to follow the rules?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it depends if she took her meds. If she doesn't take her meds, then she's just, like, really crazy and she doesn't think. She just does stuff.
Like, impulsive?
Yeah.
Okay, when you say she does stuff, what does that mean? Like, what kind of stuff?
Like, no matter what it is, it could be, like, crazy or it could be, like, completely normal. Like, it'll just be, like, whatever, and she'll just do it.
Okay. Did anything happen at her party that you think would have set her off? It was at the house, though? The birthday party?
Yeah, but I don't know where they're. It was at the grandparents' house.
Oh, the birthday party was at the grandparents' house.
Yeah, I wasn't at. No.
And she didn't tell you why?
No.
What about?
No.
He didn't come either?
Mm-mm.
So who all was there?
The rest of their family. Their grandma, their grandpa, everyone else.
Okay. Has she been staying at Grandma and Grandpa's house?
Yes.
So she's not staying with us.
Like, she goes back and forth. Depends. If her work at Disney, she has to be there early, so she like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you mean. Okay. Where does the grandparents live? Do you know? Is that in Kissimmee? Or is that right around the corner? Oh, that's right around the corner here. Okay. I gotcha. Okay. Now I'm understanding. Okay.
My dad was like outside in like the woods and stuff, and then a cop was talking to him about, and my dad asked like where like, and like, oh, does like the cop was like, oh, had picked 2:00. Didn't say where. Didn't say like.
Wait, what?
Anything.
Who said that?
The cop said this to my dad.
He told your dad that. Oh, he asked him. Did he?
No, like he like said like my dad asked like where did like just like wondering that way like because she could be around there, that way he can go search, and then the cop was like, oh, fuck, and then drove her home. But then I asked there, or like when was like the last time you saw her? She was like this morning.
Did he say where he picked him up or
No.
picked her up?
No.
So the deputy told your dad that picked her up at 2:00 and took her home,
Picked her up at 2:00 and took her home.
but he didn't say where.
Didn't say where. Because my dad called my mom and then said exactly what the cop said. And then my mom had told me, and my dad came home and told me.
Okay.
But I was confused because that's not. It was like, hey, are you? No. She was like, okay, I'm just wondering because where she is. Did she come to school? Like she didn't come to school at all. And I was like, she wasn't on lunch. She wasn't anywhere to be found. Everyone thought, like, oh, she was like sick or she didn't come to school. Nothing really thought. Nobody really thought of anything of it. And then she was like, okay, I'm freaking out. Can you call your friends and like make sure that she was at school, or that someone had, or like make sure someone had seen her. And then I checked with everybody. No one saw her. So I was like, no one saw her.
But she didn't say if she dropped her off at school.
No. She said she dropped her off to church and then left.
You that? Okay. I'm just writing this down because I will forget because we've talked about a lot of things. Okay. Told you that she was the one that dropped
Her off.
her off. Okay. Did she say what time?
Like 4:45 last time the last time she was seen.
4:45 in the morning?
Yes.
Why would she drop her off at 4:45 in the morning at a church?
The church is like right next to yours, and then
Yeah, but 4:45 is like 4 hours before school starts.
I mean, sorry, 8:45.
Thank you. I'm like, hold on. Hold on.
Sorry.
Okay, so she... Okay, told her she dropped at 8:45 at the church.
I think a Honda. I don't know. It looks like a Honda.
Is it like a passenger car, an SUV, a van?
There's a back seat. I don't know.
Like small car, big car?
Small car.
Okay, what color is it?
I can't remember.
And you guys said this over the phone. It wasn't in a text message.
Yes.
What time was that you...
sometime after school because I'd gotten off the bus and then we heard the ice cream truck, so we were like waiting around the neighborhood for it.
You. And asked if.
Yep.
Okay. And then the woods that you say your dad searched, where are those at?
Here.
The ones that are right back out here? Okay. How long was he out there?
I don't know what time he came home or anything. 9 something he came home.
Uh-huh.
I think somewhere around like 8. I told him at like 7, like late 7, and then somewhere around there he kind of just left. I was like, I'm gonna go find her, or like I'm gonna go look for her. And then he told me to send him a picture. Send him like the address of the grandparents' house, and I'm gonna call you so keep your phone on you.
And this is your dad, correct?
Yes. Yeah. And so I kept my phone on me, and he kept like calling and telling me like, ask her or anything, ask her if there's any updates and what she was wearing. She was wearing like a Kelly green RBS hoodie that I gave her.
RBS, what is that?
RBS is a company that my dad and my mom work at.
Gotcha, okay.
White Crocs and spandex, like black spandex.
You said white Crocs?
Mm-hmm.
And black spandex pants?
Yeah. Oh, shorts.
I'm assuming you haven't heard from her today then, right?
No.
Not at all. So you haven't heard from her since Sunday night after her party?
Yes. Which was the last time I saw her was when
Okay.
she had gotten mad at me because I didn't say goodbye to her family. I didn't like go shake everyone's hand and like tell her like goodbye to everyone.
Okay.
So the last conversation was an argument.
So you don't know if anybody else had contact with her yesterday after Mom dropped her off at 8:45 at the church?
No.
What?
Because instead of going exactly a car line.
Is that normal?
No. I don't think so. You like straight dropped off in the front of the school.
Okay.
Car line.
I normally that off.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But yesterday, for some random reason, she wanted to be dropped off at the church?
I don't know if she's ever been dropped off at church before. No, she has told me.
Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Anything else you can think of? I know we've talked a lot about a lot of different things here.
Yeah.
Okay. If you think of anything else or anything that you think that is important, make sure that you have your parents call the sheriff's office. Okay. And we'll go from there. I mean, we're going to do everything we can to see, to find. We just need to, that's why we're talking to everybody, because we have to exhaust all of our leads and try to put this whole thing back together to figure out where she was last seen and kind of retrace her steps and all that. Okay. Do you have any questions for me that I can answer for you, or try to at least?
Do you have any possibility of where she might be? Like, any, thing?
So there's a lot of things we're looking at right now. I am not the lead detective on this case. I'm helping out with somebody else. So I don't know what all he has gathered from talking to her family. There's a lot of things that we have to still look at, right? Like, there's a lot of social media. There's just a lot of stuff we have to look at. So our goal is to as quickly as possible, right? In safe condition. So I don't have those answers specifically, and I'm not going to make something up and tell you if I did, okay? But that's our goal for now. So there's just so much we have to dig through. There's so many people we got to talk to and all that, so. But any other questions that I could try to answer for you?
Did you talk?
Okay. He got. It's pretty similar. Your name was brought up as like the best friend, so that's why I'm directly asking you specific things. Do you think you have any other information that could be helpful that's different than what you gave me?
Probably, maybe. I mean, she didn't tell me about leaving the house and never coming back when she turns 13.
Okay.
Not that I know of anything else that.
Okay. Got it. All right. Do you swear everything you told me is true to the best of your knowledge? Awesome. All right. Time is going to be 13:44 hours.
Tuesday, February 27th, 12:05 hours for OCSO case 24-011313. It's Detective Hunt. Can you state your full name?
Stephan Sterns.
We're in. All right, Stephan. Real quick, do you sort of affirm that everything you're about to tell me is the truth?
Yes.
Perfect. So you know kind of why I'm out here, right? Mm-hmm. Involving. When is the last time that you saw?
Dropped her off yesterday morning.
Okay. About what time was it?
Approximately sometime between 8:25 and 8:40ish is when I dropped her off.
And where were you dropping her to?
I was taking her to school.
Got it. And it's my understanding that you dropped her off, like, a little bit away from school?
Yeah, she sometimes likes to get dropped off a bit down the road away. She likes to walk over and catch up with her friends or just not being seen, getting out of a hoopty in front of school.
Okay. And when you say hoopty, you're referring to your...
My car that she's embarrassed to be seen getting out of.
Got it. Okay. Where did you drop her off at? Do you remember approximately?
It was...
You're good.
It was along the stretch of road, kind of where all those communities are, leading up to the overpass, and then the school's on the other side of the overpass. So I dropped her off along that stretch where all those communities are.
Gotcha. Is it like on the sidewalk or near parking lots?
There's a sidewalk there. And then they've got the church on the other side of the street, and then the overpass, and then the school. So it was maybe no more than a block away.
Okay. Is the school within, like, eyesight of where you drop her off? Or is
the overpass was definitely within eyesight, and the school was literally just on the other side of the overpass.
Gotcha. So if you were to guesstimate it, would it be like a quarter mile, half mile?
Yeah, maybe like a 5-10 minute walk, depending on your speed.
Okay.
But she also likes the cool morning walks, too. She was wearing her hoodie, and she was feeling the cold weather, and she likes that.
How common is it of you to drop her off to school in the morning?
It's not common for me to do it most of the time, but I'm up here, and I'm helping out as much as I can, and working, so she was trying to get as much sleep as possible, and I was doing the school run this morning.
Okay. Do you live here? Do you live somewhere else, or what's that look like?
I live here, but I split my time between here and my parents' place down south in Northport. They're getting on in years, and they need some help.
Got it. Okay. For how long have you lived here with them?
Oh gosh, years now. A couple of years maybe now.
Okay. And what does your time splitting look like? Are you here for days, weeks, months, something else?
Weeks at a time, yeah.
And so, I guess, when did you arrive this block of time that you were here?
Day before yesterday, actually.
So, Saturday?
Yeah.
I think. So you got here Saturday night. Got it. And it's down in Northport that you actually split your time with.
Mm-hmm.
when did you start splitting your time between here and Northport?
A little while ago, my dad, I was working at Disney for a while, and my dad was coming up and getting lunch with me. Started discussing how they're getting on in years and they're going to need some help soon, and they'd really need me to come back down and help them out. And,
was that this year or last year?
Last year, heading into this year, yeah.
Gotcha. So like December-ish.
Yeah, they're already making end-of-life plans, so...
Oh no, well sorry to hear that.
Yeah, at least they're getting a plan together now.
So normally, if you do drop her to school in the morning, although it's typically not you, is that typically what she requests is to be dropped? Is that from everyone, or just because of your car?
She doesn't mind getting dropped off much. It's the nicer white Sentra over there. But it is very common for her to get dropped off down the road and want to walk up and find her friends and kind of hang out.
Does she typically hang out with her friends only at school, or does she have any in the neighborhood here?
She doesn't have any in the neighborhood here, but she does have friends from school that she gets together with on weekends and whatnot.
Okay. So after you dropped her off sometime between 8:25, 8:40 area, do you remember?
I left my phone at home, so I wasn't sure what the...
Gotcha. That's fine. Do you remember what you did after? Or?
Yeah, after I left her, I was watching her in the rearview mirror. I was just driving away, and she looked like she was making her way towards the school like normal, so I went on with my day. Went over to the vape shop nearby. They were not open yet, so I came back home, hung out for a little while with Jen, and then after about an hour, I went to check the vape shop again, and they were open, so I took care of my stuff there, and it became a normal day.
Okay. So, just to go through I asked Jennifer the same questions, just to go through everyone's days, but just to go through yours. So you dropped her off at school, and you said you went to the vape shop?
Correct.
They weren't open?
Correct.
Do you remember about what time you got home?
Got home around maybe 10:15.
Gotcha. And was Jennifer here?
Yeah, Jen was here. She had been sleeping in. Her new work schedule has had her kind of messed up, so she was trying to sleep in as much as possible.
Gotcha. So when you got back around 10,
she was just
waking up.
Yeah. So we hung out for a little while, chit-chatted, and then I went and checked the vape shop again, got my stuff, came home again, hung out for a little while. We talked about maybe, doing some BJ shopping or something after we picked up. And then she wanted to take a nap again. I had a couple errands I needed to run, so that worked out fine.
Sorry.
I wanted to check out a couple of the card game shops in the area.
Oh, okay.
One of my trading card games just had a new release, so I just wanted to look at stuff. Ended up getting a flat tire.
Okay.
So that's one of my hoopties on a hoop.
Oh, where'd you get a flat tire?
192. That was hair raising.
And that was when you were out shopping during the day?
Yeah. And that was between the hours of noon and 2.
Okay. Got it. And then so after...
Because we needed to leave by 2:30 to go get in line and get ready to pick up.
Got it. So you guys went and picked her up together?
That was the goal. Yes, I was going to go with them, but I ended up getting a flat tire, so she left.
You couldn't?
Yeah, I got back literally 10 minutes after she left, apparently.
Got it. And so, forgive me, I missed something. I kind of missed it in the middle of there, but you got back home around 10. You hung out with Jen, and then y'all just kind of hung out, and then did you separate to go shopping, or?
She took a nap, and then I went and ran my errands.
Okay, got it. And then around noon or 2 o'clock, is when you got the flat tire, and she was leaving to pick up.
No, so when we hung out first, I'd gone to the vape shop, which was now open, to get my vape, and then came back and hung out more. And then we separated, and I did my errands, and she took a nap.
Got it.
That was around noonish when that.
Got it, okay. I just want to make sure I had that straight. So you went back to the vape shop. Which vape shop is it? Where's the vape shop around here?
E-cigarette online on John Young.
Oh, okay. I didn't know there was one around here.
Is it e-cigarette, e-smoker, e-something online, but I've been going to them for a while. I think I'll remember their name.
And you made it out there about what time, you said?
That was probably just after 11 that I finished up there.
Okay. Got it. Now, can you remember the day prior to Monday? Do you remember, I mean, I guess if anything happened between Saturday night and Monday when you were here that might have sparked wanting to...
She was so happy.
Okay. Because party, right?
And all three of us are together, and she was just so happy.
Tell me about Sunday night. Tell me about Sunday into Monday. What you remember?
She had just had a party.
Mm-hmm.
She was excited.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Just talking about crushes. Her singing that was coming up, and he wanted me to come see her sing.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing bad. She was just happy. She was very happy. Everyone was happy. There's nothing out of the ordinary. I can't remember anything particular that happened. I showed her the movie Sister Act.
Ah, okay.
She was singing so well, I told her she reminded me of the choir. When they got their stuff together and started singing better, I wanted to show her.
Gotcha. So Sunday night, how do you decide, like, who's going to get her ready for school in the morning and everything?
I take her to school in the morning so she can sleep in as much as possible.
Okay.
And I agreed. Done the school run a few times before. It's not usually my forte, but I don't mind helping.
And so Jennifer shared with me, typically you normally sleep in the upstairs guest bedroom.
Yeah.
And then she will sleep together in her own bedroom.
Correct.
But Sunday, so Jen could get better sleep, she said she just sent you both upstairs, correct? Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Do you remember about what time you went to bed and woke up?
Bed, probably 11, quarter after. Wound up after her party. And we were getting up really, really early so we could make good time getting out of the door, so we got up around 7.
Yeah, y'all left pretty early.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see Jen at all in the morning? Or was she
Yes.
still asleep?
Yeah, I saw her a couple times. I was in and out of her room talking to her.
Got it. Okay. And that was before you left around, what time did you leave? About 8:30?
No, earlier than that. We made such good time. I mean, we were so impressed. We made such good time getting out the door. I mean, we were probably out by 7:30, 7:45.
Okay.
Because we wanted to get McDonald's breakfast. We'd been talking about it anyway. She ended up not wanting it after all.
Got it. Any trouble at all recently at home?
No, not recently.
No arguments that you can remember between her and you? Anything that's upset her?
Not for a while.
When was the last time?
Maybe a month. Typical, mood swing stuff. She has some pretty bad PMS when she gets it, and being a teenager on top of it doesn't matter.
Okay. I know all about it. Now, I think you said she left her phone, right?
Yeah.
Where did she leave her phone at?
She left it in her room. She's ADHD. So am I, for that matter.
Oh, yeah,
so
you
is
left your
Mom.
phone too, huh?
Yeah. So we try to be on top of her about that, not forgetting things, but we're also a bit forgetful too.
Got it.
But yeah, it's not uncommon for her to forget. everything. That
She leave it in her room or
yeah,
in the
she left
bedroom?
it in her room. She must have been grabbing her shoes or a hoodie or something and set it down, and that's just how it goes.
Okay. Got it. Gotcha. Is it typical of her, I guess, to forget things like that?
Yeah, very, very typical.
Cool. Got it. All right, man. Well, I mean, you know her better than I do. Is there anything you can think of that, as someone who doesn't know her, that I might be missing out on here? Like somewhere she may like to be, or somewhere she...
Everything that we are aware that we think she could possibly be, we've checked. I mean, literally, the whole family is just...
So you know that the deputies found the video from the church last night of her in the parking lot.
We heard that they saw someone.
So can you think of a reason that she might have gone and waited in that church that's across the street for a couple minutes before she would have headed back off to school?
No. I mean, she had time to kill, so I don't know. She said she was going to hang out and find her friends, but when I left her, she was on the other side of the street, rummaging through her backpack and just kind of moving towards the school area, so it looked normal.
What do you think she was looking for?
I assumed she was just looking for some headphones or something for her walk, but she might have been looking for her actual phone.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean that's all I can really think of at the moment. I think I have a phone number for you. I tried calling you earlier, but you might have just been asleep.
Yeah. So sorry.
No, it's okay. 256-1832.
That's correct.
Gotcha. What's your address when you stay down south?
When I'm down south, it's it's my parents' house, so I did not like being there if I can help it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's nice of you to help them out. It's,
yeah, it's just a stressful environment full of poodles and deaf old people.
So after you dropped time at around 8:20 or so, you didn't to get to the vape shop, do you have to like swing back around at all to where the school area is? Is there any chance she saw your car or something and was flagging you down? Or
No, I basically just turned around right there.
okay, so there's no chance she would have like seen you from that church parking lot when you were swinging back around to the vape shop?
I would have already been gone at that point.
Okay, got it. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to figure out, what might have caused her to go there and then what caused her to leave. Because I think she did stay there till about 8:50, just before school starts. When does school start? 9:30?
9:15, I think, is the latest that they should be there by. I think it starts around 9:20 officially.
Gotcha. Is she familiar with that parking lot at all? Is that somewhere she hangs out?
I mean,
or
a lot of the kids will sort of rendezvous there before heading into school.
Gotcha. Do you recall seeing any other kids walking in the area when you were dropping her off?
We were early. Earlier than usual. She was confident that it was fine. She was just going to hang out and wait for her friends.
Okay. Did she mention that to you at all? Or
Yeah,
did she say anything?
I asked her, because we were a little early. We still had some time to go. I said, "You want me to wait with you?" She said, "No, just drop me right here. I'm going to walk up and find my friends."
Okay.
Which is something that she normally does anyway. It wasn't out of the ordinary. I agreed to it. Seemed like she was making her way towards the school. And I went on with my day.
All right. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. I'm going to go ahead and end this. 12-23 hours.
This big-ass tower out in Bithlow that collapsed. And there were people working on it. They didn't send me to it because I was stationed someplace else, but I heard that guys were walking through the field. Oh, here's a utility belt. Pull it up and there's a body.
Yeah.
I mean, that's smash that person into the ground.
Oh, wow.
And that was a big
That's
event.
terrible.
Back then we had stainless steel revolvers.
Yeah.
And I was telling the other guy I was driving at one time I had a Pala that the siren button was a button on the floor, left side.
Yeah.
No air conditioning.
No air conditioning in Central Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I pulled the
that's
guy
terrible.
over and I clocked him, and it was just above Brewer Hill on Aloma. And he said, I said you were doing 70, and he said, no, this car won't do it 70. I said, this car does 70, and it was clocking you at 70. Gave him the ticket.
How long did you do?
I was in a couple of years, and then I just felt like I wanted to get into sales. There was a guy that lived in the apartment complex I lived at that worked for Stouffer Foods, and so here's the life. He's on the phone, he's making hotel reservations, he's making golf reservations, he's making dinner reservations. He had a company car, and I said, I want a job like that. So I went to Atlanta and ended up getting a job with Campbell Soup, and I was in the food business for 20 years.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, very nice.
So obviously this is a huge deal, right?
Obviously, it's changed from what it was at 3 o'clock.
Yeah. So throughout our investigation, we came up with, obviously you live down in Northport?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm just going to shoot you straight out of respect for you and everything else.
Appreciate it.
There's a storage unit down there.
Yeah, I have a storage unit.
You have a storage unit. Is that your son's storage unit,
No,
or
it's
is that
mine.
that's your storage unit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does he have access to it?
No, I have the keys.
Okay. Were you aware that did your son come visit you on Monday morning?
This Monday?
Yeah.
No,
the
he
day
left
she
Sunday.
disappeared. Okay.
He left Sunday,
No, go ahead, Evan. Yeah.
So, what time did you get here last night?
3 a.m.
3 a.m. When you got here, where did you meet your son and Jennifer?
We apparently pulled up at the same time at the hotel.
Perfect. Okay. When you guys got there, what did you guys end up doing?
We checked into the rooms. They had 239. I had 203. Opposite ends of the building. I brought my stuff up, went over and said goodnight, and then hit the sack.
After you guys went to your separate ways, when's the next time you talked to Stephan?
I got up at 6:30, 3 hours sleep, and went to the office because I figured he would be sleeping in, crashed and burned, and didn't speak to Jen until 10:45-ish, and she called and asked if Stephan was with me, and I said no. Why? Well, he's not here. Oh, we'll go down to the lobby and see if he's down there. How long has he been gone? 25 minutes. Okay. I said, go check the lobby. And then I started to think about it, called her back, and I said, do you have the keys? No, I don't have the keys. So then she said, well, they just called and they're going to be out here within the hour. I said, oh, shit. So I drove out there. So it's probably out to the hotel because I was at my office.
Oh, okay.
Over off of Westwood. And I just grabbed my stuff and said, I'm going to go out there in case you guys showed up. I wanted to be there. So he hadn't showed up by the time I got there, and about 30 minutes later, he finally showed up, and I read him the fucking riot act.
Did he tell you where he was?
Well, he had an energy drink in his hand. He said he got lost. And, the back roads. Hell, I got lost, and I had a QPS. And I said, no, this isn't the right exit. I had to do a U-turn. So I always get messed up over there.
Okay, so like my partner said, we're not here to waste your time. You've been in this line of work before. Did he tell you he was in Northport today? I'm assuming he didn't, based on your reaction. So, do you need to take a seat? Or?
No,
Okay.
he was in Northport.
Yes. What's the exit you take to get off at your house?
I'm going to 179.
Okay, do you know the street?
Toledo Way.
Okay. So we have more than enough reason to believe that Stephan was in Northport today at the exit that you take to get to your house. Our concern is we're conducting a missing person investigation.
Yes.
Given the proximity of that exit to your home, what we're trying to find out is if she's just hanging out in your house, you just want to get her somewhere safe, we want to put eyes on her, make sure she's okay.
She's not at our house because my wife... Well, here's something strange.
Is anybody at your house now?
Yes. Hang on a second. We raise standard pools.
Say it again? You raised
We
what?
raised standard poodles.
Oh, okay. Poodle.
And they all... Except they went on full fucking alert.
House throughout this period of time.
At what time you think
That's
that
what
was?
I thought.
Okay.
What time did the dogs go full alert last night?
I'll grab your water.
Okay, all right, thanks. 319.
3:19 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you guys have like ring cameras, any kind of security cameras on the property?
So we locked the door, and I don't. And the door has a keypad, but when I left last night, it wasn't flashing. And that keypad, the battery's been in that thing for 4 years. So I called last night and I said, hey, that keypad doesn't seem to be working. It's not working right. So if you go out the garage, or you need to come back in through the garage with the remote control. But she said the dogs went full alert at 3:19. We were at the hotel at 3 o'clock, so there's no way he could have been in Northport.
How big is your property down there?
Quarter acre.
Okay. So we've been in communication with some law enforcement down there, trying to work in some leads. Would it be all right if we send someone to go talk to your wife?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll coordinate that. So she's home now.
Right?
Yeah. So we're working a missing person investigation currently.
Well, let me give her a heads up because it's going to be noisy.
Okay.
You got 5 standard poodles.
How is your property out there? Is it like a neighborhood? Do you guys have...
No, it's on scattered lines.
Okay.
Standard lots.
Yeah.
So no
Is it
woods
gated?
or-
What?
Is it gated?
No, it's on scattered lines. It's just, no. Our backyard's gated. They're going to come over and want to search a house for, apparently, can I tell them?
Yeah.
Apparently, Stephan made a trip down to Northport last night. Or this morning, I should say. I have no idea. But there's a storage unit, but he wouldn't have access to the keys to the storage unit because I have the only key to it. And that would have been locked in my car, and he would have had to come in my room, which he didn't have a key to get into. He doesn't have a key. He took Jen's key. Storage room. It's in my console.
Can she check and make sure the key's there?
What? Well, is the key in the basket? We'll go look at the key in the basket.
The key in the console is in this car that you're driving out?
Hang on a second. What?
You said the key in the console is in this
My car? Yeah, it's only one key.
This car out here?
Yeah. Do I need to go look?
Yeah, let's go see if it's in there.
Yes, so she can look for the key in the house, we can look for the key in the car.
You were wondering if he had a console. And they puke and they bleed in the back seat for whatever procedure they have. So that's the Hello, sailor. Watch out, sailor.
Oh, there's a poodle with you.
No, it's a.
Oh, no, that's like a...
It's my sister's dog. Yeah, right there.
And that's the only key you
That's the
have
only
to
key.
the storage unit?
Yeah. There's supposed to be 2 keys, but I haven't seen that key.
Is his name on the storage unit at all?
No, it's mine.
Like he can't show up and say, hey, I lost my key, can you
No.
give me access to...
No.
In theory, right? Here's your waters.
Oh, thanks.
So other than the storage unit in your house, could you see any reason for Stephan to go down to where you live?
No.
Does he have friends down there, other family members?
No other family members. He's got some friends or acquaintances that he plays whatever war games or stuff.
Like computer games or?
No, it's a board game.
He plays card games and action figures.
Oh,
Yeah, he's painted all these caricatures and what have you. He's gotten, some awards or recognitions for the work that he's done with these characters. But what time did you catch him on the camera down there?
He knows exactly what it is. He's on the phone, so I don't want to misspeak. But it was clearly when you were unaware that he was down there.
So I went to bed.
How long did it take you to get from Orlando to there?
Well, with no traffic out last night, 2.5 hours.
Okay.
But if you're dealing with traffic early this morning, you're going to be looking at close to 3.
Yeah.
Because the traffic on I-4 getting out of here, and then you catch up to 75, and then you catch up to Bradenton. And
what ways can you go? So
you can go through the center of the state.
Is that the turnpike?
No, the center of the state would be where the technical college is on I-4.
Okay.
You hit there, and then you go down like 27 or 17%. But you go down the center of the state and avoid all that bullshit.
So 27 to what?
I'd have to look it up on
70
the
or
map because
something?
I don't pay attention. I just follow the GPS.
Okay.
But you're going down really the middle of the state, and you dump out at Arcadia, and then you head towards 75, Kings Highway, and then you go up north to Toledo.
Okay. It's like speaking German when you're not
right now. Hey, listen, I grew up here.
Yeah.
Went to Winter Park High.
What brings you down to Northport?
Well, we build homes in 6 cities. I'm the broker for the company.
Okay.
We started in Poinciana and no habla español. So I was actually going to go to Palm Coast, and then I went over to look at some homes that we were building in Northport and said, this is beautiful. I love it. It's rural.
Yeah.
And I said, and I expected it to mirror our experience in Palm Coast, but we had a bit of a rocky start. Right now I got 100 homes that are going to be completed, and the market's changed, and I'd love to be able to sell them right away. But I went down there because I thought it was a better area. The whole Southwest is a great area.
It's a booming area.
It is.
Yeah.
I mean, Northport was rated the second fastest growing city last year.
Just got to get these Yankees to come down and buy some homes.
Well,
right?
everybody's stuck in their homes.
Yeah.
They love those 2 and 3% interest rates, which
yeah.
will never go away.
Yeah.
And they'll never repeat.
They'd be foolish to get rid of those.
Yeah. Well, the Northerners coming down here will, because they want to get the hell out of the North.
So when you read your son the Riot Act, what do you mean by that?
I said, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
I said, if they came here and you weren't here, they would immediately put a bolo out and find you and arrest your ass and just haul you off to jail. Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. And I said, I'm just so fed up with him at this point.
Yeah.
And obviously there's something here because I've been here almost 6 hours. So, I've been here 6 hours. So something's going on. Look, he spent a lifetime lying to us.
Okay.
And it's just never gotten better. And he fed me some bullshit the other day. And before I left the house the other night, I turned to my wife and I said, do we really know Stephan? Can we honestly say we really know him?
Yeah.
And she got really kind of defensive a little bit. I said, I'm not saying that he did something, but can we honestly say we really know him?
So the other day.
Well, when I left yesterday, when I left last night, I said, hey, I turned to her, I said, do we really know him? Is he capable of doing something harmful to her?
Why would you suspect that?
Because some inconsistencies of phone calls he had with me didn't add up, okay? So I'll give you the sequence. He calls me mid-afternoon, 3-ish, maybe 3:45 or something, and say, I just had a flat tire. Okay, how the fuck did you get a flat tire? You just drove over to Kissimmee. You took her to, maybe you're running an errand, but where would you have gone to get a flat tire? The tire was so flat, he drove on it and ran the is that Jen?
Could be. Yeah, we were finishing up.
He ran the rubber right off the wheel.
Yeah.
So he had to travel a good distance to do that. And then he pulled into a shopping center And I said, was the donut in there? Yeah, swapped it out and almost crushed my thumb. I said, okay.
Do you know what shopping center he changed his tire?
No.
Or where he picked up the flat or anything?
I have no idea. So
This
then,
was Monday, just to confirm?
yeah, Monday afternoon. Do we want to talk someplace else?
We can, yeah. You
Yeah.
want to put Jen in the truck? Jen, you mind
Watch
sitting in
the
the truck
dog.
for a little bit while we finish talking to...
In the trunk?
Yeah, that's fine. Or wherever you're comfortable. You can sit in the Lincoln or whatever you guys...
How long are we going to be?
A few more minutes? Yeah.
Till we're done. Could be more.
It's been a while
I'll
already, and I
hang out with the dog.
apologize.
That's fine.
All right, take them out. So, then around 5 o'clock, I get this call, and he's telling me about, well, there's been an incident, and that then he tells me that he dropped her off. And I said, well, tell me what you mean by that. And he said, well, I dropped her off. She doesn't want to be seen being dropped at school because you're not driving a cool enough car. Oh, okay, so you're not driving a Lamborghini, you can't drop her off at school. Okay, dropped her up the block off. He said he watched her through the rearview mirror, walked toward school, and then he left. And I said, okay. And so now you're finding out when you went to pick her up that she wasn't there. And everybody's just discovering this at the end of the day. How many hours later? Okay. So then, trying to think when I had the conversation about his phone. So I said, okay, well, they're going to want to know where your whereabouts were because you're the last person that saw her, so they're going to want to know. I said, did you have your phone with you? No. Why would you have your phone? I just forgot it. Forgot mine. I said, beautiful. So then he tells me that he did an OS update. Now I'm a techie guy, and I said, okay. And he said, it wiped the phone out. Really? How does that happen? It's an OS update. It's automatic. You say yes, and that's it. It updates, and then it reboots. It doesn't reset. It reboots. Well, I was multitasking, and I hit a wrong button, and it reset. And I questioned that, and I said, so there's some inconsistencies there. So why would that phone be wiped out? And I asked him last night when you guys wanted the phone. I said, is there any reason why you wouldn't want to give them the phone? No, I don't think so. I said, okay, give them the phone.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is there something on the phone?
Has he ever suffered from like mental illness or anything?
From what?
Mental illness?
Me?
No, not him.
Him. Oh, okay. When he was 8, he and a friend were playing in a parking area, and a guy came out and got in his Toyota pickup truck, said hello to the kids, and then backed up over them. And they both were run over, but he got hit in the knock in the head with the bumper, and he had a slight tick. He had separation anxiety, so he slept with us for a while, and finally I said, no, you got to go to your own bed and get over that. He would go over to a neighbor's home and spend the night and show up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning wanted to come home. But as far as
nothing diagnosed or medication?
Well, he's been seeing a psychiatrist or psychologist or something. Okay. He's been on anxiety meds, depression or what have you. I have no idea what they're talking about because obviously he doesn't share that with me. But he's battled a number of things: depression, anxiety, and what have you.
As a child or as an adult?
Maybe ADD as a child, but as an adult, more severe.
Okay.
He suffers from sleep apnea.
Was he able to complete school no problem?
Well, depends on who completed it. My mother, his mother, who we did online schooling, and she ended up doing most of the work for him.
Did he ever go to college?
No.
What did he do for work?
I've had him work with me in a variety of ways. When we were here in Orlando from 2010 to 2013, I did these, what they call BPOs. They're kind of like appraisals. I did 15,000 of them and had him and his friends go out and take these photos. And it was always a challenge to get his ass out of bed and go to work. No motivation. The more you do, the more you make. Yeah. No motivation there. and after that, that work went away. I got involved in various projects around the state of Florida. He really didn't do much. He worked at Quiznos for a while. That didn't last long until he wrecked his car. So he's been living with us and me trying to get him out of the house to go work. We came down to Northport. He stayed there with Jen. So while we were down there until December of last year, he lived with Jen. And then I was supporting him in Orlando, and I said, I'm not going to do this anymore. You got to come back.
Yeah.
And I was trying to create an opportunity for him down there, but that didn't materialize. Then I'm trying to get his ass out to get a job at Lowe's or Home Depot or something.
Time-wise, it's sometime like 7:45. She was down there.
7:45 this morning?
Yes. So, did you tell your wife that Northport meeting is on the way? Did you speak to her already?
I will let her know that. We got sidetracked on something. They're coming there to see if she's hiding in the house?
Yeah, so what we'd like to do is, given that he went down there, we'd like to make sure like he didn't stash her in the bedroom and, hey, just hang out here.
No, she's been sorting out his bedroom because he lives like a fucking pig.
And you said you guys have a Ring camera, right?
Well, I was about to tell you that. Okay. I switched. Hey, Northport Police is going to stop by to do a wellness check type of thing. They're going to see if somehow
back around the house yelling her name. And just, that motherfucker, you know what? You know what stopped him from getting in the house? He didn't have a garage door opener. The front door lock is not working well.
Yep.
And I had put the lock on the slider.
Okay.
He couldn't get in.
All right. So I'm with the detectives, and they're sending Northport Police over to do a check to make sure that she isn't there. Okay. So you may want to alert the dogs. They're really friendly.
I've got their food. I'm fixing to feed them.
Okay.
Just tell them it'll get noisy, okay?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to let you go.
They're good guys. I've been laying line with them.
Yeah.
If there are any issues, give me a call.
All right. All right. Bye.
And as far as outside of your house, what does the layout of your yard look like?
Well, there's a house to the right of me, and to the left of it is woods, and there's woods across the street. That fronts I-75. At 7:45, it would have been well lit. There would be small amount of traffic going up and down our street because they're constructing homes nearby, so there's always people doing that.
So this is no HOAs, I'm assuming?
No, sir. No, it's all scattered by.
When you say woods, you mean like woods, or like a thicket?
Wood, yes.
What's your address?
With a satellite view, you'll see there's wooded lots all around. So next to me, there's a new house, and he's a renter. There's my house, and then to the left, there is wooded lot. There's a lot of wooded lots before my house, and then you run into one or two houses.
So going back to the cameras, you were going to say something.
Okay, so I ditched Comcast, and I had the Sky Bell hooked up to Comcast.
Okay.
And I realized when I kept seeing this orange light, I said, shit, I got to move this over. It's a pain in the ass. Move it over to the Frontier Communications versus Comcast. So I've got to reconnect it with the internet.
So the cameras weren't working for the last
No,
week?
because we discontinued the service. Matter of fact, the modem's sitting on my office floor.
Okay. All right. Do you think your son's capable of doing something like this? I know it's a hard question as a father. But
I wasn't a hero and a welcome comment. I said, how well do we know?
Yeah.
And nothing would surprise me at this point. I don't know.
Is your wife his mom?
Yes, we are biological parents. Yeah. I'm going to say anything's possible.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, there would have to be some ulterior motive for some reason.
Sure.
Was there a motive?
Well, we don't know. We're trying to find her. We still think she's alive. So
well, this press conference indicated that she had some comments on social media about I want to live in the woods.
Yeah.
Was that accurate or
that was?
Well,
we're not going to put anything inaccurate out there. That just tarnishes the validity of the
I asked Jen about that. She said, "Yeah, we had a conversation about a third World War. Where would you live? You know, the Palestine-Israeli situation." That's what. So
that was more of a fictitious. If doomsday happens, sweetheart, where are you going to live? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll go live in the woods. I said, I don't. Is she going to live in the woods now by herself? I wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know, my idea of roughing it is Howard Johnson's without a pool.
What is?
No kidding.
Do you know the unit number for your storage unit?
Yeah.
Because obviously you see the scope of what we're doing. At some point we may want to get that storage unit as well.
I was there a couple of weeks ago pulling out some tax boxes. There's not that much room in there. I mean, you could stash a body if you wanted to, if that's the case. But like I said, as far as I know, I have the only key. I don't know if there were 2 keys issued, and I haven't seen the other key for well over a year or so.
Is there a chance that he has that key?
I would say
there's always a chance.
There could be a chance because he's stolen from us, and why he would want it is beyond me, because all his stuff is that he has, guitar or what have you, is stuck in the very back, and he didn't want that. But I've ended up trying to clean out our garage, and I stuck all the other stuff there, and he wouldn't like that. Nor would I think he would spend the time to pull shit out of there to get it.
What does he think about me?
My impression is that he loves the shit out of her. And he was very upset Monday when he was talking to me. He was sobbing and blaming himself for her disappearance, and he was just I could tell he was just going to be an emotional wreck.
Yeah. Did he ever have? Did he discipline her? How long were?
It's hearsay. He may have yelled at her because Jen and Jen would tell me this. Jen.
Did you ever have extensive, maybe during the holidays or whatever, where you were with the whole family?
They came down at Thanksgiving or Christmas. My wife and the dogs.
Slept with who?
My wife and the dogs.
And the dogs.
Yeah.
And during those times, was their relationship seemingly normal?
Yeah. I mean, they secluded themselves in Stephan's room, the 3 of them.
And then Jen. Okay.
And they would spend the bulk of their time there times and play with the dogs. They would bring Sailor with them.
Okay.
And would go into the bedroom and maybe read a book or watch a movie together, hang out.
Okay. And nothing, you were a cop for years, nothing you noticed that would be alarming?
I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Okay.
So then just going back to the storage unit, obviously they're going to go to the house and check in the near future. Do you have any issues with us checking out your storage?
Your code was used this morning to access the property, the storage property. Your keypad code. Yeah. I have Northport PD in front of your storage unit. I know we're in a kind of a weird situation. Are you all right if they end up breaking the lock to get in there to make sure?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Alex, I don't.
He just asked. I just heard it. He just asked Mr. Sterns if he was okay with us breaking the house.
he access the keypad?
He told him we were here. Somebody accessed.
We're working with management down there.
He said yes. Are you okay with that?
And this is
Just make
statewide
sure you guys
news.
do your
This is
waiver
your
search
news.
for it.
Yep.
So a lot of people are going above and beyond
Okay.
helping us.
Let me. I'll go downstairs.
I didn't even know he had the key.
Okay.
I don't know how he would have gotten the keypad.
It's interesting. What's your code?
Let's go get some papers from that real quick.
Sure. What do you want to do?
They want the waivers signed before they break down the door. Like consent to search. So, yeah, they want a consent search. So,
Yeah.
we
Do
wanna
you mind?
Will they
doing-
take a wet signature or an e-signature?
I appreciate it.
Yep.
I think you paid your code was entered to enter the property this morning.
And what time was that at?
9.
9.
So 9. And your wife, by chance, wouldn't have went to the storage room.
She wouldn't even know where it is.
And Jen was with you this whole time, right? So
Well, wait. When I don't know where Jen was until she called me at 11,
okay,
Jen-
at 11.
and she said, "Hey, Stephan's not here. Is he with you?"
Okay.
So then he made up this story of getting lost and whatever. So there we go.
We can probably go upstairs.
Was that?
We can go upstairs.
Yeah.
We'll take these elevators right here.
Well, I've already put the steps in. Just walking. Yeah, I was like 8,900. I said, well, if I keep walking, I'll hit my 10,000 steps in a day.
Was this the sheriff's office? There's no way this was the sheriff's office when you
No,
worked here.
it was just opening up.
Down on 33rd is where you guys were at.
Yeah.
Who was the sheriff?
Mel Coleman.
No. Okay. I think we've got his picture on the wall.
You'll have to Google it.
I would. Well, we have his pictures. We have shrines of past sheriffs all over. I'm sure we'll see him.
He was a good guy. He was kind of, I guess, revolutionary back then, young guy and what have you.
Yeah.
But, what was the pay back then? I think I was making $800 a month. Tell me about it.
Yeah, but back then that was a good job, right?
Well, it was fun. I tell you what, once you get it into your blood, you never let it go. So I was moving with Campbell Soup from Jacksonville to Orlando.
Am I going to be able to get back there?
I'll go there. Yeah.
And I'm taking this truck back Sunday evening, and I've got to be at the office in Jacksonville to take somebody on a ride along.
Yeah.
Monday morning.
Hey, Evan, we'll just hang out here, because he doesn't have a proxy. Okay.
So I pull up 436, 1792 in Casper. It was a green pickup truck. I'm driving this stupid Pepsi rental truck. And as I'm approaching the intersection, this guy is weaving. And so we pull through the intersection, and this guy's weaving. And then I notice up ahead the guy's riding his bicycle. And this guy pulls over, and it's fuck, he's going to hit this guy.
Oh, no.
He hit him. Sent him flying. I went running up to I drove up to him, and he pulled into the ABC liquor lot for whatever reason, and turned around and looked at me and said, "Thank you very much. I got your face. I've got your license plate." I got on the payphone, because that's what you did back then, and called out of my police department and said, told him what happened. I said, "I think he's going to be heading eastbound on I-4. They came up.
Hey, Evan, is that remote right there? Can we turn this thing off? Yeah.
And so, Alamo PD came up, took a report, as I'm talking to him, we get a video alert because they got the guy. Now they want me to identify it. I did the report. I didn't get out of there until midnight. And I get outside of Jacksonville, not far from my exit, and the car stops.
Yeah.
I'm now stuck on 95 at 3 a.m. I've got to be at the office at 7 a.m. And these sailors coming back picked me up and took me to my apartment. And I said, "Thank you, Lord, appreciate that."
Yeah.
And it was a long day, to say the least.
So are you guys still residing in Orlando part-time? You mentioned something off of Westwood.
Well, that's where our corporate office is.
That's where your corporate office is.
And so when I got up this morning, I went over there to meet up with everybody
Yeah.
and then kill some time because I'm just a type A personality. I'm
Sure.
just not going to sit around
Sure, sure.
waiting for whatever.
So sitting in a parking lot had to kill you.
It did. It's just like, come on.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Well,
anyway, it wouldn't surprise me if somehow he stole the key out of my car because
Okay.
I put all the keys there.
okay.
So I had.
Does he have access to your car?
He would.
He would.
Because I would keep the keys on my desk. He could easily go in there and do something.
And when was the last time he was at your house in Northport? Was it over the weekend for her birthday?
So I moved him back down from Kissimmee in December
Okay.
to try to get him started on another career opportunity.
Okay.
Didn't materialize, so trying to work on some other things. So he visited them. He lied to me about this. He visited them maybe 6 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. Hey,
Visited who? I'm sorry.
Jen.
Okay.
And I'm going to Frank's house, and I need a little extra cash. Okay, when are you going to be back? I'll be back later tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So I get an alert that a toll booth charge. On E-Pass, I get an alert. I go, motherfucker. Call him up and said, how's Kissimmee?
Yeah.
So he lied to me about what he was doing.
Yeah, yeah.
But he was in Orlando until 3 o'clock, maybe Sunday, and then he left because I told him he had to take care of his room, clean the mess out of there before he could go.
Yeah.
So he did that, and he got up there at 6:30 or something.
So I just was kind of overhearing their conversation. Would it be safe to say and accurate that your son had no rights to this this storage unit at all?
If he asked my permission, I would allow it.
Did he ever ask you permission?
No.
Okay.
And again, like I said, I've been missing this key for how long have I had this? Maybe I've had this key for maybe 18 months.
Okay. So was he staying with you kind of in Northport?
Yeah.
Up until now.
I moved him back in December because I couldn't afford.
Okay, so from December to today, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where was he staying up here with Jen?
Yeah.
Okay. I just realized we just let Jen downstairs. She had the key to your truck?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess we won't be too long. Just it's dark out. Okay. All right. So he stays down there, and how often does he come up here to visit Jen and Maddie?
I think since he left in December, this would be the second, maybe third trip, but second, maybe third.
Yeah. Okay. So in December, that's February, almost March, second of May. So maybe once a month. Would that be fair?
He actually went in December for Christmas time, now that I think about it, because he was not included in the family outing, but he was there. So then he made this faux trip there, and then he made this, so 3 times. He's been there 3 times.
Okay. And she stays at that apartment in Kissimmee. Has she been staying there?
And he rented, and they which I ended up having to pay.
Renting a room within the same apartment?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Jen's father rents the rooms out.
And does Jen's father live there? Or does he lease the apartment and then sublease the rooms inside?
Well, he owns the townhouse and he rents out the rooms and charges his daughter rent.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, I came into this towards the tail end of the investigation. For some reason, I thought he was living in that apartment like today.
No.
But, okay.
No, he was just visiting.
All right. You guys going back home tonight?
No, I booked the room for tonight.
Okay.
Go back tomorrow.
Okay. Well,
I didn't know what was going to happen today, so I booked the room for the second night.
Okay. Well, I don't know what they're
You know
doing.
what really gets me? When I left them at 3 o'clock, you know, you could see that he was physically exhausted and worn out. Matter of fact, I heard a comment when I was talking to them that he was falling asleep in the car on the way to the hotel. So I figured he'd get in bed, crash and burn, and that would be it. It's pretty ballsy to assume that Jed would sleep through the entire night and not wake up and find he wasn't there.
I don't disagree with you.
Because at 10:45 she calls and said, "Is Stephan with you?" And I go, "No."
Yeah.
He said, "Well, he hasn't been here for 25 minutes."
And that's probably, I'm assuming, like she woke up, it's been 25 minutes, and he hadn't shown up.
Yeah, expecting him to return, and he never returned.
Yeah.
And then he showed up maybe towards 11:30. Yeah, maybe it was like 11:30.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now this really, 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 really blows my mind. Obviously, something. I'm afraid to even say it. Think it.
And what's that?
There's just too many inconsistencies here, and his behavior is indicating something else is going on here. You know, why would he spend nearly 6 hours driving round trip to go to Northport to the storage unit?
Well,
I mean,
hopefully we may be able to figure that
the
out.
body was in Jen's car?
We're trying to figure it out.
Have you asked him?
Yeah.
Jen Soto.
Yeah, we talked to him. So.
Hey, I'm inside the building.
Let me check on them. Don't wander off too much.
Okay. What's that?
Pausing the recording at 10:15. It's a surreptitious recording with Mr. Sterns. My name's Corporal Richards. Also 10:12 with me was Corporal Evan Avila and Kissimmee Detective.
Today's date is February 29, 2024. The time is 13:02 hours. It's going to be reference to Orange County case number 24-011313. I'm Detective Bradshaw with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Ma'am, could you state your first and last name for me, please?
Madison Brady.
Could you spell Madison for me?
Madison.
And then Brady, Brady?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your birthday?
8/14/98.
Okay, and what's a good phone number for you? And my understanding is you are we're here today to kind of talk about the situation that's involved. I have a couple of specific questions that I have to ask you. But can you tell me a little bit about, like, you know, what you know, your relationship with her is, just any information that you could give me on that?
So I met her at the beginning of this school year in an ESE meeting. She was being transferred over from 504, that she was under that in 6th grade with our 6th grade counselor, Miss Merritt.
Okay.
Transferring over at the beginning of this year to the ESE services with our ESE staffing specialist, Miss McGregor. So I was sitting in on that meeting. In that meeting, they approved that switch and she got switched over. I heard a little bit about her background in terms of having ADHD, a lot of problems with focus that affects her schoolwork and grades, and then some mental health concerns in terms of a lot of anxiety and panic attacks. So from there, I have been doing ongoing check-ins with her throughout the school year thus far. Mm-hmm. I think we've met about, I was looking at it earlier, 6 times.
Okay, since the beginning of the school year?
Correct.
Got it, okay.
When she has come to me, it's often been those feelings of panic, She's come to me like in the middle of class or during lunchtime just feeling really panicked, kind of heavy breathing, feeling really overwhelmed. And when we've had our conversations about, well, what's going on, what's making you feel this way, I've gotten responses saying, well, it's my anxiety, sometimes I don't know, I'm just really overstimulated with all the noise in the cafeteria. But I've also gotten responses with, well, things at home with her. And when I pressed about that, it seemed to be things along the lines of, well, she gets upset that I'm forgetful or that I don't clean my room the way she wants me to. And we talked about what that does to affect her, and she says, yelling, that makes me get overstimulated, and then I can't respond to her in a way that she wants me to. So we discussed strategies for kind of calming herself down and talking. She's calm about how that makes her feel, and she reported to me that she did have that conversation for our past check-ins since December. So December, January, February, we had a check-in every single month, and each of those check-ins she had said to me, things are better at home and things are a little bit better at school, and I haven't had her come to me in months with any sort of panic or anxiety. I did have her mention on occasion her home situation at that time was when I asked her about that. The only thing she really said was, I don't really like him. He's kind of weird. So I said, okay, well, what does that mean? How is he weird? Why don't you like him? And her responses were nothing of that level of concern. It was always, well, he eats all of our food and he hangs out in the living room and it makes me uncomfortable because I don't really like him, so I don't want him to be there. But nothing ever to the level of concern that we're seeing now. And the last thing I heard about him was he's moving out. I'm happy about that, and that's helping me feel better with home.
When was that conversation that he was moving out?
That was about a couple of months ago, so I would say around December.
Okay, so sometime in December, you guys had a meeting and she said, okay, got it. Did she ever mention anything to you about having depression or like suicidal thoughts or any suicidal attempts or anything like that?
She never mentioned anything along those lines. It was always more so focused on the anxiety and the panic.
Okay.
And a lot of times she wasn't able to verbally articulate what exactly was making that panic arise beyond feeling overstimulated or just not knowing.
Okay. So she never mentioned to you about wanting to hurt herself, wanting to die, wanting to, nothing like that?
She never mentioned wanting to harm herself or wanting to die. She made comments in the interactions where she was feeling panicky, saying things more so like, you know, this hurts and I don't like this or want to deal with this, but it was never anything like I want to hurt myself or end my life or anything along those lines.
Gotcha. Okay. And she didn't disclose that she was taking medication for anything other than just the anxiety or for the ADHD and the anxiety?
I didn't talk to her specifically about medication, and I can't recall what was said. It would be in the ESE meeting notes if it was discussed that she was or wasn't on medication.
And she has an IEP, you said, correct? So she switched from the 504 to the IEP.
Yes.
Gotcha. Cool. Okay. Did she mention anything about just didn't like him because he ate their food and he was in their living room? Like, did she say anything else to you, disclose anything to you?
She did not. She didn't talk about asked her about those comments of him being weird and uncomfortable. The only thing she gave me were, well, I don't know, he's just a little weird. He eats our food and he's always hanging out in the living room and I don't really want to be around him, and nothing. And the way she said it was so like joking in terms of like, I don't know, he's weird type situation, like laughing about it. It never made me feel like there was a safety concern.
Okay, so she didn't disclose anything about him ever touching her inappropriately or them having any sort of a sexual relationship or them having any sort of an inappropriate relationship whatsoever.
No,
none of that was ever disclosed or
anything along
brought
those
up
lines.
to you. Okay. Let me check and see. There's, like I said, there's some other questions that I have to ask, and I just want to make sure that I touched on them. Okay, did you ever see, I know we talked about like the anxiety and the panic attacks, and you said she never, mentioned anything about being depressed or being suicidal or anything. Did you ever see her exhibit any of those behaviors, like that she is depressed, or that did you notice anything about her that was out of the ordinary other than the things we've already talked about?
It seemed more so to be very up and down.
Okay.
Like she would have those heightened moments of the panic and the crying, and just kind of, she would go from that to just like shutting down after the panic. And then if you talked her through it a little bit, like there's one specific instance in my statement that she could not say what was making her feel that way. And so I asked her to draw it out, and she was able to do that.
Okay.
And then she kind of put on there just like a lot of scribbles, which to her, she said that meant just like the chaos of all the feelings and thoughts that she's having that make her feel overwhelmed. And then words she wrote. So things along the lines of like, why, or crying and things like that. And after that happened, I reached out that she wasn't at school for a couple days. So I was like, concerned of, okay, we went from this to now being out, what is happening? I reached out, and at that point he's been struggling lately, a lot of tears and feelings, but that she was seeing a weekly therapist.
Okay.
So she supposedly had someone that she was seeing weekly about all of this.
Okay.
And also stated at that point she hadn't been at school because she was sick, and she was going to take her to the doctor that day. And she mentioned seeing the drawing that from our conversation, and I, encouraged her to share that with Mom, so she did. And, she said that she appreciated that, and that helped her in that day, which at the end of that conversation with her, she was able to calm down and feel better. But at that point, that's when it got a little concerning, to the point that I reached out to Mom just to say, hey, what's going on? And found out, okay, she at least has supposedly weekly therapy sessions outside of school.
And most of these things you said that would trigger these panic attacks or these anxiety-inducing issues were because of issues that were going on with them, correct? Like where she would argue with.
It seemed to be a combination of bringing that from home, the arguments and the feeling like she's taking on those feelings at home of, I don't feel safe in terms of not necessarily physically safe, but emotionally safe, that at me and causing me to feel overstimulated. And then I come to school and it's loud and there's lots of kids and I'm overstimulated again.
But it wasn't usually.
And things she said along the lines of, my room's not clean, or you forget to do this, or you don't do that. So to me, that's like things about it was never,
especially at that age, with the teenage age, Okay, so how about her grades or her behavior? Have you noticed any shift in her grades or the behavior that she would normally exhibit?
Grades have seemed stable. We've been working on, in our check-ins, kind of coming up with strategies because of her ADHD and in terms of getting her missing work in to bring up the grades. And she seemed to be making improvements with that since around December, when she started reporting things are better at home, at school.
Okay.
Our last check-in was February 6th, I believe. And at that point, she was very happy that day. I called her down just to do our check-in, and she said things are going really well. She feels really happy. Things are better at school. And that was the last time we had a check-in.
And that was because of the strategies that you had kind of given her to help her?
Yes, she had been getting some of that work in. Her teachers are working with her because she has the IEP, and she said that she used the strategies at home to talk about the, when we're calm, let's talk about what it's like when we're not calm and how that makes us feel.
Gotcha.
And she says she was able to successfully do that.
Good. That's excellent. Okay. I know we talked a lot about, kind of just briefly mentioned with her. And I know you've only known her for a short period of time, but you haven't noticed a dramatic shift from when you first met her to now that's negative. Have you?
Correct. When this first came up, my first thoughts are, oh, things have been better. So
Okay.
I'm like,
So it's surprising to you, it
yes,
sounds like.
How did
we get to this point?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing that would stand out to you that would make you think that something was on, like that things were declining at home. You actually thought things were actually getting better at home based on what she was telling you.
From the information that I had from her,
okay,
without at that point having spoken to friends or anything I had, to me the perception was things are getting better.
And what was the last date that you met with her?
February 6th.
And that was the date that she was like, hey, things are getting better. We're using these strategies at home and all of that. Got it. Okay.
We were supposed to have our next session to follow up this week. Okay. And obviously I haven't been able to do that.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of that I have not asked you that you want to relate to me while I have you in here?
To me, the only things that are just sticking are the comments of he is weird and I don't like him. And I wish I had more information to say where that came from, but when I asked that, all I got was he eats our food, he hangs out in the common areas.
Okay. All right. Do you swear and affirm everything you told me is true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the time is now 13:15 hours.
Hi, I'm Detective Payne.
Nice to meet you.
We'll talk on this portable here. I'll just need to get a little bit of information from you once we get in here. Got a few questions, and then you should be able to get back to class, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's get a chair at least. Warm in here, but not as bad as outside. Spell your first name for me.
Annelise.
Last name?
Rentas.
Annelise Rentas.
Mhm.
What's your date of birth?
3/16/98.
98.
Mhm.
Put 88. Sorry, I'm projecting my own age here. And what's a good address for you? It is February 29th, 2024, about 1:12 p.m.
I am.
Okay. Just bear with me. I'm going to take some notes while we talk. How well do you think?
I think I know her pretty well.
Okay.
I mean, we've had some interactions. There's a lot of kids in.
Okay.
I have seen some interactions with her.
Okay. Who does she hang out with the most in class?
She hangs out with a student. Her name is.
Okay.
And another girl in my class. I believe is her name. And.
Any idea how to spell that last name?
I want to say.
Sounds about right. Okay, so she
teachers' classes in there, and
is in the class, but has another. Okay. Any problems with girls in class?
Nope, I've never really had issues. I've always very anxious type of student.
Okay.
So anytime she needed to ask me something or she felt like something was wrong, she always wanted to bring her friends with her. She always needed like a buddy system with her to kind of huddle in, and they would be like asking the question for her.
Okay. So was she shy or was she?
I don't know if maybe like shy around authority figures.
Okay.
Because I see her like with her friends, and she's not. You know, they're playing volleyball and laughing and talking.
Okay, that makes sense. Have you ever talked to any of the other teachers at the school about? Have you heard anything else about her?
Nope.
Okay.
I know she did get Student of the Week a few weeks ago.
Okay.
The week of February 16th. I think Miss DeLuca, I saw the report. She put her on there. Nominated her.
Any idea what she was nominated for?
I don't remember what it said. Excellent or something like that. She did something in her class.
Okay.
And Miss DeLuca nominated her.
Have you ever had like a one-on-one conversation? Did she confide in you? Do you feel like you guys were that close? Or?
There were some times like we do some testing in the beginning of the year, like fitness testing.
Okay.
And she was running and she was telling me I can't do it, and I was like, that's okay. Like, do you need to get your inhaler? And she was like, yes. So I walked her to the locker room.
Okay.
We got her inhaler, and then I just told her like it's okay to sit out. Like you don't have to, run crazy.
Yeah.
So we've had that like one-on-one, and then times where she felt like she needed to go to the counselor.
Okay.
She was upset about something or anxious. She would ask me. That's when her friends would kind of huddle in with her.
Okay.
And she would say, like, she needs to go to the counselor. Like, to go to the counselor. And then I would write her a pass, send her to Miss. And then the girls would ask if they could go with her.
Okay.
And kind of drop her off and then come back.
Any idea why she needed to go to counseling?
There was times that she said that she was feeling anxious.
Okay.
And she just said, like, I feel like I need to talk to a counselor. So
okay.
I just normally, when kids are saying that and they recognize they need to talk to a counselor, I let them.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I didn't know if maybe it went further than that or not. But. Okay. Have you seen any recent changes in her behavior?
Not really.
Okay.
She always just hangs around those girls, and like it's crazy that the description of what she was wearing, because she wears that all the time, like her green hoodie, her black biker shorts, and the Crocs. Like as soon as they said that, I was like, oh yeah, like that's something that she wears like all the time, kind of. But
no changes in behavior though. Okay. Any signs of depression or suicidal inclinations? How is her grade in your class? Probably a little atypical, right?
she doesn't dress out.
Okay.
So she had a locker.
Why doesn't she dress out?
I'm unsure. I don't know. She did have a locker assigned to her at the beginning of the year. I checked it just recently. Asked me to check it.
Okay.
And there was nothing on there, and there was nothing in the locker.
Okay.
A lot of kids don't like dressing out. They don't like changing in front of kids, or they feel uncomfortable. But we always give them options. There's like little showers in the back. They can go to the bathroom. But
okay. So if she doesn't dress out, does she still participate, or does she do something different?
Yeah, they're allowed to still participate.
Okay,
we
so
give
she
them
just
2 separate grades of like Dress out and participation.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a little different too with PE because they get pulled out of our classes to go to tutoring or other things like that.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Has she been pulled out of your class for anything like that?
I believe
you mentioned
so.
the counselor. Anything else?
I think we do this thing called MTSS.
Okay.
It's an intervention like tutoring.
Okay.
I believe she was on that list for a little bit in the beginning of the year. So she would go like twice a week. They would take her out of PE.
Okay.
And she would go there.
And what's it called?
MTSS intervention.
MTSS intervention.
Yeah, that's with Miss Godwin.
Okay.
I believe she was on that list.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever seen any signs of abuse for her or anything like that?
No.
Any bruises? Any references to anything that was going on?
No.
I know it's kind of hard looking back now.
Yeah,
It always is.
I know. But
Okay.
no, I mean, I guess just maybe the inclination of like her maybe wearing a hoodie all the time. But
Okay.
like, it's cold, you know, you don't know.
Yeah, kids,
So,
yeah.
yeah. But
Okay.
no.
Nothing obvious. She hasn't mentioned anything to you.
No.
Never saw any bruising. Nothing crazy like that.
Nope.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else you think I need to know about your relationship?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Just the only thing I would say is just to me, she was a very anxious child. So for her to like maybe go away on her own just didn't sound right to me.
Okay.
Knowing that she always needed a buddy or she needed somebody with her.
Okay.
But yeah.
Have you ever anybody from around town?
I've met her
Okay.
for one of the PE teachers maybe a few months ago. We had a short, brief conversation, but nothing. She was very nice, and that's really it.
That's it?
Mhm.
Nobody else? No aunts, cousins, nothing?
Nope.
Okay, cool. I ask because these communities are pretty small. You know, cousins go to other schools, and it's all pretty close knit. So, she doesn't have any relatives that go here, does she?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Okay. All right. Did you have any questions or anything for me?
No.
All right, Miss Rentis, can you swear and affirm everything you told me has been true and correct? All right, you can go back to class. Hi, Miss DeLuca, how you doing? My name's Detective Payne. You can just call me Jeff. You want to have a seat? Sorry for the ominous setup, but this is at least we're in some air conditioning at least. So, all right. So, first name is
Angela.
Angela DeLuca, D-L-U-C-A.
D-E-L-U-C-A, and I have a double last name. It's DeLuca Limose, L-I-M-O-S-E.
O-S-E. Okay. And what's your date of birth?
1/17/91.
1991. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, they put us kind of over here in the corner, didn't they? So
I don't know the portable numbers.
there's a handful of us. That's why we're out here. We're not in the office. But what's a good address for you? And what's a good email address? Okay, cool. How do you...
She's at my first period class, so she's supposed to be my first period class.
Okay. What do you teach?
I teach.
Okay. How well do you know her?
I thought pretty well. She has been in my class all year round. She's always very sweet, and she struggles a bit. I mean, all my kids are intensive kids, so they're the students who are struggling. She was on my door decorating team.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but she's been in your class since fall.
Since the beginning of the year.
Fall of
since
23,
August.
and then, okay, okay.
She was on my door decorating team. She was actually chosen to be my student of the week from 2 weeks ago for helping us win our door decorating competition with our friends.
Okay.
And she came before school and after school a couple times for that event, which was 1 week.
Okay. So she got student of the week.
Yes.
For the door
Her
decorating.
certificate's on my desk to give her.
Okay. Did they win door decorating?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that she came early.
Yes, her and her came with a few other students to help with the door decorating the week of Literacy Week, which
Okay.
check if you need exact dates. I think it was January.
Do you have a picture of the door?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you text that to me? And I will text you right now, so you'll have my number.
Our door was all about spreading kindness and love, and they put in a lot of thought and effort into it. With it, so I'll send you the picture
Oh, perfect.
of her in it.
Yes, perfect, perfect. How well do you think you know her? You said you thought you knew her pretty well. Did you guys have like one-on-ones? Like, how
Not
do you?
really any one-on-ones.
Okay.
Like, I didn't even know. Like, I didn't.
Okay.
Like, I thought I knew her. Like, I know my other students, but we've never really had a lot of personal talks.
Okay.
Really, her showing up for door decorating was probably the most that I've had, like, private conversations with her. But it was with her other friends there. Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Not the most tech savvy. I've been talking with the other teachers. I know she's very good friends with. Don't know.
Oh.
I'm speaking of. Who
Okay.
She's also good friends with, I believe. Okay. I think that is sending to you now. The picture right next to her, and they both won Student of the Week for door decorating.
Okay. Let me see. Make sure I get this. Yep. Okay. So. Green sweater is
Yeah.
behind. Who are these two kids on the list?
They are Blaze Affey. He's in a different period grading.
Okay.
And that's Apollo Chungada is his last name.
Okay.
And my peer mediator is the taller one, Sarah Diedrich. She's an 8th grader.
Peer mediator?
She's like my student assistant in the first period class.
Was she?
I don't believe so. She is in the same in that period.
Okay. And what is her name? I'm sorry.
Sarah Diedrich.
Sarah D-E.
I believe it's Diedr. I can actually look her up for you. It's this top one here.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Do you need the other students' names
Sarah,
as well?
I'll just take Sarah. D-I-E-D-R-I-C-H. And she is in grade 8. Okay. Student helper in same period. Okay.
Yes, and the other two are not in the same period.
Okay. Did you ever, you said you never really had like one-on-one conversations with her?
For door decorating, we would chat about certain things.
Okay,
I
so
know
she didn't confide in you or anything?
not anything like what we learned about last night, nothing like that.
Okay. What did they tell you last night?
About the maybe sexual assault. I don't know. I just know that there was maybe some kind of stuff on his cell phone.
Okay. Who told you that?
I saw it online. The police, the sheriff.
You saw it online?
Report.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The sheriff report.
Okay. Okay.
As far as I know. The only thing that I can say related to that is I know that she had been reading a book a couple months ago, and it had kissing in it, and it was a graphic novel, and she was like scandalized that there was a kissing scene. So I hope and pray that nothing had been happening sexually. I don't know, but she had been acting like, oh my gosh, kissing, like that it was like a shocking thing to like see a picture of two people kissing. They had been talking during, again, I'm not part of this conversation, they were talking about how they had heard Lady Gaga's, oh my God, Want to Take a Ride on My Disco Stick, and they go, Mr. Luca, did you know what that song was about? So they've had, but they were all acting very, scandalized, shocked by it. So I'm hoping and praying that she has not had that, but I don't. But that's most of my students. They're 12. They're just learning about that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They're going through sex ed and science class right now. Can I ask, was there evidence of that?
The investigation's still ongoing, so unfortunately I can't really go into too many details. So she never made any disclosures to you about, like you said, sexual abuse,
No.
being abused in any other way at home, nothing like that?
No, I didn't even know that. I never heard her mention. I don't think I've ever. I'm trying to think if she came to open house, but I don't think so.
So you have not met anybody in Angela's?
I believe so.
Okay. Have you seen any signs of depression or suicide?
No.
Suicidal ideations, anything like that? Okay.
I was shocked when the kids were telling me about the live in the woods conversation. I was, no, guys, that's. Apparently it was on her phone, but I was shocked to hear something like that. She was very excited about her birthday.
Okay. How are her grades in your class?
Low.
Okay.
She's had a D pretty much every quarter. Kind of like when we are working in class, she's able to, and then she does get extended time. It's the follow through and getting things done that she didn't really do very often.
Okay. Have you seen any real shifts in her behavior?
No.
Okay.
If anything, I would say that it was almost better since like door decorating. Like I felt like she was trying a little bit harder in class.
Okay. And I'm sorry, when was the door decorating competition?
I think that's what I was going to find out where that picture was from. I'm sorry. So that picture was when it was finished, was January 26th. So that was a Friday. So that full week was when we did door decorating.
Okay.
January 22nd through the 26th.
22nd to the 26th.
And there was a few days before school and a few days after school that they came and decorated. I no longer have the log of what days they came.
Okay.
I just, once I had her name on the list.
I'll just mark it as the end of January.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything else you think I need to know about anybody she talked to? Anybody? Do you feel like anybody she might have confided in?
Friends, and then when I'm talking to other teachers, they go, "Oh no, the other so on." They are like, "Oh, we don't see Ellis as much." But I would have said that together. All in my first period together. Okay. So they're all together, and I kind of just associate the three of them together.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been crying since Monday, since they called me and tried to ask if she was in my first grade class that day. I just wish we had more information.
Okay. I certainly appreciate taking time to talk to me. Okay. Can you swear and affirm everything you told me has been true and correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Thank you so much.
Today's date is February 29, 2024. The time is 15:20 hours. It's reference to Orange County case number 24-011313. I'm Detective Bradshaw with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Sir, can you state your first name for me, please?
My name is Italo.
Spell it for me.
Italo.
What's your last name?
Brett, B-R-E-T-T.
Okay. So, Mr. Brett, you are a teacher here at Meadowwoods, or I'm sorry, not Meadowwoods.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So I just had a couple of questions for you in reference to, assume that she was one of your students. Would that be correct?
She was, yes.
Okay. What period did you have her in?
I had her initially in 6th period for the start of the year. And
Okay.
then she requested to be moved 3rd period because she was having some issues of like not being able to keep up, or rather, she was keeping up, but it was too many behavioral issues around her. So she was
Okay.
getting tired. She requested to move to 3rd.
So not behavioral issues like specifically with her, but with other kids that were in your
yeah.
class that she didn't like.
Correct, yeah.
I got it. Okay. Did she ever talk to you about her home life, anything that was going on with her, anything like that?
No.
She never said anything to you? Did at any point, did she ever disclose any sort of physical or sexual or mental abuse to you?
No.
Okay. Did she mention anything to you about having any suicidal ideations, ever making any attempts at suicide?
No.
Okay. Did she ever express to you at any time if she had any mental or medical diagnosis?
No.
Okay. Did she discuss taking any medications with you for anything?
No, the only time I've ever seen her take anything was Tylenol.
Okay.
In the front office, Miss Schilling could confirm with that too, because we both kind of saw her because we were trying to figure out how to make sure that she was okay to take those.
Okay.
In here, so.
Did you notice any sort of like recent changes in her behavior from the start of the school year until now?
Not really, no. She just seemed happier within the 3rd period class that we were in,
Okay.
which is the advanced treble course I have. She seemed happier there. She learned her music really quickly, as with the rest of the girls in that class. She usually is very participatory. She's usually up performing with us. She doesn't miss a concert. She doesn't miss anything. The only thing I guess I could note is like on Friday she was sitting, but that a lot of the girls sit at random times, and that's related to either they have cramps or whatever. So I didn't think that was odd, but she usually is up and participating and active.
She didn't tell you that anything was wrong on Friday?
No.
Okay, she didn't mention to you that anything had been going on or that she was feeling sad or down or anything like that? Okay. And you haven't, in your opinion, you haven't seen her have any sort of signs that she's been depressed since the beginning of the school year at all, or any suicidal?
Like, she just seemed pretty normal, very, very happy, easy making her friends. I would say she bloomed a lot more in 3rd because she had her friends there. So she was more outspoken and more confident. She's very helpful in my class. She even organized my piano once because it was all papers on top of it. She put all together, she wanted to do that. So, that's not noticed anything off about her.
Okay. Now, I don't know how you do your grades or anything like that in your class. Has she declined at all in her participation, like in her grades, anything of that nature that you've noticed?
She maintains pretty steady, and I just grade her participation if you're standing and performing and the concerts. So I've not noticed anything of decline. She is there. That the only time, and even on Friday when she was sitting, I think she was still singing with us. She was just sitting down, which was the only thing,
That was different.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. How about her? You've never overheard her talking to her friends about anything like that at all?
When I send a message and talking points or whatever, she reads them. I've gotten before me on Monday evening. Wasn't home yet.
Okay.
She was like, "Hey, it's school today," so she. So she knows, she can reach out to me and it's open to do so and anything because that's, she's always involved. So.
Okay. So since the beginning of the school year, more so happy now that she's in your 3rd period, able to make friends. She's pretty consistent. So nothing out of the ordinary that you can think of off the top of your head that would be alarming or.
Alarming. The only most alarming thing I've seen was the message that Monday when she was missing. So
okay. And what was that message?
It was. I can read it to you. Exactly.
Okay.
Talking points. So this was through the app Talking Points. Talking Points is what district and the county uses to communicate between teachers.
Okay.
It's faster than emails, just texting. So that's loading. So on Monday, February 26th at 5:36 p.m., she said, "Hi, make it to school today. She hasn't made it home today." Then at 5:53, when I was able to reply back, I said, "Hi, Miss Soto. I don't know. Checking Skyward, she was absent for periods 1 to 5 and period 7. period 6, I guess, hadn't marked her, but that's not really so strange because sometimes teachers just forget. Like
right.
that happens. So, but yeah, I told her, that's very alarming. Just, please keep me informed. And I reported it to my teacher mentor.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then she reported it to Kelly Armstrong and everyone else in the school. And I guess and she'd been waiting for the police for a while. So we kind of talked a little bit then. I asked at 6:20 she was home yet. Hasn't made it home yet. Waiting for the police. And then, so I've heard cops trying to speed things up, but that was it. So then I haven't reached out back because I'm trying to be giving her space. So.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of that I haven't asked you that you can recall right now, or anything else you want to tell me?
Nothing comes to mind. I think her behavior is pretty consistent in class. She's. Whenever I see her out of class or whatever, I would say hi. She replies back normally. So.
And she seems like a pretty happy.
Yeah, she just seems pretty happy. It was just that's why part of it. Why it was so shocking that she'd be gone is just how close it happened. How she just whenever people started saying maybe she ran away, it just didn't seem like it to me that she could be the type to run away.
Okay.
But then of course information started coming out about what was happening. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you swear and affirm everything you told me is true to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. So the time is now 15:26 hours.
My dog up.
Yep, no worries. Hi. Hi, I'm a Detective Payne with the Sheriff's Office.
Let me call.
Okay. Yeah, I just need to speak to her again. Should be quick.
No worries. I think she's home. My wife went to pick up my daughter's car. So you hear all kind of crazy rumors, but...
Yeah.
Hey, can you come downstairs? Are you home? Yeah. I didn't know if you were mom. Okay, come downstairs for me. No, there's like a group chat that came, I got a message like half hour ago that said that the picked up in Fort Myers. That he fled.
Investigation's still ongoing, so obviously a certain amount of stuff is released to the media. So obviously, unfortunately, she is the best friend, right? So I'm going to talk to her again. Hopefully nobody else will have to talk to her, but should be pretty quick, obviously. Hey, how you doing? I'm Detective Payne. You just call me Jeff. I stopped by school today, talked to a few other friends. Unfortunately, you weren't there. So, do you mind talking to me for a few minutes? Okay. I typically talk to people in my vehicle. I'm parked in that black Chevy. If you want to talk there, obviously we're not going anywhere. It's up to you.
I'm not going to let her get in the car by herself.
Okay. All right. You mind if we talk out here then?
Yeah.
All right. That works. Yeah. Dad, do you mind going this way? So you have some privacy?
Yeah.
All right. Like I said, I'm Detective Payne. You can just call me Jeff. Obviously, you're not in trouble or anything, okay? Sorry to have you have to talk to somebody else. I know you talked to Brittany the other day, right? Pretty glad. Yeah, she's a partner of mine. So there's a few other follow-up questions that we have to go into. I have your date of birth as... So you're 12, 13. Just turned 13. Okay. So do you know what the difference is between a truth and a lie? What's the difference?
One's telling the truth, like you're saying something that's like fact and like real, and then the other one is like you're making up stuff.
Okay. So if I told you your shirt was black, would that be a truth, a lie, or something else?
True.
And why is that?
Because it is black.
Okay, so can you promise to tell me the truth?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know, like I said, I know you talked to Detective Bradshaw a little bit about everything that's going on. But if you can just kind of give me a summary. How well you call it? You know.
I've known her since 4th grade.
Known her since 4th grade. Okay. You think you guys were close? You guys best friends? How do you?
She's my best friend.
Best friend. Okay. Would she say the same thing to you about you? That you guys are best friends? Okay. Okay. Do you think you guys confide everything in each other? You guys share your secrets? Like, there's levels of best friends, right?
We share everything.
Share everything. Okay. Okay. So, did she ever tell you about anything that was going on at home?
A lot.
Okay.
A lot. Like, they'd have arguments, but it was just like arguments. Like, I'll go clean your room, and she'd be like, no, I don't want to.
Okay. Anything else?
She'd come to PE, and she'd be like, I had a fight, like, she'd come complain.
Okay. Did she ever complain about anything else? Nothing else. Okay. Have you noticed any big changes in her behavior lately?
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to me about those. Okay. Sorry. Polar.
Yeah. She kind of acts bipolar a little bit.
Okay.
She'll have mood swings.
You talk about.
She takes medicine.
Okay.
She follows the medicine. She has ADHD.
Okay.
The last time I saw her was Sunday. I was at her birthday party, and when I first got there, she was a little upset.
Okay.
And then she was also kind of upset that, like, she didn't get enough presents. She didn't get, like, most of her family wasn't there.
Yeah.
And she didn't get enough presents, or money or anything.
Okay.
I guess because she hyped up her birthday party so much, and then when barely people came.
Okay. Okay. So, talk to me about a big change in her behavior. So, like a long-term change, right? So she's happy for a few weeks, and she's sad for a few weeks. Like, when has that big change happened? So you tell me that she was upset at her birthday party, but it sounds like she had a reason to be, right?
Yeah.
So was there a big change in her behavior at school that you noticed at school?
Sort of.
Okay. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah. Valentine's Day was the last time she started, like, the last time she took her meds.
Okay.
When she's on her meds, she's, like, nice, she's fun, she's caring. She's not snappy at all.
Why'd she stop taking them?
I'm guessing because she felt more free.
Okay. Did she tell you that, or is...
No.
Okay. She didn't tell you why she stopped taking them?
No.
Okay.
She would say that she forgot them. That she forgot to take them.
Okay. Do you know exactly what she was on?
No.
Probably not, yeah. That's
Other than her ADHD.
just ADHD? Okay.
And then when she's off her meds, which she has been lately, she's very snappy.
Okay.
She gets mad at stuff that I would do or that anyone else would do.
Okay.
When she was off her meds. So.
Did she ever talk to you about being depressed or wanting to hurt herself or anybody else?
I knew she went through a phase where she was very depressed.
Okay.
And she had a hard time getting out of it.
When was that?
She never told me when it was. She just
Okay.
like,
She just told you I was depressed, or
Yeah.
okay. You don't recall being around her during that depression? Okay. How about suicide? Did she ever mention suicide, wanting to hurt herself or anybody else?
No.
Okay. I know she,
Oh, her crush. She's had a crush on him since, like, the beginning of the school year.
okay.
Um,
Did anything ever come of it?
She asked him for his number and he said yeah.
Okay.
She would always text him.
You said text him or sext him?
Text.
Text him, okay.
She would always text him. and call him sometimes. He really answered the phone.
Okay.
He would never text her back.
Okay. Has she had any other boyfriends? No. Has she shown interest in any other guys?
She's had a boyfriend before.
Okay.
She has two. She recently got out of a relationship not too long ago.
Okay.
He didn't go to our school. He got expelled from our school. He broke a kid's elbow.
What's his name? You know what his last name is?
No.
Do you know where he goes now? White kid, black kid? Have you ever met him?
I met him once.
Okay. Is he your age? Younger? Older?
Same age.
Same age? Okay, so he'd be in 7th grade?
He's either 12 or 13.
Okay. You said he got expelled for breaking a kid's elbow? Okay.
She had another boyfriend.
Does he?
Yes.
Did any of these boyfriends ever amount to anything? Were they just hand-holding and just nothing more than that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it was a long distance, and then with David, it was all through text.
Okay. So did she ever talk to you about anybody else? Okay. So she never talked to you about anything else that was going on at home? Yeah, you mentioned that. I've gotten that from a few other people.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm trying to recall, but I don't think she mentioned anything else at home or anything other than her and mom fighting. Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys follow each other on social media?
I'm not allowed to have them.
Okay.
The only thing I have is her YouTube shorts and
Is hers or yours?
hers.
Hers. Can I see those? You follow her on YouTube, is that what you said?
Yes.
YouTube Shorts? How often did you go?
Every single weekend.
Every single weekend? Okay. Did you have anybody else that lived there? If you want to still work on those videos. Oh, thanks.
I met Stephan once or twice. I met him once and I shook his hand and then he said hello to me.
Stephan is... You said you only met him once?
I only met him once.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm just going to kind of look through these real quick. Is that okay?
She said she was going to show her face at 200 subs.
She was going to what? I'm sorry?
Show her face at 200 subs.
At 200 subs, okay. Did she ever make any other content?
I don't know. She has Discord, which is a streaming thing where you can go live. I don't know if she's ever gone live though.
Do you have her Discord?
I think so. I don't know if she's downloaded Discord.
Okay. You mind re-downloading it for me?
Can I run inside and grab a charger?
Yeah, of course. I saw it was low, but if you don't mind plugging it in so we can try to get Discord downloaded. Okay.
Every single morning she would wake up and she'd be like, hey, good morning, and then she would send me like home to like Instagram reels or like YouTube shorts.
Okay.
Monday morning she did not.
Okay.
Even if she were like sick or something or she were to oversleep, she would still text me in the morning.
Okay. So that was always.
That was always.
Okay.
She would always text me in the morning and stuff. Monday morning I thought it was suspicious that she didn't, but when she oversleeps, that's the only time she doesn't.
Okay.
But she'll still text me like
when she gets up.
She'll wake up.
Okay.
And then when I got off the bus and like I turned on my phone and she didn't text me, I was like, okay, something's up.
Okay. Did you reach out to her at that point, or
I called her.
You called her? Okay. Did she answer? Or? Okay. You said that you met once.
Mm-hmm.
What was his name? I'm sorry.
Stephan. That's what they call him.
Okay.
Stephan Sterns.
Do you have any pictures with Stephan? Anything like that? You guys going out and doing things? Just casual pictures? Anything?
I had two pictures of him that
Okay.
I had tried to find last night.
Okay.
When I heard he was arrested.
Uh-huh.
I went through all of our text messages, all of our photos,
Yeah.
and videos, and every like group chat or anything, but it was like completely like erased.
Couldn't find them?
I couldn't find them.
Okay.
My phone's turning on, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, so he had sent me like two pictures of him.
Mm-hmm. What was he doing in those?
Just looks like she took a screenshot from like FaceTime that he didn't know.
Okay. Did she ever send anything else of him? Nothing else? Okay. Did you ever see anything else of hers? Did she ever send you pornography, anything like that? No? Okay. Did she ever send you any pictures of herself that were pornographic, or of anybody else? No? Okay.
She would send a picture, but it wouldn't go past like right here.
Okay. Of herself or of somebody else?
Of herself.
Of herself. Okay.
This is her Discord.
Sorry, I'm just gonna look through it. He says, or she. I'm sorry. She says in this message that she can't be on because that is there. Do you recall her saying that? Okay. I guess did she ever not hang out with you, whether online or in person, to see him?
He had visited her when he'd move out. He like spent a day with her once, and then we were supposed to hang out that day, and she canceled because he came, and she was like sorry I can't hang out after he was coming.
Okay. Your mom seems to think you need to show me some other message between you and somebody else. She just texted you when it was on there, so it popped up. Did you show this to Brittany the other day?
I did not show it to Brittany.
You did not? Okay.
I showed it to Debbie.
So, what do you think? Where do you think she went? What do you think happened?
I think she ran away because she was scared that something was going to happen, or I think she was scared of. I think she wanted to get away from that, and he threatened her that way she didn't tell anybody. That way she didn't go tell me, or she know I would told someone, told my parents or something.
Okay. Was she a virgin?
Yes.
She was? Okay. So, did she ever ask you to keep any secrets for her? No? Okay. Did she ever tell you anything that she implied was a secret?
Other than her likeness or...
Nothing more than that. Okay. Did you guys ever have any explicit conversations about sex? Okay.
She would text me like
I would reiterate that you're obviously not in trouble or anything. Anything you tell me is in confidence. This isn't going to go to the school or your parents or anything. Okay?
when she turned 13, she would go in the woods.
Yeah.
That's not what she said, though.
What'd she say?
She said if World War III to break out, to
Oh, yeah. 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 We're aware of that.
And then if she were 13, she'd go, like, leave the house and never come back.
Is that what you're looking for?
No, she would send me, like, something weird. But it's, like, not litter.
What was it?
It was something, like, dirty, like, it was like a picture.
What was it?
It was, she drew something on paper.
Okay.
It was weird. And it's you're the person who interviewed me had seen her.
Brittany.
Yes.
Okay, so if Brittany has it, that's okay.
She would also on call, like, she'd be like, oh, I'm gonna do this. Like, if me and him were together.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware of that, yes. She'd ever confided anything in you personally, though? Okay. About anybody she might have been in a relationship with? Anything she might have been in a physical relationship with?
No, she was always so obsessed with it.
Okay.
It wouldn't seem like she was.
Even before she had... Then it was... So, never anybody else? She ever come to school with bruises or anything? Not that you know of?
Other than, like, makeup around her eye.
Okay. Did she come to school with makeup around her eye and you ask her and she say it was bruised or no?
She'd come with, like, red eyeshadow, like, under her eyes.
Okay.
It would look like she'd been crying. And she'd be like, I'm not just makeup.
Had she gotten her period? Yes. She had? Okay. Is that something that you two would discuss?
She told me she got hers because I
Okay.
did mine was like 2 days after.
Would she tell you every month that she got it? Okay.
It's pretty much just to give me a heads up that
You said you're typically 2 days after? Was there ever a time when it was irregular? When, it came early for her, or it was late for her?
Yeah, last month it was late.
I'm sorry, you said?
Last month.
Last month it was late? Do you remember what she said?
I got mine and she didn't say anything. She was like, oh, I haven't gotten mine yet or anything. Like, I haven't had cramps or anything like that. They would show a sign of a period. And then, like, after like a week, I was done with mine. And then
Okay.
2 weeks after, she got hers.
Okay, so she did end up getting it, it was just late. Okay. You said it was 2 weeks, though.
So around 2 weeks.
Did you have a conversation about that? About what could have caused that? Did she show any concern about being pregnant? Did she say that she explicitly wasn't? I know you said that she was a virgin, but if she missed her period, did it come up again and she reiterate that she could not have been pregnant, or no? You don't know? Okay. You don't know if it was talked about, or you...
I don't think it was.
Okay. Is there anything else you think I need to know?
Other than the school, it's weird how she called me and was like, hey, they were like in the summer, but then I was confused she told my dad the same thing,
That what?
that she dropped her off, not.
That the off.
Yeah, and she didn't say anything about it.
Okay.
Not even one mention. And then she seemed really calm like every single time I would talk to her on the phone or anything. She wouldn't be like freaking out or anything.
Is there anything else you think I need to know? Okay. Are you aware of what's going on? Have you seen the news and stuff about how Stephan, about how he was arrested and stuff? Okay, you're aware of what he was charged with? What was your reaction when you read that?
Shocked.
Shocked. Okay. Why exactly? Was it just because you never thought it could happen? Like what was the cause?
I get like weird signs from him, but not that he would like touch her weird or anything like that.
Okay, so what kind of weird signs did you get?
Most likely that crossed my mind, like that thought crossed through my mind.
Okay. When was that?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. So, before or after you saw the news? Before you saw the news.
Before I saw that he was.
Okay. The thought crossed your mind that he was doing something with her, or?
That he would probably do something.
Okay. Why exactly?
Because they were really close. Like, me and my dad are close, but not like we'll be on FaceTime.
Okay.
And stuff. Like, that was like close.
Did you ever ask her about it?
No.
About their relationship, or why they were so close, or make any jokes about them being close? No?
I'd asked her why, like, I was like, oh, it's so cool how you remember.
Yeah.
We were never really close. And she was like, yeah, but like, being on like FaceTime is like a lot. And she was like, yeah, we're just really close and stuff. Like, he's been there for me and stuff. So.
Okay. Are you aware of the sleeping situation in that household?
That
Okay. How about, she has her own room there, right?
sort of.
Sort of. Okay.
They kind of split the loft and made like a bedroom out of that. Got like 2 room dividers.
Okay.
And that was her room.
Did she ever talk about anybody sleeping in her room with her? Okay.
Other than her going with when she was sick.
About when she would go in the room when she was sick.
Yes.
Okay. So she never talked about him getting into bed with her or anything like that?
No.
Would you ever sleep over at her house?
I had asked my parents had to know.
Okay.
Because they didn't know sleep over anyways.
Okay.
But that's before Stephan. That's after Stephan moved out.
Okay. Why did he move out?
I have no clue.
Do you know when he moved out?
A couple months ago.
A couple months ago? You said you don't know why?
I had asked her, but she couldn't sleep on the question.
Okay. Anything else you think I need to know? I appreciate you taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure Brittany told you the same thing, but nobody knew her better than you, right? So it's unfortunate that it seems like not even you knew everything that was going on in her life, right? So, and we're just trying to figure out what all happened. And if this was, she asked you to keep a secret or something, you know, obviously you're not in trouble, you know, she is certainly not in trouble. We just need to know about when people became aware about what happened. You know, if this is something that, you know, it's happened before, that's why I ask. Is, you know, you think you're keeping a secret for somebody, and you are, you're just doing what they ask, right? But when people go missing, we just need to understand when this became aware, right?
Nothing about, like, her, like, running away or anything.
Yeah. So, what was going on at home is something that obviously nobody your age should have to deal with, and it was something that she was having to deal with. Mm-hmm. And I find it hard to believe that she didn't confide in anybody, not even her best friend.
I don't know if this is like true or not. I don't even like literally know. I think Stephan probably like threatened her to not say anything to anyone because she would have told me.
Yeah.
That or she was scared that I was going to tell my parents.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe. But in my experience, it tends to come out anyway.
Yeah.
So. Okay. Everything's always been true and correct? I certainly appreciate you taking time again, so we can go back to it.
Case number 24-11313. Today's date is February 27, 2024. The time is 19:16 hours. We're in Kissimmee speaking with Stephan Sterns. Okay, so I know that you already spoke to the other detective, right, about everything that kind of happened today. If you can just kind of go over it with us one more time. The timeline from, like, when you guys woke up and took her to school and all that.
So we woke up early. The plan was that we were going to get McDonald's breakfast on the way, so we made amazingly good time getting
I don't mean to interrupt you, okay? Neither of us were here yesterday, so if you can be kind of, like, specific about, like, times and stuff like that, okay?
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30ish, 7:45ish maybe. Got over to that area. She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. We got to McDonald's. We're close to McDonald's. I said, "Do you still want it?" She wasn't interested in the McDonald's anymore, so we continued on. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school. She prefers my cars are, I guess, kind of hoopties. I get it. It's an image thing. But that was sometime probably between 8:20 and 8:40ish. Somewhere in there. It was along the stretch of the road that on the right side that has all the communities on it before you get to the overpass. We could see the overpass from where it was. So it was on that side, on that stretch of road, and that's where I dropped her off. And she said she was going to go wait for her friends. She was going to go find them and hang out and wait for her friends. And I asked if that was going to be okay. She said, yeah, it's fine. Kids get dropped off early enough as it is. It's not totally unusual for that to happen. It's just not usually that early that I drop her off. I do school runs every once in a while for her. I said, okay. Let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too. And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where she was supposed to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. What I assumed was probably headphones or something like that, but I found out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. It looked like any other day. And I just continued on.
Okay. When you said you dropped her off, like, in the area,
Kind of like where exactly did you drop her off?
So if you pull down the street going towards the school, you've got that whole strip of communities on the right side there. It was in that stretch of sidewalk there. We pulled in and maybe about halfway up the street or so, and she was like, right here's good.
Was it like in one of the apartment complexes, the church?
Not in, it was outside one of the apartment. It was just on the sidewalk on the side of the road there. Just like a tuck and roll, you know?
Okay, so like if I were to be on the road, where,
Look the maps.
like what do you remember seeing that you dropped her off at?
I remember the overpass was up ahead. The sidewalk was on the right, row of trees. There's, I think, a median in the middle. And then there was another community maybe across from that before you get to the church. So it was like before the church.
So Town Loop Boulevard's that street that connects to the school.
Yeah.
Is that the street that you...
Is this, which one?
So that's Town Loop Boulevard, right?
Town
That's the
Loop,
one
yes.
that...
And where's the school located here?
The school's right here.
School's right there. Okay, so the school would be on the left in this case. Here's the overpass
So you guys came from this
about.
side?
Yeah, we came from Town Loop, I think, which is Town Center. Yeah, so we made a right here and then pulled somewhere about.
So you came from Town Center and turned onto Town Loop.
Yeah, where's the church? Is this the church here?
There is that's the church.
Okay, so we weren't up to the church yet, so we were pulled onto here, and then we pulled maybe about halfway up here, and I dropped her off somewhere in this area here.
And she walked from there to the school?
Yeah.
It's a pretty long way.
It's maybe a block or so, but it's not out of the ordinary for her. She likes to do that sometimes. She likes the cold weather. She was wearing her hoodie. She likes the cold walks.
So you dropped her off near Lilac? Does that sound right?
Yeah, it wasn't at a cross street. It was just a bit of the sidewalk there.
So did you merge into the sidewalk, or did you stop in the middle of the street, or?
I just pulled over to the sidewalk there. Let her hop out.
How often do you drop her off?
This might be the 5th or 6th time I've ever done it.
Okay, and when you drop her off, where do you normally drop her off at?
Normally down the street from the school. She requests that a lot.
Like the same area or somewhere else?
Especially if it's sometimes in the church parking lot, sometimes just wherever she tells us to let her out. As long as it's close, you know.
So it's halfway between Town Loop and Town Center and the church?
Yeah, it's just in this stretch right here. Like we got about maybe halfway up and it was there.
The McDonald's that you guys were going to stop at, did you pull into the plaza at any point?
No, she 86'd the idea before we even got there.
What do you mean by 86?
Poo-pooed the idea, didn't want it anymore.
Okay.
Wasn't in the mood anymore.
At any point while you were driving to the school, did you make a U-turn?
Yeah, I tried to sell her on McDonald's one more time because I was still kind of hungry, but at that point she was also just wanting to get to school.
Okay,
so
where...
we turned right back around.
Where did you make that U-turn at?
Actually, the school not the school parking lot, the church parking lot. I pulled into that, turned around and pulled back out. Did a UE there and went back to the McDonald's, and she still wasn't having it, and that's when we came back. See, the McDonald's is on the same Town Loop or Town Center. It connects to the same road that the
school's on?
Yeah, so it's like a straight shot.
So you guys came from, just so I can kind of get a good visualization, Town Center, and where did you come from, Town Center?
Town Center, so where's the McDonald's? I'm so bad at reading these, I'm sorry. So we
this
came,
is all Town Center.
So we came across on Town Loop, I believe. Is that the school is that the road that the school is on?
No, this is Town Center. So
Okay.
you said you were on Town Center, and then you made a right on Town Loop, which is the one that takes you to the school.
Yes, correct.
Right?
I think you passed it.
But what I'm saying is before Town Loop, or I'm sorry, for Town Center, what street did you take?
I'm so sorry. I'm bad with the streets around here.
How do you usually get to the school?
I just take John Young and then wait till I see the McDonald's and make a left there and then follow that around, and goes straight into the road that the school is on. I just use the landmarks, and I don't memorize the street names.
Is that JYP?
Yeah, so this is JYP.
I mean, at the McDonald's you turn right?
And then you said you made a left at the McDonald's? So that's Jung Young Parkway, you're going north on Jung Young?
McDonald's, and then go around, and then that shoots straight into the road that she's on.
Okay. Because that's...
I believe that's the correct road.
Yeah, well, that's the fastest way to get there, but you told me you came from Town Center and Town Loop.
I'm sorry, I don't know the street names.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So,
I'm doing my best.
That's okay. So now that we know that you came from Jung Young Parkway and you made a left on Town Loop, so you passed the McDonald's.
Yeah, that was when she said no to McDonald's the first time.
Okay. So you guys keep on going on Town Loop.
Yeah. But at that point, we still had a lot of time to kill. Very early.
So what did you guys do?
Drove towards the school, made a U-turn, came back, tried to do the McDonald's thing again. She didn't want it.
So where did you, one more time, where did you do the U-turn at?
It probably was right by the church, because it was still way too early for school. So it was on that stretch of road. I mean, they had the meeting there and the separation, so that left turn where the church is, you can make a U-turn there.
And then after you dropped her off, what did you do?
Stayed, talked to her for a minute, made sure, is it all right that you're going early? Because it was still early. She said, yeah, it's fine. I'm going to hang out and wait for my friends to get there, which she does sometimes, so it didn't sound, outrageous or anything. And that was it. Told her to have a good day. I loved her. She told me she loved me too. I turned around to leave, and I was watching her in my rearview mirror, and she looked like she was walking in the right direction. She was rummaging in her bag a little bit, like I said, but still sort of just shambling in the right direction while she was doing it. So it looked normal. It looked okay.
Okay, and then what did you do after you left the area?
I left to go to the local vape shop because I needed some more vape juice. They weren't quite open yet, so I ended up going back home. Hung out with Jen for a little while. Waited about an hour or so, and then went back and checked the vape shop again. It was open, so I got what I needed there, and came back home and hung out with Jen again for a while.
Do you remember what time you came home?
The first time was probably right around 10, close to it. And then I waited here and went back to the vape shop. Probably finished at the vape shop and came back home again a little after 11.
Okay. You said the first time that you hung out with Jen for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Was Jen here when you got here at 10? Okay.
I think so. She might have been at her blood appointment. Let me double check. I know she had a blood appointment at some point during the day.
It's okay. We don't have to ask her right now.
Sorry, everything's a blur.
So she might have been here. She might have not have been here
I
the first time.
believe she was here because she was sleeping in as much as she possibly could because she's been messed up with a new work schedule. So she had to be here because she didn't want to sleep in.
Okay.
I'll double check, but yeah, I believe she was here.
And then what time did you say you left again to the smoke shop?
Maybe after an hour or so, maybe 11 or so.
Okay. And then what time did you get to the smoke shop?
It's maybe 10 minutes away, so not long after that. Stopped in and got some juice. And
what's the name of the smoke shop?
Eastman Bromley.
Okay.
It's just over off of John Young. It's not far from the school.
And then after the smoke shop, what did you do?
Came home, yeah.
Okay, for how long?
least until maybe 12:30, 12:45ish, something like that.
And then what'd you do after that?
I had a couple errands to run over on 192. She was talking about making a BJ shopping list. She just wanted to make sure I was back in time for us to both go pick up. So I was visiting some card shops around the area on 192. I'm kind of a nerd, so we had a new trading card game release, and I was seeing what the situation was with it.
Do you remember what places you visited?
Yeah, Coliseum of Comics. Stopped by a couple Targets, and I was going to go to House Rules Games down by Oak and 192. But I didn't make it that far. I got a flat tire on the way.
Do you remember where you got your flat tire?
It was on 192. I pulled into one of those plazas somewhere. It's been about 10 years since I switched out a tire, though, so I made a lot of rookie mistakes and ended up pinning my thumb between the frame and the jack. Yeah, I'm lucky it's not a lot worse than it could have been. Remains to be seen if I'll keep
Do you
my
remember the
thumb
name
down.
of the plaza by any chance?
I don't.
Do you remember like what stores were in this
It
plaza?
was like right before you got to Oak, though, so it was one of those little strips.
Okay. And then
but I did
after
not
that?
make it back in time because of that. I thankfully had the spare. I put that on and tried to get back in time, but caught every red light on the way. And she ended up leaving out. I was about 10 minutes late on it. So I called her and let her know what happened. I apologized profusely because I had promised I'd be there with her to go pick her up. Just sat and waited. After that, she had already gone to get her, so I just sat and waited and hung out, straightened up the house a little bit. And that was it. Then we got the call.
What do you mean you got the call?
Got the call from her that had not come out. So we started getting worried. Started making the calls to her family. Be on the lookout. She might be walking to you. Just when everything sort of started going downhill.
I won. What was it?
Did you check on the map the southbound? The Greenville? I'm not sure where Greenville is. I'm sorry. And she forgot her phone, right? Is it normal for her to not have her phone?
Unfortunately, she's severely ADHD, as am I. So it is not uncommon at all, and in fact, very, very usual thing for her to forget things. She'd forget her head if it wasn't screwed on. And we're forgetful about, writing her about that. We'll remind her, and then it will leave our mind, and she'll say okay, and then it will leave her mind.
And is she on medication for this stuff?
Normally, yes. She's been staying with her grandparents a lot this week. So she has not been getting her meds a whole lot.
Okay.
So she was really spacey.
Where?
Disney. Concierge at Cornell.
What changed in her hours that she needs all this sleep?
She's training, so it's not a set schedule yet.
Okay.
It's just early this day, late closing training this day.
So different hours. Yeah, no, that takes a toll.
So I came up here. She needed help. I split my time between the two places. I needed a visit. We all needed to be a little happier together. So.
This is a great one. GHI. This is town.
And where's the McDonald's?
Right.
So that doesn't make sense. Right? Because the school's up here?
Am I messing up the streets again?
Yeah, town loop. Because this one's town center, but town loop.
We're just trying to figure out your direction of travel, right?
I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with that area over there, Hunters Creek.
You said you made a U-turn at the church,
to go see if she wanted McDonald's again, correct?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere else? Because I know you said you had time to kill.
Yeah.
Did you guys go anywhere else?
No, we didn't go anywhere else.
Is there a reason why you would be back on John Young Parkway?
When we tried to go back to McDonald's a second time, we would have made a left over there instead and just looped around again.
What do you mean?
Just made a circle.
Made a circle how? Can you show me on the map?
So
this
going,
is the
going
McDonald's
back down
right here,
to
right?
McDonald's.
That's the McDonald's right there.
Correct. So going back down and then just straight shot back down.
You
again.
would come down this way?
I can't read the map. I'm so sorry.
Yep, I'll go.
Where's the McDonald's?
The McDonald's is right here. This is Town Loop. So this is
Okay.
John Young Parkway.
John
You guys
Young,
are coming
okay,
up John
this
Young.
is the McDonald's.
Yep.
And the school's on this corner.
Correct. Somewhere over here.
Mhm.
So we come back out here, there, and then we can take a straight shot back down to the school again there. They connect. Town Loop and Town Center connect.
Right.
So it's
So where did you make the U-turn?
the U-turn was on the street when we were going to go back to McDonald's, and then we drove down to McDonald's here. And
Right. So just so I don't get confused, you're going up John Young Parkway, right? You're going northbound.
originally, yes.
Right. You make a left
Make a
at the
left
McDonald's.
here, go towards the school.
Okay. How far did you get before you made the U-turn? So
We got. Is this the school right here?
yep, that's Town Loop.
So we got up to here and then made a U-turn over here, past the median.
Okay. So
Went back to McDonald's.
on Lincoln Town Loop.
Still time to kill. She still didn't want the McDonald's, but I did give her a raspberry and cheese Danish.
So did you go through the drive-thru? Did you
No.
go inside?
No, didn't go inside. She
Where
just-
did you get the Danish from?
Oh, the Entenmann's that I brought from home. I gave her a couple of those to put in the car.
Okay.
So she wasn't without food totally. So we just continued past it again and turned around and said, screw it, just drop you off early.
Okay, so you came back around to the McDonald's.
And then right onto the school road.
What's is that back on John Young Parkway?
Yeah,
or?
back on the John Young Parkway. It comes down here, and then here's Town Center again.
So then you took Town Center the
Yes.
second time around?
Yes, and then made a right down to the school.
Do you
Okay.
remember what time you dropped her off?
I estimated it to be sometime between 8:20, 8:40.
Are you on your phone? Do you have Google Maps?
I do, but I wasn't mapsing it.
When you're giving her rides, does she sit in the front or the back?
She sits in the front. She likes to sit.
Do you mind if I look at your maps real quick?
Yeah, that's fine.
And just to confirm, also, you said, so the second time around, you said you went up John Young Parkway, you went through Town Center this time, made a right on Town Loop, and then you said you dropped
It
her
was
off
right here in this stretch here. Yeah.
around this area. Okay. Which was before the underpass.
Correct. Before the underpass, just before the church. The church was ahead on the left. The underpass was just beyond that. The school was just on the other side of the underpass. So maybe
On the left-hand side.
Maybe a block away.
Okay. And you said that that's typical of her to walk that distance?
Yeah, she likes the morning walks when it's cool. She doesn't like being seen getting out of certain cars. Being a middle schooler, it's an image thing. And she will sometimes like to hang out and wait for her friends. She's known to do that.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just take a picture of your history?
Yeah, that's fine.
And that time would have been, you said around
8:20ish, 8:30, sometime between 8:20 and 8:40.
What time does she go into class?
She has to be there no later than 9:15. Doors open at 8. Doors open at 9, I think. And then school officially starts around 9:20 or 9:28, I think.
Okay.
So we got up.
And when you dropped her off, is that earlier than typical, later than typical, around the same time?
Earlier than typical.
Really?
We had made really good time that morning, and with the subtraction of McDonald's, we had more time than unusual.
Okay.
But she said it was okay. She was very confident and convincing that it would be fine.
And you saw what direction she walked to after you dropped her off?
Yeah, it looked like she was moving towards the direction of the school like she was supposed to.
Was she still on the right side of the road, or did she cross
She was
over?
when I left her, yeah. She was still on the right side.
What kind of phone is this?
S23 Ultra, I think.
I don't know how to work this thing.
I barely know how to work it myself.
I'm an iPhone person.
No.
Is it okay if I go in your settings real quick? I just want to see if you're logged on to your Google.
I am not logged on to my Google with that, actually.
Is it okay if I check?
Yeah.
Does she have any other devices besides that phone? Any other electronics?
She had her school laptop with her.
Is that still supposed to be with her?
Still supposed to be with her, yes.
Okay. And what kind of book bag was she carrying?
Black book bag with like grayish blue hibiscus flowers on it, like a print.
When she leaves in the mornings, what does she usually put her phone?
Either in her backpack or like her back pocket, kind of wherever she just thinks to put it at the time.
Hold on, I don't know how to use this phone. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
I don't know, you've probably been asked already, but she's never ran away or been away for longer than a certain period of time, amount of time, nothing like that.
No, I think she'd know what to do if she did run away. She's not the type. She's a good kid.
Besides the ADHD, is she diagnosed with anything else?
Yeah, she was tested a while back and had some symptoms of autism, so she's potentially on the spectrum there.
Okay.
She was officially diagnosed with it when she was younger, and then she was retested and said, well, she shows symptoms of being on the spectrum, but maybe not full-on autistic.
Is this what you use to go places?
Yes. Go places, search addresses, look at store hours, write reviews. It's a pretty new phone, though. Have we had any updates?
We literally have like 50 people right now on scene looking. I don't know if there's any updates. The best person would be the other detective because he's the one that is in charge of all this.
I don't think I've eaten anything since yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are worried.
When did you come back to help Jen? Is that her name?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Like, because you live down south, right? Mm-hmm. When did you come back up north to help her?
I just got here this weekend.
Do you remember what day it was?
Sunday was her birthday party, so yeah, it was the evening after her birthday party, Sunday.
Okay. Do you remember what time you got here on Sunday?
8:30ish, maybe.
Okay.
Just in time to make sure that she was doing all her nighttime routines.
You live in North Pole, right?
Yeah, I split my time between the two.
Is that on?
Split my time between the two.
Is that Broward County or?
Sarasota County, I believe,
okay.
or Charlotte County, either way.
Gotcha.
It's my parents' house. They're old and they need help these days, and they got a house full of poodles, and it's chaos. That's why I needed to come back up here and just get away from that. Between two deaf old people yelling at each other and poodles yapping all the time, it's enough to drive anyone up a wall. I was very happy to be back here.
Did you, when you guys were looking for you guys look?
Me and her stayed local. It was all the rest of the family that mobilized and was beating the bushes. And
Did you guys drive together or separate?
I don't think we drove anywhere when we were looking.
You didn't drive anywhere?
Not that I recall.
Did you guys go anywhere last night? Was that media?
Maybe. I think Box 35 or something was coming.
If it is, let me tell him to use the paper.
Okay.
I don't recall. You have to ask her if we went anywhere. I don't recall. I was so zonked out on Ativan at that point.
Okay.
Because I was a wreck. I don't.
And this would have been when?
I don't recall us going anywhere last night, but honestly, at that point my brain was mush and I was on so many tranquilizers to keep me stable. I was just...
You said Ativan?
Yeah.
Do you usually take that, or?
Yeah, I have a prescription. I haven't needed it in a long time, though. But
what's that for?
Anxiety.
Okay.
I was having these rolling panic attacks and breaking down crying, and I just...
Oh, you got one. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Here you go. And it was the only way I could get to sleep last night. And then again this afternoon. That's why I missed your calls. I'm sorry. I took an Ativan and conked out for a few hours. It's the only time when I'm not crying.
And I remember after they got
It's okay if I just pop down real quick.
Yeah. So we're trying to get just a good idea, times, all that stuff.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm giving my best recollections. I'm not a morning person as it is. So a lot of the times are best guess.
But we know that you go up Jongyung Parkway. That's the road you usually take to take her. And then you make a left at that McDonald's, right? Which is the town loop.
You can make a left to get there either at the McDonald's or at Town Center itself. They both lead to the school.
So if you leave her at, just so you get a sense of direction, Jongyung Parkway goes northbound and southbound. So you're going northbound into Orange County, making a left at the McDonald's, which is the town loop. You said when you did drop her off at that medium, you said it was around 8:20 to 8:30ish, somewhere around that time?
Somewhere in there, yeah. It was early, but not like outrageously early, you know?
So what would you estimate when you made a left at that McDonald's to be?
After I dropped her off?
No, I'm saying when you dropped her off.
First left by that McDonald's.
Yeah, when you first go, that first left that you make at the McDonald's.
It had to have been around maybe 8, maybe quarter after 8, sometime in there.
Okay.
Sometime between 8 and a quarter after, I think.
All right. So just so it's, you can kind of picture it here on the map. So you're going northbound. You make a left here. Around like 8:10, 8:15. Let's say 8:15, around there. When you get over here, you make a U-turn. You go back to the McDonald's. But you said that she still doesn't want the McDonald's.
Still doesn't want it. She was just going to eat the Danishes that I had given her.
So you're going up here now, still northbound on Jongyang Parkway. You make a left at Town Center this time.
Town Center, then make a right onto, yes.
And then you drop her off around like
dropped her off around halfway up the road there.
So keep in mind, all of this is still northbound.
Okay.
Right? You're still northbound on Jongyang Parkway. Northbound. So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? I'll show you what location it is. McDonald's is over here. At 8:10, your car is seen going southbound at this intersection. So meaning going toward Kissimmee.
I had forgotten I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left because I forgot my gate clicker. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
Okay.
So yes, we'd gone out.
How far did you get before you came back down? When you realized you forgot your clicker?
Nearly all the way to the school. And then we turned around. We had plenty of time to kill, so it was time to go back. I rushed back, got the clicker, and that's when I came back here this way.
So you guys came back here to get your clicker?
Correct.
So when we look at the cameras in the front, it's going to show you coming back in here with her in the car?
Yes, with her in the passenger seat, yes.
I know it sounds like we're asking you stupid questions, okay? We just want to verify the times.
I'm sorry I'm not being more help. I'm not a morning person. I was half asleep as it was. I'm trying.
The clicker's to get where?
Into our neighborhood.
Okay, and you forgot the clicker where?
I had forgotten the clicker here.
So how did you get in?
I was able to use my parking sticker for them to scan to let me through.
Okay, so could you not have done that after you dropped her off?
I could have, but I also like to come back in from the back gate a lot of the times, and I didn't know if I would be back right away. And sometimes they're busy up front, so it's better not to wait in a line.
What time is security usually there at the front gate?
They were there when I came through. He scanned my ticket.
So would it have not just made more sense to drop her off and come back since security's already there?
I don't know if it made more sense. It's just what I did.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else that we haven't asked that you feel is important? Maybe that might help us out?
I'm sorry I'm having trouble recollecting everything.
I'm going to step away for a second.
Anything that you remember maybe she might have told you?
She didn't mention anything in particular. I made a joke about her Crocs. She wears Crocs and socks. So we were joking about that.
Would she say she's usually like a happy, go-lucky girl?
Very happy. She brings a lot of joy. She's a very good girl. It definitely doesn't feel the same around here if she's not here. She was so happy too. She was looking forward to my visit here. She was looking forward to us all being together. She was just happy. She was just very happy.
So you'd say you guys have a pretty good relationship?
Yeah, definitely have a very strong bond. And she goes to when she gets in a fight with her and she needs someone to comfort her, and like I'm that person for her, you know.
How's
good most of the time? You know, not long ago, so she's getting the PMS mood swings, and when they butt heads, and so as well as you can expect, but otherwise very loving, very loving. This girl knows nothing but love here in this house. She hardly ever hears the word no. Double-edged sword that is.
How is she in school?
So-so. She's so-so in school.
Like grade-wise?
She's doing a lot better, though. Apparently she just made Student of the Week.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, so we're very proud of her. She's doing singing, choir, and she's sounding just amazing. She sang for me last night, and I immediately wanted to show her the movie Sister Act because of the choir singing. It was so pretty. It reminded me. I told her I was very proud of her.
Does she have, does she like video games, anything like that?
She does like video games, yeah. She plays Roblox, Minecraft. I think those are the two big ones that I know of.
You don't know her to like ever have any friends on there that she talks to, anything like that?
She does. She does group chats. She does like voice chatting too on it. Usually with like her cousins or her friends, and they'll all be playing Roblox or something, and, yelling at each other on the phone.
When's the last time you all lived together?
December.
December. Okay.
December.
And you said the reason was for your parents down there?
Yeah, going down to help them because they're getting on in age and they're making their end-of-life plans and they need someone to help out.
Can you unlock this one more time, please?
Sure.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sorry, are you guys done?
No, we're good.
The other detective mentioned that you did not have your phone yesterday?
Correct.
Tell me about that.
I left my phone at home in the morning, too. I was so busy riding her to the door on time that I left my phone. She left her phone. We both left our phones.
Did you have your phone when you went to the smoke shop?
Not the first time after I dropped her off. I was still without it. I got my phone and went back to the smoke shop later when I got home.
And then I also noticed, I was checking your call history. I noticed that you don't have anything before this morning. Is that unusual on your phone?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the fuck. Pardon me. I don't know what the heck I did, but somehow during the massive OS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
What time was that? Do you remember?
Oh, sometime while I was hanging out with Jen. Jen might know. I looked at her and said, "What did I just do?"
Okay.
She might know better. I don't know what time it was. It was when I was here with Jen.
I don't think I have any other questions. Do you, Louis?
I don't know where my head was yesterday. It was so far up my backside.
That's okay, we understand. In the meantime, while we're waiting for all this to get sorted out, I am going to hold on to your phone, okay? I'll give it back to you when we're done. Okay? Do you have any questions for us?
How long are you going to need my phone?
I'm not sure. I'm waiting for my supervisor to call me.
My dad. It's just my dad's using that to get a hold of me and get updates.
They can call Jen's phone.
Okay.
Did the other detective give you his business card?
I believe so.
Okay, well, here's mine, in case you want it for any reason.
Okay.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you swear that everything you told us is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for your time. We appreciate it. I know it's a little hectic right now. And then I know you were about to head somewhere. If you can just hang tight and refrain from going back in your car, please.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I was actually going to move it over a spot.
No, just leave it here. It's fine. Thank you. 4-11313. Today's date is February 27th, 2024. The time is 23:32 hours. Gonna speak with Jennifer Soto. Hey, Jennifer. I haven't introduced myself. My name's Myra Taglo. Okay, I'm a detective with the sheriff's office. Do you mind if I talk to you? Do you mind if we talk over there by the car? That's fine.
Yeah. Where? Inside the house?
In the car.
Yeah. Our car?
Yeah. Oh, look at the baby. Does it lock?
No, it should be fine.
Okay. Over here,
Are we
please.
going to be able to go back home soon?
I'll explain it in a second. Okay? I have a question too before we get started. Somebody said something like somebody in here has a gun. Is that a true statement or a false statement?
That's a true statement.
Okay, where is this gun at right now?
It is upstairs in the guest bedroom.
It's not like in any of these cars out here.
No, I don't believe so. I think it's upstairs in the guest bedroom. Bedroom number 4. It's got a number 4 on it.
Okay, how certain are we of that?
As far as I know, the gun is inside upstairs. I haven't heard of it being in the car.
Okay. Let me just move my purse.
If you want to take driver.
I could be incorrect. I'm not sure.
If you want to start the car and just give me 1 second.
Yeah. Let me make this. I know it's not the most comfortable, but at least you won't be cold over there.
Yeah. I get cold super easy.
Yeah, I'm the same way, so I understand. You want to take a seat right over here, and then she's gonna.
Do you have your keys on you?
Yep. Here, have it a little closer just in case.
Sorry, this isn't my car. There we go. Okay, so I'm not sure if he introduced himself, but his name is Luis Acosta. Okay? We both work for Orange County Sheriff's Office. So I understand you spoke with the other guy earlier with Detective Frank Hunt. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We have officially taken over the case, okay? So...
Are you guys with Kissimmee?
No, we're with Orange County.
Oh.
It's just a different unit.
Oh, okay. What unit are you with?
We're with sex crimes.
Okay.
It's just because of her age and is why we take over. Does that make... I know it's kind of confusing, but, like, we have, like, different rules in Orange County. And depending on, like, people's age, we sometimes take over investigation when it comes to missing persons.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, when you talked to him earlier, I kind of got like a brief synopsis of what happened. I understand you have a new job.
Yes.
Okay? And if I say anything that's incorrect, please correct me, okay? You have a new job, and last night you asked them to go sleep upstairs because you wanted to get rest. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What time was this? Do you remember? It doesn't have to be like exact time, but like just... Oh, and then yesterday she had her... Or Sunday she had her birthday party, right?
Sunday she had her birthday party.
Okay, what time was that party at?
It started at 3 o'clock.
Okay, from 3 to what time?
I'm not sure. I wasn't there. I was at work.
Oh, okay. You weren't there.
But I know my sister was home around 8:30.
Uh-huh. Was Stephan here at that time?
I'm not sure if he was here at the time, but I think he got here a little bit after.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, okay, she was already doing what she was supposed to. She had taken her nighttime meds, and she was getting ready for bed, like taking a shower. She takes showers at night. So he's like, okay, she was already on it. I didn't get home until, I'm going to say 10:30.
Okay.
And then at 11, I sent him to bed.
Did Stephan make it to the party?
No.
Okay. And then... Once you get here, you said you sent her to bed at 11. And the following morning... Well, I'm sorry, let me backtrack a little bit. You send them upstairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many bedrooms are upstairs?
3.
Okay. Where?
In bedroom number 4.
Okay. And what about Stephan?
Bedroom number 4.
Okay. Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room?
Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs. But when... also, a lot of times, we will sleep together in the king-size bed, all 3 of us. Or sometimes Stephan will go upstairs and in our bed alone. So it just really depends on what's going on that night with our schedules and what we're doing.
Okay, where were you sleeping?
Downstairs in the king-size bed.
Okay. Is it just you two here? Well, you guys have a roommate, right?
We have 2 roommates, and one of the roommates has a son who's here, like, a little bit more than half the week.
So what rooms do you guys use?
The room downstairs, the master bedroom downstairs, and room number 4.
Okay. So it wasn't last night. It was the night before. Stephan slept in bedroom number 4, and you slept downstairs.
Yes.
In the master. Okay. What time did you wake up?
I'm going to say around 8 o'clock in the morning, Stephan came into the room and was trying to put the leash on the dog. Somewhere between... I'm going to say somewhere between... He came into the room somewhere between 8 and 8:15. He came in to put the leash on the dog, and I got up to try to help him because my dog is kind of a nervous dog, and I didn't want him to pee on the bed. So we wrangled him, put him on his leash, and he said, "Go back to sleep." And I said, "Okay." So I laid back and went back to sleep.
Okay.
I heard people in the kitchen. I'm not sure exactly who was in the kitchen. As far as I know, I came downstairs to get ready in her. So she's got she's kind of got a bedroom in the living room. If you go into the apartment, you'll see there's like one of those fake walls. separating half the bedroom. She's got like a desk with a bedroom and a TV and a dresser. Mm-hmm. But she'll hang out there during the day, but she never sleeps there. She always sleeps with me. And then the rare occasion upstairs. But most of the time it's with me.
Okay. Did you see her on Monday morning?
Visually see her? No.
Did you hear her?
I heard many people in the kitchen. I'm not sure if it was my roommate or her specifically.
Okay, is your roommate a male or a female?
Female.
Okay.
They're both females.
When was the last time you physically saw?
Wednesday, 11 o'clock. I'm sorry. Sunday, 11 o'clock.
Sunday when you sent her to bed?
To bed. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when you woke up, you said you woke up briefly because Stephan went in there. Did you go back to sleep?
Yes.
What time did you get up?
Let me see if I actually have my alarm set. No, I don't have the specific day on there. Let me check something real quick. I'm pretty sure I woke up around 9 o'clock in the morning. Mm-hmm. And then I left at 9:30.
I had an appointment,
I had a doctor's appointment at like 10:15.
Uh-huh.
But they took a while. And then by the time they did my blood work and whatever, I think I got home somewhere between 11 and 11:15.
Okay. When you got back, was Stephan here?
I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
What was he doing?
Just sitting in my room. At my computer desk. On his phone.
Okay. What did you guys do?
We chatted for a little bit. I asked him what had happened because he had called me earlier at 10. Let me see. Pretty sure he called me around 10:18.
What did he call you for?
To let me know. To let me know that they didn't go to McDonald's as planned. He had asked her multiple times if she wanted to stop at McDonald's because that was the plan the night before. That they were going to wake up early. He was going to take her to McDonald's, do like a special McDonald's breakfast, and then drop her off at school early because she wanted to get there a little early. But on his way to school, she was very sleepy and wanted to sleep in the car. Mm-hmm. And she said she did not want to do McDonald's. She just wanted to be dropped off.
Okay.
Also to let me know that he left his phone at home. Because I had called him multiple times and he hadn't picked up. He had left his phone at home by accident. He had went to the vape shop. But they didn't open on time. So he had waited for quite a while in front of the vape shop. They didn't open, so he left and came back and we hung out a little bit. And then I think he left again to the vape shop to go buy what he needed.
Okay.
Do you want the name of the vape shop?
Yes. If you have it at the top of your mind. I'm sure we're going to talk again soon and we'll have more.
No, I'm just saying because that might be helpful if you want to see like surveillance or anything.
Okay, so at some point I understand he gets like a flat tire and he's not able to go with you to pick school.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And when you get to the school, how do you realize that she wasn't there?
So I usually leave around 2:30 to pick her up. She gets out of school at 4. So I wait it takes me about 20-25 minutes to get to the school and then I wait about an hour for her to get out. I waited the whole time. And then when the bell rang and then it was time for her to come out, she wasn't one of the first kids like she normally is. And I realized I was holding up the line because everyone behind me had children. and they needed to get out because I was the first in line. So after about, I'm going to say, I think it was like 4:10, she didn't come out and I was holding up the line, so I drove away. I said, maybe I forgot to tell her that I was picking her up that day, because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working that day. But I had assumed that she thought, she knew that I was going to go get her. So because she never came out, I left and I went. She works less than, I'm going to say it's like a 3-minute drive from the school. It's very close. She works in the Hunters Creek Villages area. I drove that way, and I drove along the path that she would walk, and I didn't see her. And then office, I asked, hey, has she gotten here yet? They said no. And I said, okay, let me wait a little bit. And I parked back again on Hunter's Park Lane, I think. And I waited along that lane to see if I would see her walking. And I didn't see her walking. And it was about 4:30, 4:35. At this point, she should have. So I went back to the office. And then I was like, is she here yet? No, she hasn't gotten here. And I said, okay, hold on. Let me see. I called her best friend. And I was like, hey, are you... I don't know if I told her I was picking her up from school today or to walk to the office, but I don't see her anywhere. And she goes, no, she never came to school today. She didn't come to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? We dropped her off close to school. She should have walked to school. She goes, no, she never made it to any of her periods. And I said, can you please check with your other friends in your other classes to see if she ever made it? She got back to me and said no. At this point, I started to panic because I realized something was wrong. I emailed one of her teachers, a few of her teachers actually, and one of them responded to me. He said she didn't make it to his period at all, and he checked all her other classes, and she didn't make it to school at all. That's when I knew something was truly wrong, and I'm before that email or after that email. But I started panicking and freaking out because she should have been to school. She should have made it.
And then I understand she forgot her phone, right?
Yeah.
Is it common for her to not have her phone?
Yes. She's got ADHD. She's super forgetful. She doesn't even... She never realizes that she's in the shower for a whole hour. She loses track of time. She's very...
And then you guys went looking for her, right?
Yes.
Where did you look? Like, did you drive somewhere? Did you walk? Like, where did you go look for her?
Okay. So, after her best friend called me, actually, or I talked to her best friend on the phone, I went back to the school to see, let me check her official attendance. Let me see what's going on. They were already closed. Nobody was at the school. So I searched by backtracking into the school and then coming back out and seeing that there were no kids at the school at all. So then I drove to the office. Everything was driving. And then I think that was a response from her teacher at that point. But,
did you come back to the apartment at any point yesterday once you realized she was missing?
Stephan was at home waiting for us to get back. And then when I told him something was wrong, she never made it to school, he completely hauled it back to me. And then we all stood there waiting for the cops to show up, and they didn't show up till like 7:30. It took them a while to respond. I think they were looking for other missing kids around the area too. But yeah, no, we did not come back home until we were done with the police. We were done with everything. There was nothing else for us to do except come back
Where
home.
was her phone when all of this was happening?
With me.
How did you get the phone if you never came back here?
I took it with me to go pick her up from school. I was going to give it to her when she got in the car and be like, listen, you forgot your phone again, and let her play on it. I'll do that sometimes when she forgets it. I bring the phone with me and I just give it to her afterwards. But I had brought it with me to go pick her up from school.
Okay. And you works where?
And then, did you at any point check her phone out while you had it?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Okay. Actually, I started looking, but I could not concentrate on reading anything. I was too panicked and too worried. I handed the phone to my sister.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one, and my niece. They both started going through her texts. I saw her texts.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing seemed weird. No weird random people. Everyone is someone I was familiar with or had heard about.
Mm-hmm.
They checked her Roblox. They
Mm-hmm.
checked her Discord. I checked her Discord as well. There was nothing weird. One of the police officers taught me to look at deleted text messages.
Mm-hmm.
We looked at those as well. They were random text messages deleted. They weren't anything.
Do you remember where you were when you were looking at her phone?
Yes.
Which is where?
Let me see. Is it okay if I call her?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll get the exact address.
And then, while she answers, were you guys, when you guys were looking for her, did you guys keep looking for her in the Hunters Creek area or somewhere else?
Hunters Creek area.
Okay. Did you guys come back here at any point?
No.
What time did you guys come back home?
Hold on a second. What time did we come back? What time did we come back? That was a very good question. I was gonna say it was like somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock p.m.
Did you guys go back out after that?
Stephan went back out.
And this was last night, right?
Yes.
Okay. Where was after this?
With me.
Okay. Did you leave the house at any point with her phone after this?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Hold on. No, I think it's been home all day today, too.
It's been home all day today?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
What time did the police take her phone?
Oh, just kidding. Yeah, they took it. I don't have it anymore. What time did he take the phone? I've made so many phone calls today and seen so many people today that I
was it
don't
light
know.
out or dark out?
It was light out. It was still Detective Hunt still yeah, it was during the daytime.
And then but other than that, her phone was here all day.
In the morning, yes.
Did you guys take the phone anywhere other than when Detective Hunt took the phone?
I think it's been home all day. I don't think I left the house with it.
Okay. Did Stephan have access to the phone?
I'm sorry, I took my medicine, so I feel a little specy. I think I've had it with me. I think it's been with me.
Okay. Did you go through her phone today?
Yes.
Okay. Where was that at?
Here.
And what were you looking for at that time?
To see if there was anything else. What we couldn't access on Monday night was Roblox. So my niece came over and logged into her Roblox and checked out messages. But then they were also my sister was also looking through her phone to see if there was anything
here at the house.
Yes,
and that was today.
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys have her account information as far as like her iCloud and all that stuff, or is it just on her phone?
I've had a hard time logging into it before when I was trying to get her a new phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if I can log in to her iCloud. But I think it's all on her phone.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because they took the phone and they downloaded it, right? They can see like if somebody tries to access her accounts and stuff like that. So if you guys do have access to anything,
yeah,
if you guys can refrain from like logging back in.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
So it doesn't look like if she tries to like access her accounts from like somewhere else, that way we can track that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're asking if you can, just try not logging into any more of her accounts, so that when he's going through the phone, it doesn't look like she's trying to log on from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything else that they wanted us to clarify?
Did you find the address to your?
Sorry, let me call her again.
Or what's the name of it?
Oh, if I could remember her business name, I don't know.
What kind of business is it?
It's an insurance business. I think Advanced Insurance something group.
And then I know that you've been with us for the most part of the day, right?
Yes.
We have, I want to say maybe like 40 people out here, okay? Between us and Kissimmee. And we're all, going to be working basically overnight and throughout the day tomorrow until we, okay? Tonight, what we're going to do is, I know we already secured your house, right? We asked everybody to leave. So, another thing that I'm going to ask is if you guys can find somewhere else to stay for the night, because we're going to have Kissimmee out here at your apartment for the rest of the night, because the people that come and like take pictures and all that other stuff are not going to respond until the morning. Okay, so nobody can go into the house for the rest of the night until the house gets, we need to take pictures and do other stuff with the house. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay.
And unfortunately, because you guys have such a big apartment, it's not something that only one person does. Like, we don't do that, right? We have our forensics unit come out. And it's not something that one person can do by herself. So she has to wait until people come in, because they're on call after midnight, right? So she has to wait for the other people to come in the morning, and then they're all going to come in as a unit and try to get it done as quick as possible.
Okay. I need to go back into the house.
Mm-hmm.
I have medication that I have to take in order to be like normal. Is there a possibility that I can go back in there and get my meds?
Yes. Give me a few minutes, and then we'll try to figure out how we can get your medication. Okay, but that's something that we can definitely get. Okay. Does it make sense what I'm telling you?
Yes. I just don't know what we're gonna do about finding a place to go. But okay,
and then because last in Stephan's car, we're also going to tow his car.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about anything that I'm telling you? Okay, so from now on, it'll probably be me getting in touch with you, okay? Not Detective Hunt. Okay? Do you understand everything that we discussed?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I get your direct number?
Yes.
And job address, if I remember it correctly, is 13550 Village Park Lane, Suite 125. In Orlando, Florida.
That's in Hunters Creek. Hunters Creek, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Village Park Drive, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
And 13550.
Yes.
Is that like an apartment complex?
It's a business building? I don't know. It was a building with a lot of business and offices inside.
And when did you say you were there?
I got there around 4. Well, see, I left and came back. So 4:45. I got there, and I think I stayed until they had left.
Were you there today?
No.
Is there one would be anywhere near that area today?
No, I don't think so. It's been with me. Oh, Detective Hunt went back to that office. I'm so sorry, and he had her phone.
Okay, he had her phone at that time.
Yeah.
Why did he go back to that office?
Because my uncle had walked the path along the trail, and he had found a wallet with not an ID, but like credit cards and something that had somebody's state on it. So he went to pick it up to see if it was of any interest.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to give you my business card. I'm still here for a little bit longer. I'm going to talk to Stephan one more time. There was like a few things that we needed to clarify with him. And then we're going to, like me physically, after I get done talking to Stephan, I'm going to try to go get rest, right? Because we're going to continue to do all this.
Yeah.
There's other detectives that are coming from my unit, okay? So, like, there's always going to be somebody here.
Okay.
So just because I physically am not here, don't think that we're not physically working on this. We have a lot of people in our unit, right? So we're taking, like, shifts. And then the people we have violent crimes out here as well. And they're here till 4 in the morning. So I don't want you to think that, like, just because I'm leaving, that we're not still actively working on this. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, they are here till 4 in the morning, and then the day shift people that also work violent crimes come in around that same time, so they're going to take over. So, like, we have, like, people working till a certain time, and then other people coming and taking over, okay? So, like I said, just because I physically am not here doesn't mean that we're not still working on something. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, I don't remember if Detective Tagler asked, but yesterday when you guys were out looking, do you remember what time you were out looking till?
So yesterday, I stayed in the office. My family went out searching.
Which office?
1355. Yeah.
You stayed until what time?
I'm gonna say somewhere between 8 and 9 o'clock. I left and then I came home.
You came straight here.
Yeah.
And then who was out? Your family was out looking?
Yeah, but I think they all stopped when. Actually, I'm not sure. One of my uncles might have kept searching along the trail, but I'm not sure until what time he was out. My dad as well.
What about Stephan?
Stephan went out sometime in the middle of the night and went searching, cruising around to see if he could figure out where she might be.
What car was he driving?
My car.
Was anybody driving Stephan's car?
No, just Stephan.
And what time was he out?
I have no idea. I fell asleep. But I know he drove my car because when I got into it, I said, "Oh, the seat's adjusted. Did you drive my car?" He goes, "Yeah, remember I said I was going to take a drive tonight to go search for her because he does have like insomnia. He can't sleep at night sometimes, and especially like that's what's going on right now. But I'm not sure what time he may have come in or out. But if you guys look at my gate clicker, you need that to come in the front gate. You can see what times he may have come in and out.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else for you. We're gonna clear some things with Stephan, and then I will let you know before I head out.
Okay.
Okay? Do you promise that everything you said today is true?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Ending the recording at 009.
me zoom in to Mr. Sterns. Still there?
Mr. Sterns.
No, go ahead.
So we were initially going to go ahead and use the consent, but we're going to kind of slow down on that aspect. We want to make sure we're doing this all the right way.
Understood.
To do what's best for her and to make sure that we're above board on everything. So while we greatly appreciate your cooperation, we're not going to force entry in there right now. Does your wife ever go to the storage unit?
Does she what?
Ever go to the storage unit?
No. No, she's never been to that storage unit.
How does he know the code to your code to the storage unit? Is it written down somewhere?
No. So I was thinking about that earlier. So there's another incident here. So I get a call from the storage unit 2 or 3 weeks ago telling me that they were running an audit of the units because there was going to be an inspection or something, and my unit wasn't properly locked. So the way it works is that you've got this slide mechanism, unlock it and then unbolt it from the hinge, and then you have to push it back and secure it in one of the 2 holes. And they said it wasn't properly locked, and they had flagged it, and I needed to get over there and fix it. So I went over there, opened it up, looked at it, everything's fine, and then locked it properly. And I'm going to say maybe there's a 50-50 chance I did that, but I'm pretty anal about it. And so I don't know.
A 50-50 chance you did what? What do you mean?
Pardon?
A 50-50 chance you did what?
I may not have locked it properly, or maybe now that I'm aware that he possibly had a key to it, that he went into the unit.
Okay.
But nothing out of the ordinary.
Has he ever gone to the unit to help you with something and you gave
He's helped me load it up, yeah.
Okay. So he could have the code for that.
Maybe he observed me punching in the code.
Okay.
Which is pretty devious on his part.
Yeah.
I mean.
So.
How long did it take you to get up here last night?
Pretty good time.
When you say pretty good time?
There's no traffic.
So
none on 75 and nothing on. So I think I got up here. I'm definitely under 3 hours, but I would say at least 2.5 hours. Trying to figure out where we were going to stay because had no idea. So we found a place out there off of Western Parkway. So I think I left around midnight and got up here 2:45-ish.
All right. Well,
I can pinpoint it exactly just by looking at what time I called.
That's all right. That was kind of just
a ballpark because we don't go down to Northport at all. Well, so we've been all very, very straightforward with each other. You've inferred several times that you suspect there's more going on. Mm-hmm. We did do a release. Your son has been arrested for sexual battery.
What?
Your son was arrested for sexual battery. Essentially rape. Okay. And that's where we're at with this investigation right now.
Obviously it wasn't Jen, but
so it's still active, so we won't get into who the victim is, but I mean, you've done this job before. I think you can reasonably infer where we're at.
Yeah.
So that's kind of why things are going to slow down a little bit.
Understand.
We're gonna we're slowing the pace down just a little bit. In that regard, not necessarily in the regard of trying. Okay, so we're going to be, executing a search warrant down there at the storage unit. There's no reason to break the lock. We're just going to go take a look.
So you need me there with the key to let you in?
Not necessarily. They'll coordinate that, and we'll coordinate with the storage unit and get that done. So that's kind of where we're at, and I'm pretty sure Jen already knew that happened. So
Jen knew what?
Jen does know, correct?
Yes. So
Jen knows that he's been arrested. Jen doesn't know anything about the incident itself.
She's a little more informed, given that she direct involvement. Whether she chooses to share that with you or not,
Yeah, we're protected under law of disclosing victims' information. But we've had a long conversation, and all that.
Question for you before you go, because I don't know if the Kissimmee officer has your contact information, just so I can relay it. What is your phone number, Mr. Sterns? All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand that to the lead detectives on the case.
So you say Kissimmee, so it's not.
Initially, we believed this was going to be a sheriff's office case, and at this point, it's not looking like it's going to be a sheriff. It's going to be a Kissimmee case. Now, we are heavily involved, which is why we're all here.
Well, you got two issues you're dealing with here.
What's that?
You got the missing person that's in your jurisdiction, and then I guess the Kissimmee's handling the other issue. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So we're going to continue to remain involved, and that's the semantics of it, of who's investigating. But that's why we're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office today, and not the Kissimmee Police Department.
So will he be transported to Kissimmee or
eventually?
Yeah.
Eventually. So initially, he'll be at Orange County, and then eventually he'll go to Osceola.
Is there multiple counts?
Right now, there's only one count.
Okay.
But the investigation's still unfolding, so there could be more.
I don't anticipate him getting out anytime soon. So
no.
What I would ask is that you remain available. I mean, you've been.
Because we're still trying to.
Yeah, I think you understand the gravity of what we're doing. Our first priority, and that's why we've tried to elicit this cooperation from you. Understand there probably going to be some cops at your house down there, maybe some cops at the storage unit. We just ask that you're available for us.
So will I be interacting with Northport PD? Or?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of our guys is going to get a bag, and he's going to drive down there and try to get this all facilitated within the next 24 hours.
Okay.
And Northport, I believe they were going to go talk to your wife and just make sure.
Yeah, I think that was before.
Yeah, she was there.
Okay.
Well, they were there when I was talking to her. So.
All right.
What when you say available, you need me here or just accessible?
Accessible.
Oh,
Be available by phone.
Yeah.
We as far as I know, we don't need you here for anything in Orange County. Obviously, I'm sure Jennifer needs you here, but that's up to you how you want to handle that.
Yeah.
I don't know if she has family locally, but
Jennifer has family locally, so we're trying to. I got to get her back to her car.
Right.
And is she free to go back to the townhouse?
I'm not sure if we're still
shortly. She's not going to have
processing that. Her car is the white Nissan.
Nissan. We have that car.
Yeah, we have that car.
Now she doesn't have a car, so where is she supposed to spend the night?
Without sounding callous, ideally we'd like to the plan is to release her home back to her. We don't believe we need access to the home right now. I'll get you a definitive answer here shortly.
So she can go back home tonight.
Hopefully.
I'll get you an answer for that here shortly.
Hopefully.
What about the Lincoln that you impounded? What's the status of that?
That's still being processed.
Okay. I just want to give you fair warning that it's the Poodle ambulance.
It's the Poodle ambulance.
Because we put the dogs in there for when they're coming in season, or they just had a litter of pups, so sometimes they get puke or blood smeared on the seats, and even though you try to clean it up, I said, I don't want somebody to get too excited and all of a sudden you pick up,
we've got experts on the case.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's animal blood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before what's that?
Can you buzz me real quick? I'm going to get an answer about the house.
The Poodle ambulance. Oh, thank you.
You put these pads down and they still manage to park their rear ends.
Of course.
Leather seats, and you go, oh.
They're like kids, They just poop and pee and vomit all over the place when you're least suspecting. So.
Well, this has certainly been a change. 24 hours of change. I don't know whether to say I'm flabbergasted or impressed at Stephan's endeavors.
Well,
he was as far as I knew, he was going to pass out at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
It didn't take me long to crash and burn, and then to find out that he made this round trip to Northport.
Well, I can't imagine what's going through your head right now, and I do sympathize for you and your family. And
I'm pissed that he's done this to us, done this to himself, done this to us and somebody else.
It's not an unreasonable thought, not unreasonable at all.
I had no idea of the issue and what he may be capable of doing here, and it's just like it's a revelation.
Yeah.
I've always told him to respect law enforcement, respect the law, but it appears that he's decided to live a different lifestyle. I mean, one time he got pulled over by the highway patrol. I could hear him yelling at the highway patrol guy. And
right.
Disrespect.
Yeah.
Don't do that. I said, they'll haul your butt up from Winter Garden to Mount Dora, and that's a long way to go. And I said, you don't want to upset that guy. The guy was very, very professional. Apparently, he was driving on maybe a registration issue or something, so I had to go up and get him because they wouldn't let him drive the car. But you know, it's like the old saying: you don't fool with the IRS or the Lone Ranger, and you don't fuck with the highway patrol. They're not nice guys.
No.
They can be, but they're nice guys.
Oh, they're cranky, you know. They're traffic guys. They're cranky.
Give me a ticket. You know? Yeah. I've got plenty of warning tickets from them, so I feel
Yeah,
blessed.
knock on wood, right?
Yeah. But okay. So what? You guys are going to arrange to get access to the storage unit?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't need to be involved.
Yeah, we'll take care of that. Truly, you know, my thought right now is if you're available for your family, available for, you know, that kind of thing right now, and get some sleep, however hard that may be, and then we'll let you know what needs may arise, if any. So we're trying to facilitate all this, you know, least amount of, this is going to sound, intrusion in your life. So go ahead.
Yeah. What do you mean the bright home? The model home? The model home? 13. No, Luis has been there today, so no. Yeah. Yeah, he's been there all day. And he would have been there very early in the morning, or Luis would have been there around 10 o'clock, and he would have noticed that. Okay. Right. Everybody go.
In speaking to our Kissimmee Police Department counterparts, they are not prepared to release the town hall back to her.
Oh.
So I don't have a timeline for that. I imagine they're in communication with her. She may already know that, but they are not releasing the apartment tonight.
Is she still out in the car?
She should be.
She should be.
Oh, she called me earlier and said she's frightened to be out there.
Oh, well, I mean, it's reasonable. I mean, we're good to walk downstairs. This was just kind of a debriefing.
So I'm going to the office tomorrow and spend some time there. Do you need to get together with me anytime tomorrow before I leave town and head back?
If we do, we'll contact you. If you're back in Northport, that's not an issue. We're going to have one of our detectives down there. If we need to liaison with you at some point, we'll make it happen.
Okay.
So,
They give us county cars and county gas, so we can drive.
and they have AC, not like back in the day.
Well, we have 480.
Whatever that means.
4 windows down, 80 miles an hour.
Oh, all right. That's how you got the guy going 70 in a Loma.
I had to stop and back up. Not really.
So, Mr. Sterns, we had a long, long conversation, 2 of them. Do you swear everything you told me is true?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good.
I have Nothing to hide.
Very good. Well, we
You seem like a good man.
really do appreciate it. I'm sorry that your son, well, we're going down this path.
Well, like I said, I questioned my wife last night. I said, do we really know him? And she got pretty pissed at me. But I said,
Well, you're going to have to deal with when she looks at the news here soon. I don't know, it's better to find out, for her to find out by looking at the news, or for you to tell her first?
well, we don't get, I mean,
Shouldn't get
I'm sure
Orlando
there'll be some
news,
news
right?
down there. And, you know, my greatest fear is that what we can experience as far as blowback. I'm a private person, and that really, I'm not going to say it terrifies me, but it worries me that, you know, the media frenzy and what have you, that somebody wants the angle, you know, hey, I've got the hot story today, you know.
I mean, and then my partner can probably speak better to it, but I mean, expect that you may have a car or two out front of your house, given, you know, that his relationship to Northport, but, you know.
I think your saving grace is that you're not in the Orlando market, right?
Right.
You're in the Tampa market, I can only imagine. You're not. Sterns isn't the most common last name, but it's not the most rare last name.
Yeah.
And you're talking about a statewide search. They'd have to do a really good job, I think, to find you.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're not good at their job, but you know.
Well, I mean, I'm out there in the public. You can just Google me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to come up because I'm in real estate. So,
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I wouldn't be concerned about that until there's a problem. And if they're out in front of your house, and you know, you can always call Northport and they can advise you. But if they're ever on your property, just tell them to leave.
Yeah.
You know, but as far as professional blowback or anything like that, it's tough for everybody to put two and two together.
Does Jen know that he made this trip this morning?
So we didn't speak to Jen. Jen
I wasn't
spoke
privy to
to
those interviews, yeah.
Jen spoke to the Kissimmee Police Department. So my understanding is she is briefed very well. But that's a conversation you guys could probably have, you know, on the drive back or at some point in the near future.
I just don't see where he had the energy to do this. I mean, unless he was faking it with me at 3 a.m. this morning, I don't know where he got the effing energy. But you're telling me he was down there at 7:45 at Toledo Blade?
Yes.
I mean, 7:45, 3:45. He waited till she got up, went to sleep, and snuck out. Not long after we all said goodnight.
You can't reason. As a reasonable person, you can't understand the unreasonable. There's no way you'd be able to wrap your head around anything that he's accused of doing or that he did. There's no way that any of us would be able to, even with all of our experience in public safety, there's just no way. So.
Wow. I mean, obviously, making a move like that, there's something going on here.
Yeah. All right, well, let's get you out of here, Mr. Sterns, and you can try to get some rest. Walk you down.
Where can I throw my trash?
I'll take him down, Evan.
Okay. Wow, this has got so much hair on it now, it's unbelievable. Yeah. Jesus. What is this for?
See, these are the guys that have fallen in line of duty.
Who is this over
They had to go back in the record books.
Winter Park?
I think so.
I saw the motorcycle down in the lobby, I guess.
Yeah, that was Callan's. Yeah. He was struck by a reckless driver.
I ran into a guy that was a motorcycle cop out of California, and and he did it for like 20 years.
Yeah.
Any accidents? No.
That's incredible.
I mean, how did that happen? I had a Honda 750 back in the 70s, and when some old lady ran me off of 1792 into the median, I said, that's it, I'm getting rid of this.
Yeah,
And back then, the population was only 590. Somewhere between 5 and 6. You just can't imagine 22, 23 million people with a motorcycle.
Not just that, but everybody's on their phones, everybody's listening to, there's so much more distraction.
All right, so I guess I just wait to hear from you guys. What are these guys still doing? Waiting for the latest. Vultures? Thank you. All right.
Before you go, I can't leave because you guys have impounded my car and my medications are in my car. I need them.
Okay. Where are they at in the car?
Front passenger seat.
Or like they're sitting on the front passenger seat?
Yeah, I don't know if they're on the seat or on the floor, but they're inside of a plastic bag. I just need the plastic bags. It's got a rainbow clear medication, like a month-long medication box.
Okay.
Separated by days.
Okay.
I need that in order for me to do anything.
Okay.
And then there's a pill bottle in there. Just bring the whole bag of medications.
Let me go see what I can do, okay? I know it's sealed because we're processing it forensically. Is there any other way you can get a hold of this medication?
By going back to my house, but that's also sealed by forensics.
It's also sealed by forensics, yeah. Okay. Let me see what the best avenue is.
I have already...
Go ahead.
Detective Andrews has already gone in there, and I told him I need my meds, so let me see what I could do. So I don't know if you guys will tag team it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll tag team. I'll let you know as soon as possible.
You want me to hang tight?
Well, yeah, for the medicine, real quick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so give me 5 minutes. I'll be back in 5.
Yeah.
It's concluding this interview with Mr. Sterns.
Tuesday, February 27, 13:11 hours, Detective Hunt for OCSO case 24-0-11313. Can you state your full name?
Yolanda.
And what's your relationship? And so, do you recall the last time you spoke?
That was Sunday. I celebrate her. Yes.
And is that the last time you saw her,
That's
too?
the last time I saw her.
Got it. And so, I won't keep you too long, but it's my understanding that it's not uncommon from school to hear sometimes?
She did it late a few times.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that normally like when she's waiting for pick her up, or?
Yeah. Sometimes to the office and pick her up.
Mm-hmm.
She walks from school to here.
Okay.
She did it like maybe 5-6 times.
Okay. So just a few times she's done that. So that's why Jennifer would have come here yesterday to see if she had maybe
She
come
walked
here.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what Jennifer told you yesterday?
No, she's like waiting here at school, but she doesn't come out. She's not. I don't think she's here. Maybe she walked to school to the office, and I was like, okay, I'll wait here.
Mm-hmm.
It was 4:30, 4:35, 4:40, and she never showed up.
Okay.
So, and we went together to school, but the office were closed.
Mm-hmm.
It was only the after program they were open.
Mm-hmm.
So we went to verify to the school
Mm-hmm.
and the program. She didn't.
Okay.
While we went to the school, Jennifer called 2 friends that she has, and they told her that she never made it to school.
Got it.
That's when we find out everything. That She wasn't in school.
Did she tell you who took her to school yesterday?
I know Stephan. Yes.
Okay.
Came here to, I don't even know. I guess for.
Gotcha. Okay. So does he live there with them still, or?
No.
No. Gotcha. He just came. Does he?
I guess he just came to visit.
Got it.
Yeah.
When did?
I'm not sure, but I know he moved back in December to Punta Gorda.
Mm-hmm.
He moved out of the house.
Okay. And as far as you know, it's because they.
As far as I know, I don't know.
Got it. Okay, well, I guess that makes sense. But he came back this weekend, maybe for her. I guess, is it common of Stephan?
I guess sometimes he did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got it. And did he say where he dropped her off at all?
He said he dropped her off in the corner of Urbana. There is a building there, it's called Urbana.
Urbana?
Urbana. It's town loop, and I don't even know the name of the street.
Okay. By Urbana.
I was right in the corner.
Got it. So he dropped her off there, and then did he say what happened after?
He said that he just walked, like going to school, and then she stopped for a few seconds. I guess she was looking for her phone.
Yeah.
And then he just kept going.
Okay. Run away before, or ever wanted to go somewhere else or hang out with her friends without permission or anything?
No, not that I know.
Okay. Is there anywhere you know of that she likes to hang out or go to clear her head if she's ever upset, or a place that she likes to go?
One day she was upset. I guess she had a fight. And she called me crying.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'm walking around the neighborhood. I was like, why are you doing that? She's like, I don't want to be in my house right now because I am mad at me. I was like, you know what? Go back to the house. Don't walk alone in the street. And she said, okay. So she went back. That's the only thing I knew. It happens. That was, I think, like a year ago. That happened like a year ago.
Okay.
And then after that, I don't know.
Got it. Okay. Do you have any concerns with... I just ask this because I have to. Do you have any concerns about either Jennifer or Stephan with... Ever raised alarm with you that you can remember?
I never liked him. Don't ask me why, because I don't even know myself. It's because I guess he doesn't work, he doesn't do anything. I mean, he just there because he suffers from a lot of things.
Okay.
And I mean, he doesn't do anything, he doesn't work, he doesn't help you. Something that, you know, it's not my life, but I just ask her, you know. That was her answer.
Got it. So typically, does he text you or anything from the phone?
No.
Not much?
Not much.
Do you remember the last time you spoke with her before Sunday?
Well, I spoke to her Friday, because she slept over at my house.
Okay.
And then Saturday, I came here to work. And after here, I was going to the party.
Gotcha.
And I told my husband I was going to take her. And she started crying. She said no, she doesn't want to go. So she didn't go at all. So my ex-husband went to pick her up.
Okay.
And, you know, they spend the day together.
Do you ever pick her up from school, or does your ex-husband ever pick her up from school?
Yeah. I don't know about my ex-husband, but when I have to, I'll go and pick her up. If not, Leticia.
And when you pick her up, where do you pick her up
Just
from?
from the school.
From the school.
Yeah,
Have you ever picked her up from like anywhere else far from the school?
Church. Like
church.
Like from the church.
Is that somewhere that she hangs out, or other kids hang out, or?
No. There's a lot of kids there at that time.
Oh, they kind of go there?
Yeah, a lot of kids go there. Their parents will pick them up from the church.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Okay, what's a good phone number for you? Have your ID so I can get your name down?
I have it in my.
Oh, that's fine. How do you spell your name?
Yolanda.
And your last name?
Zambrano. Z as in zebra. AMBRANO.
And what's your birthday?
9/29/67.
And you do have a Florida ID. I can look up with that. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Okay. Well, is there anything else important that you think I should know?
Yeah. My brother-in-law, he woke up this morning. He went to look at the trail, and he was walking, and he passed by 417 under, and he found the wallet. I have it.
When you say the trail, what trail?
It's like in the back of the school there is a trail.
Oh, there's a trail behind the
Yes,
school.
behind the school, yeah.
Okay, and you found a wall. Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
And
Let's
if
take
you want
a-
to come in and
Yeah.
take a look what he found, and he just gave it to me, and I
1319.
found 20.
Are you guys talking to Stephan out here?
Yeah, they're right out there. They just wanted to ask him a couple things, but I figured I'd just ask you this at the same time for the sake of time. Do you recognize this vehicle at all? I wanted to see if I could... So I know it's pretty grainy. It's this one right here. That one's tough, but... Does that look familiar at all?
No.
You wouldn't know that anywhere?
I don't know that part.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is it's hard to show you on my phone because the quality of the video just kind of gets worse when I've downloaded it from the church's computer, and the quality just gets kind of worse. Can you make out, like, the shape of that being black shorts and that being possibly a green jacket?
I see the green.
Would that, I mean, I know it's very difficult to recognize, but would that be something, some clothes that she owns, or
Yes.
would the quality be too bad for you to be able to tell based on that?
I mean, the quality's terrible. But
Yeah.
the color scheme.
Would that be akin to something that she owns?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And the hair looks a little dark in the from here.
Dirty blonde. It could pass for dirty blonde.
That
I
could
think.
possibly
Yeah.
be her. Okay. Is that? I can't tell just from looking at it, but is that Is that Stephan's car? It looks a little darker from there, but I almost can't tell, like, if it's a Toyota or looks a little different.
From the front, looks different. That looks like a Toyota from the front.
From the front, it looks different, right?
And then from the side, it could be.
It's got a little.
Cadillac.
I mean, yeah, the grill is kind of the same a little bit. The headlights look the same. Okay, cool. No, I just wanted to see if you kind of were able to help me with that. So this whole living in the woods thing, I have people, like, tromping through the woods right now on horses and ATVs and all sort of things, but has she ever mentioned that before?
Just in that text that I saw.
Just that's the only time you've ever heard of it? Is she outdoorsy at all? Does she like camping?
We used to go hiking.
Okay.
But we haven't done that in a while.
Okay. Where did you go? Was it around here?
Where would we go? We'd go hiking in, like, St. Cloud. Lake Lizzie Preserve is what it's called.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's not too far.
It's about 35 minutes away.
Yeah, okay.
On 182. Lake Lizzie Preserve. We've also walked Shingle Creek before, but we haven't done that in a very long while.
Got it.
But no, I know, the thing is, I started talking to her about World War III. I was talking about, I'm like, hey, this is going on in Palestine and Israel right now.
Oh, so you're talking to her about the wars.
I was telling her, I was talking to her about just what's happening politically, and I'm like, you know, I don't know what that means for us, but we'll see what happens. But I've talked to her about World War III, so that's what I'm just saying.
How long ago was that? I mean, is that something that might have impacted her?
Yeah, I feel like
okay.
That's why when I read that conversation, I'm like, oh, that's directly related to me talking to her about what's happening in Israel, Palestine, and the potential World War III that might happen from that.
Okay.
And that's why she said she wanted to go live in the woods.
Okay. Got it. All right. No, just wanted to figure out where that might have come from. Maybe help me see if she just wanted to be in the outdoors.
Definitely, the World War III conversation, that's definitely me.
Okay.
That was me.
It's fine. I mean, it's fine. So one thing that I think I may have misheard you say earlier, but I want to make sure that I have it absolutely clear, is on Sunday night, y'all went to bed around 11, and the reason that you sent her upstairs with Stephan was because you had work in the morning, was it? Or you just started a new job?
I just started a new job, and I haven't been sleeping well.
Oh.
I take psychiatric meds every night for my bipolar disorder, and if I don't take them the right way, eat, and go to sleep on time,
they don't work. Gotcha.
So I was just like, hey, I really need these meds, because I forgot them the night before. I forgot them, I think, Saturday night. So Sunday I was not myself. So I asked, I'm like, hey, I need to be medicated. I need to sleep. Can you take care of the morning duties so I can go and sleep?
Gotcha. All right. No, I just wanted to make sure I understood you right, because I was like, did you have work in the morning? Or I didn't write that down, and I wanted to make sure I heard you okay. Are there any cameras in the neighborhood that you know of? Does anyone have any ring cameras? Do you have any security cameras out front?
I'm going to say there are cameras in the front. There are cameras in the back gate as well.
Okay.
I know one neighbor around here has a Ring camera, but I didn't want anything like that.
Okay.
Hey, Jay, how are you?
And if you don't mind, just try to keep people out of because I have a canine that's coming. If you don't mind, they're going to try to run another track from the church and from here.
Okay.
To see if we can maybe just try it again. You know, last night it didn't work out because the dog lost interest and they weren't able to continue. But I figured, you know, it's worth another try. The dogs are pretty good, so just try to keep them out of her room. We're probably going to use like a. Does she have dirty laundry or like a hamper?
Her most recent dirty laundry is on my bathroom floor, and we've walked around it. We haven't touched it.
Okay, just keep people off of it.
Yeah.
Just let and just and as much as you can, try to avoid crowding the front door for the dog.
Yeah.
So that they know where to go from. Okay.
Just let me know when they're coming.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. They're gonna call me when they're on the way. But just as much as you can, try to keep the scent pretty fresh. There you go. Cool. All right. And another thing I just wanted to confirm because I know the last night was a long night. But you said you said when you woke up around 9, you left your house at 9:30 for your doctor's appointment.
Mm-hmm.
And Stephan hadn't come home yet.
Mm-mm.
And then he called you at 10. You were
At
already
like
gone.
10:15, yeah.
10:15ish to have the conversation. McDonald's and
Yeah, she didn't want McDonald's, so he came home. I think he had accidentally left his phone at home.
Yeah.
So he was just letting me know because I had called him multiple times. So he was just returning my call, going, "I'm so sorry, I left the phone at home. I went to the vape store. I waited there for a little bit. Nothing. Nobody was there. He came back home for a little bit and then went back out to the vape store."
And then what time did you get home again? Was it around 11?
Let me see. I'm going to say around 11:15.
Because I think if I heard you right the first time, you got home at 11 and you and Stephan were both here, and then he left to go to the vape store again.
I did see him, yeah.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure I had that because, like I said, sometimes you forget to write things down, and I don't want to misremember. But okay, that's all I have for you right now. We're still looking. I mean, that's unfortunately the best update I can give you. Is we're all out and we're everywhere, asking people and looking. And I know your family's also doing the same. So, if you get anything new like that thing you sent me just a little bit ago that I can look into, just keep on sending them to me. Okay.
Yeah. Were any of those helpful about the vehicles?
There's something for me to look into, to look for license plate readers and stuff. As of right now, I haven't been able to find anything else or confirm it, but I mean, it's still helpful for me to, in case something else comes across in the future. So, if you receive anything else, let me know. But I mean, do know that obviously, just like that kid pranked you earlier, because it's so public, you're going to have kids doing that. So, don't be too scared by it if someone does that again. Okay? All right. Thank you. I'll let you know when they get here. I hate to bug you, but while I have you out here, do you mind if I just ask you a couple things? Do you know why we're out here?
Since Monday morning.
Okay. When's the last time you saw
Sunday afternoon.
Okay. Where was she?
She was here. I was leaving from probably like midday.
Mm-hmm. About what time was it?
And I'm always in and out, right? So I mean, when I say like midday, I was gonna go out with my son, like Sunday activities.
Mm-hmm.
And I wished her a belated birthday. Because I hadn't seen her.
Okay.
I'm always in and out.
So it's afternoon around 6:30 you said?
No, like 12.
12.
Yeah.
Oh, so early.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
And then they went, I think, together for her family's house.
Mm-hmm.
By the time they came back, I'm already sleeping.
Did you see her at all? Oh, no, so you didn't see her at all Sunday night. So they got back. What time did you go to bed?
Typically in bed by 8, and when I come to bed, like 8:30.
So they were back much later, I think, though.
I want to say like an hour and a half later, maybe.
Did you see them at all Monday morning?
By the time I was leaving Monday, no, I think I was leaving too early. I leave like around 7:45.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I typically don't see them.
Were you probably gone before they
Mm-hmm.
before they even got up, maybe? Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, because I have to drop off my son early because I start right at 9.
Okay.
So.
Got it. So you're normally up and out by 7:45, and they're not even out yet.
Yeah, it's normal for me not to see them.
Stephan, how long has he been staying here?
Stephan was staying here for a good 6 months, and then he moved out maybe like 3 or 4 months ago. It could be less than that. I'm not really good with time.
You know why he moved out?
I mean, it was only temporary. He was living here. For a little bit longer so he can kind of figure it out. And I'm pretty sure they decided that it was better for him to just move out.
Gotcha. You heard anything in the house recently that might give us a clue into, why she's not here now, why she's missing?
No, she has ADHD, so sometimes she has issues regulating her emotions. I didn't hear anything at all, really. Like, I really mind my own business.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
But, because I'm out early, I come in, I make dinner, we make homework, and we go to sleep.
Yeah.
So
he's not living here right now, Stephan. When did he get back?
So I found out that he got back to just, I guess, visit, really, Sunday night.
Sunday night?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't even know he was here, to be honest with you.
Oh, so Sunday you didn't see him at all, and Sunday night
right.
You didn't know he was here till today. Okay.
I found out he was here Monday afternoon once everything kind of blew up. To be honest with you.
Okay. All right.
Because I don't come home from work until, like, I pick him up and everything, like 5:30 or 6.
And, I mean, is there anything concerning or any red flags you can think of in the house that we should be concerned about, or anything that we can use to help find her?
The only thing, and it's just because, I mean, we grew up.
Your IDs on you? Is it could you take it out for me? I don't want to take your whole wallet, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. And, you guys from here, or did you just hear about it and come over?
We live 5 minutes
We live
away.
right here.
Oh, okay.
I'm staying with her.
And I just yesterday we were printing flyers, we were passing them out.
I want to pull you guys into the shade. Do you have a handicap tag?
No.
Okay, you want to move it just so I don't want anybody to come out that needs it, and we're blocking that.
It's right here. It's already going.
Yeah, I'm not going to give out any information.
Here you go. Cheers. Cheers, sir. And Stephanie, a good phone number for you. Soto. And how did, who notified you guys that she was missing?
I got home Monday afternoon. My mom called me. She started asking me like if I knew 4:45, 5 p.m. And I was like, she didn't tell me that she was leaving school and just kind of went from there and started just driving around school, driving around everywhere.
Yeah, we immediately went around and checked.
Yeah, once my mom informed us, then we left. We went over there.
Aside from Jen and your mom, have you talked to anybody else?
No. Our families we're staying in contact with all our family.
We have a lot of family.
We're sending out any information that we know.
And nobody's heard from her. Do you have any cousins or anything that she's close with?
Yeah, we have a lot of cousins, but we've reached out again, nothing.
Haven't heard from
her.
Do you guys know of any boyfriends, anything like that, girlfriends?
As far as we know, no.
Okay.
She does gaming, so we told the detective about.
Yeah.
We told the detective about like her Roblox.
Right.
I think she has Instagram.
Okay, so
all,
you guys
like, the
have
known
spoken
stuff.
with the detective?
Very, very little, but yes.
She was trying to reach somebody, and what did you call them?
Detective Hunt.
Okay, gotcha.
We just want to be kept informed.
Yeah, no,
I feel like
100%.
we haven't like heard anything. Like in 2 days, it's been nothing.
Yeah, we are working on a lot of stuff. We don't talk about the process. I know that that's annoying, but we have reasons for that, and we want to make sure that we do everything 100% right the whole time. Here's my business card. We are going to be here for a little bit. We can't really provide you with more information, but by all means, if you guys come up with anything that you want us to know,
of course, yeah.
Email is probably best because the other number is a desk phone, and obviously we're not there. But if you shoot me an email, it'll come to this phone, and then I can check it. Okay?
How do we go about maybe getting a fund for a reward or something? Maybe somebody will sell something and they'll come out and anonymously say, you know what?
Yeah.
How do we do that?
If you're trying to do it on a level as like a GoFundMe for the family, that's something that you guys have to do. Yeah, we can't participate in that.
Right. But do you have anything else?
We're working on our end to see. So there's certain criteria that has to be met for different things, like Amber Alerts and stuff like that. Yeah. And that's stuff that we're working on. Unfortunately, it's not up to us, right? Like if we could, we would put one out for everybody because we get a lot of help that way. So, but it is being worked on in the back end. But by all means, if you guys want to start a GoFundMe, you can. I will tell you this. Typically, if we can't stop you guys from doing anything like that, typically the more that stuff gets out into the media, the harder it makes it for us, right? Yeah, sometimes that's how it works. But by all means, I can't tell you that. I really can't. It's just what happens with the media sometimes is they put information out there that's not accurate, and that can sometimes hurt our investigation. But again, I can't tell you. You guys do what you feel you need to do as a family. We're going to be doing everything on our end for you guys. By all means, communicate with us if you come up with anything. Like I said, we'll be here for a few hours. You have Detective Hunt's information, you have my information, and you can always just call the sheriff's office and say, I need to speak to you. So we can bug you every day and just... You can bug me every day. You can bug me
Last
every day.
question.
Mm-hmm.
This is what frustrates me.
Yes, sir.
8 hours. It took us 8 hours.
8 hours for what?
The school didn't notify. She'd never.
What is the procedure for school?
I'm not typically, from what I know with Orange County Public Schools, and again, I can't really speak on their procedures because we don't work for them. But it was my understanding that they typically send out like text to parents or something.
At least something or a phone call.
Yeah,
your kid is not here the first period.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell us that she's sick?
Yeah, that's something
That's
that
the first thing
you
we
should
do,
bring
right?
up to them. And I don't know if it's an automated system or how that works and how the text messages go out or what Jen may have set up with them. If it, like, I don't know if some people can choose email, some people choose phone calls, some people choose text. But unfortunately, we can't speak on Orange County Public Schools.
Yeah.
I just know that typically,
We gotta find out.
like
We
I was
gotta
just
find
speaking to another parent reference a situation like this, and they got text messages.
My thought process is 8 hours.
Yeah.
She's
Yeah.
in Georgia.
Yeah.
Already. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But she's at the port.
Right. Right.
This is the way that I think.
Yeah. Do you guys know anything she would have been upset about or anything?
No, Sunday she had a great birthday. She was
had a
happy.
great birthday.
Like, she got a whole bunch of gifts. She had a lot of money. She didn't take any money with her.
Right.
Like,
She
if she was
spent
like,
time with me on
trying to
Saturday.
run away.
Yeah.
We were cleaning the backyard, poop.
Right.
We were I have a van that travel. It's right in
Right.
front. They checked it already.
Yeah.
We were working on that, doing little things in there.
Yeah.
And then she helped me with the front yard, cleaning up. She's like that with me. We'll
Yeah.
do things. And then I took her to Burger King for a Whopper. And I can't eat Whoppers.
Right.
I had a double Whopper. Fries. And it was such a fun night.
It was great.
Do you remember who was there at the party tonight?
All our family. We have a big family here.
Friends from school, right?
She had
That's
two
what they
friends from
interviewed?
school. They talked to them already.
So family, like, is you guys aunts, uncles?
Aunts, uncles, cousins.
She gets along with everybody?
Yeah, and she had two friends at the party.
From school, right?
From school,
Yeah.
and they were having a blast. They were outside. They went to the park. They came back.
The party was here?
No, it was at my mom's house in Orlando.
Did she go with to the
No,
party?
I took her and I dropped her.
Gotcha.
That's
So I
the
dropped her
problem,
off
yeah.
8:30 at night. I told her, she took the supplements. I said, take your meds, take a shower. I left. And then 10:30 after work.
Oh, so she back here to meet her, or did she go to the party and meet her there?
No, here. She got out at like, I don't know, 10. She had to ask her, but she said she got here around 10:30.
She's a little disabled, like emotionally type of thing, but you can have a part-time with Disney and all that stuff. She finally got another job with them because they're giving the run around. And we have to watch the baby, and she helps. Stephan is over to help her. She asked him to come and help her.
Right.
These few days because she was in training and all that stuff, and it's 6 o'clock in the morning. It's tough.
Yeah, she said that there was
that's
some
why the
days
reason
that she was
that
going to
she
get out at
didn't
1
take us to
a.m.
school.
So
She
that's
always
why
takes us to
she
school.
needs to help.
I'm going to write something on the back of the business card because while you guys can reach out to me, I'm going to give you the lead detective's information.
Okay, please.
But like I said, if you guys think of anything, please let us know. Right now, we're just in the process of collecting as much information as we can. That's why we're here. We're working in other places as well.
Yes, that was my next question. Like, I know you guys have to cross everything off, and that's good. What about other possibilities?
Everything's being addressed. So everything that we can possibly address at this time. There's detectives all over the county and in other counties. I mean, this isn't actually even our county right now. So we have multiple detectives and law enforcement officers in general, forensics investigators. We're just trying to collect as much information as we can. So by all means,
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah,
we just want to be kept.
Yeah.
So I will say you might not be updated every single 5-10 minutes, but there's a lot of effort you put in. I was with Hunt yesterday, and we've been out since yesterday I came out personally at 3 p.m. and we're still out doing everything. So
and the other thing is we have to communicate. We don't have the ability to call everybody else and give them updates.
Yeah.
So what I always tell people is, I know you may not hear from us, but literally the second we get updates and information, we will reach out to them. And then they can disseminate that information to you guys as they see fit. But unfortunately, we don't have the ability to call everybody and say, hey, this is what's going on, just because we can only speak. Okay.
Yeah, I just know sometimes I think about asking them,
questions, and you guys can reach out with questions. I'm just saying we will not be able to call you guys and give you updates. We can only speak to the so yeah. But if she has a question that she thinks of, tell her not to hesitate to reach out to us, and we will answer when we're able to. There are guidelines of when we can do certain things. So, but we're with you guys, and we're gonna do everything that we can.
It really depends how the process works.
Like, would you suggest that we could do next? Like yesterday, we were out, like, passing the flyers.
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, is your
family members, especially the ones that are closest with her, know, like, hey, the second you hear from her, you need to let us know.
She's with Stephen.
Communicate that to detectives, because at the end of the day, our biggest concern is her safety. Right? We don't care about anything else. We don't care. She could walk up to me right now and be like, "I robbed a store," and I'd be like, "Okay." But the less fake information that gets out there, the better it is for us to be able to.
I'd rather do that than stay here with them.
Okay.
What about I know you guys did like a search yesterday. What can we do, like a search? Like,
so it's best. It's best that you don't right now, because we are continuing our search, and we don't. I'm not saying you can't drive around to our favorite places and look if there's anything you think of like that. Yes, but as far as like, I don't know, walking through woods or something like that, I would tell you not to do that, because we are doing that, and we don't want anything to really be like contaminated or anything like that. But by all means, if, like I said, if you guys think of something that you think should be looked into, let us know, and then we will prioritize based on the information that we get and see what's best for us to do next.
All right, good.
But no, you don't have to stop looking.
I don't think she ran away. Like, I don't think she would have said that.
That 8-hour differential just kills me.
And speak to the school. And do you guys have? Are there other juvenile kids in school within your family?
My daughter, but they go to separate schools.
Yeah, and that's something that Jen may need to speak to the school and just be like, hey, in the future, I need notification.
I hope they're communicating to the other families too. You know,
the school.
Yeah, you can say, listen, this happened here. You got to be aware of what's happening around the neighborhood.
Yeah,
you know?
I think the information is getting out. I mean, we've gotten contact that the information is spreading. So, and we want that, right? We want as much help as we can get, but we don't want fake information out there, right?
And that the overpass. Mm-hmm. I've been there. Okay, the traffic in the morning with the kids and parents. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
We're looking into all of that.
To see something.
Yep. We're doing everything that we can for you guys, and we'll be here with you guys the whole time, okay?
We appreciate you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're going to get back to it, and if you guys have anything, then please reach out, okay?
We're only 5 minutes away. She lives 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
sir.
much. Detective Funko, Orange County Sheriff's Office, February 28th, 2024, 10:07 hours. Present was Detective Chang, case number 24-11313, and that was, we were approached by
the
Soto 3790, Juan Gilberto Soto Jr., 10/23/1953.
And recording 1008.
Detective on OCSO case 24-0011313. Transportation of Jennifer Soto.
Will he sit in the back seat okay, Mike?
Yeah, he'll probably honestly stand on the center console watching you drive.
this evening?
Oh, critic.
Yeah.
Backseat driver becomes console driver. Okay.
Are you the Nissan over there?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I'm right next to you.
That's you right there?
Yeah, that's that piece of junk.
Okay, when do you get a really nice upgrade? Hey.
Alright, it's going to be a little cramped for about probably 30 minutes or so.
Will the press release start without us?
We'll probably get there in time. So how long have you lived in Florida?
I'm gonna say I moved when I was like 14 or 15. My mom bought a house and my dad gave up his half of custody so we could move down here. So I'll say 14, 15, maybe 15. And then I moved back to New York City when I was 21 for like a year to try to live that life.
City life?
Try to live that city life. Work in an office, party at night. That was exhausting, and honestly, I did not like it. I just like going home and going to sleep.
Yeah, it wasn't for you.
No, I did not like the commute, the subway. I mean, I lived in New York, so I was used to subways and buses and all that stuff. But when you actually had to do it every day for work, that was pretty exhausting.
So the subway is kind of my pet peeve. I can't stand the idea of being, a foot away from someone that I don't know, for an extended period of time. Because I didn't realize just how crowded they were until I took one for the first time. And it's like person standing in front of you, person standing behind you.
And you're all sharing the same pole, so like dirty hands.
Oh yeah, there's one person. It's just like stacking hands. So I've never been a fan. Never been a fan at all. Did you guys get any sleep last night?
I think I went to bed around 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then I woke up around 8 or 9. So I slept a few hours, but
Good.
Snoozed a little bit while we were waiting for you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm sorry to make you wait so long. I really was on the way out here. And
No, it's okay. If you guys had leads, I don't give a shit. Like, I don't care as long as you guys are doing what you guys got to be doing. Like, and it seems like you are. So.
Yeah, no, we didn't. I went home for a couple hours just because I had to sleep, but came back out. And this is the only thing anyone's working on right now, so this is important.
My anxiety keeps my brain circling, just wondering, where is she? Is she okay? I hope she's fine. Like, I just want my baby back. I just want her back.
It's natural. I mean, that's just about the only rational way to be, right?
Yeah.
New message.
So you've been getting bombarded by the news media and reporters. How are they getting your number?
I think my family and my friends. So
first day, my family and friends made like flyers and put my phone number on it.
Okay. That's
and
probably
then also they all reached out to the news media to try to get their attention, and I don't know if they gave them my number or what, but
probably. Or I mean, they probably just looked it up online. It's surprisingly easy sometimes.
yeah, I'm like, I haven't directly contacted any news station, I don't think. No, just kidding. Just Fox 35, and I did that like on the first night, like right after we got home and like we reported her missing.
Yeah.
I called that night, but they needed more information from the police. But that was the only place I called, and then everyone else started calling me. So I'm just feeling super overwhelmed with all these messages, and they all want to meet up or interview or do this or that, and I've just been pushing it off because I wasn't home.
Yeah.
I didn't want to do anything at the hotel.
Well, I saw you did one interview, right? Because I think I saw you on the news last night.
Yeah. I did, I think, 3 on-camera interviews. But, there's not, for today, there's not much else for me to say. There hasn't been more information. I'm not going to find out until whatever happens to the press release, so.
Well, I think I spoke with Stephanie's ex, and Stephanie had expressed to me earlier just that she was feeling, I guess, helpless. Like y'all have done so much. Your whole family has been so like active and looking for her and making the flyers, making phone calls, and drawing this attention. But at a certain point, it's like you've done everything that you can do, and it's natural to just kind of feel like, you have to depend on now us to kind of do our thing,
Yeah. Everyone, we were talking about like possibly, I guess that's something we wanted to throw by you, or maybe I already did, I'm not sure.
Maybe.
But a search party thing, but we didn't want to get in the way of you guys, and you guys have already scoured the woods multiple times, so like that's the only place I would think of searching, right? So we don't want to do that. I think we're talking about like maybe hosting like a vigil of some sort or something, just to.
Okay.
I'm not sure. We're just trying to get some attention, more eyes on her face. More eyes.
Well, speaking of woods, so you mentioned to me that you, Stephan, and her used to go hiking in St. Cloud.
Just me and her, and actually my sister.
Oh, okay. So you used to go down to St. Cloud.
Yeah.
Do you remember where you went?
Lake Lizzie Preserve. It's about 35 minutes off of 192. It's past St. Cloud, a little bit before Harmony.
Oh, so that's way south.
Yeah.
Got it. It's like that's like, what, 2 hours? An hour from your house?
No, 35 minutes.
Oh, only 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, I know that would be hard for a girl to get to.
Yeah, I don't think she would even remember how to get there. It's been at least over a year and a half since we did that hike.
But it was just you and your sister and her.
Yeah, and the kids, yeah.
Got it. Yeah, that was just another thing I was thinking. Maybe if that was somewhere that she may have gone. I've told you basically everything I know. They're probably not going to disclose. In my experience at press conferences, they don't disclose nearly as much as people think they will. This is the same thing I told Stephanie earlier. It's just kind of the nature of our job. It's the nature of the resources we use. We can't reveal some of our methods just because that can be used later by bad people, right? Yeah. To exploit that. So, I don't know what they're going to release. I'm not the one doing it. They may ask specific questions that warrant different responses. Information that maybe I don't know. But yeah, I'll be there too. So I think it's funny, everyone thinks that we all know kind of the collective information, but sometimes we go to these press conferences and we heard, stuff like, I don't know, told me that. Stephan got a job up in North Port, right?
So his dad works for a real estate company, and I guess had been told that they were going to offer Stephan a job as a project manager or like a junior project manager on a construction site. Like they're going to teach him the ropes, kind of thing, like an apprenticeship. And that fell through. So it ended up never happening.
Oh, no. That stinks.
Yeah.
So is he he lives down there, right?
Yeah, he lives down there.
What does he do down there now? Is he...
He's just hanging out with his parents.
Okay.
I think he's looking for a job locally, but in reality, we're just waiting for him to be able... He's got to wait a specific amount of time for him to reapply back at Disney where he used to work.
Oh, he used to work at, I think he said Epcot?
Yes. Yeah, so he wanted to go back. He wants to go back. But I think we have to wait like about 6 months from when he resigned.
Okay.
So we're waiting for that to kick in so he can get his job back. And in the meantime, he just has to get something down there to be able to save up to come up here because I can't afford to. I'm disabled. I work part-time. I don't make that much money.
Yeah. I didn't know his dad was an Orange County deputy at one point.
Yeah, back
he worked for us way back when.
Yeah, cool. He's a nice guy.
How are his parents doing? Stephan mentioned that they might be. He said something about they were sick a little while ago, or they were ill, or they weren't doing so well at one point. I don't know if I may have misheard.
I don't know if they were not doing well with illness. I know they were struggling financially.
Okay.
So they might not been doing well that way.
I may have misheard. I thought he said something about them being elderly and not as active and needing his help, kind of thing.
That's true. That they're very old. His mom is super old and very ill. She's very, no offense to her, she's a very heavy woman, and her health is just not the best. She's had so many surgeries and had complications from her surgery. She's very mentally, she's not where she used to be. She gets very lost. She gets very confused sometimes, and it's just
I didn't know if he had moved down there to help them, or kind of keep them comfortable, or if they were, he had mentioned them briefly, and so it was cool getting to meet him because he talks very highly of his dad.
Yeah, his dad's a really nice guy. They've always treated me like family, and when I met them, I kind of had a strained relationship with my family, so they took us in. They loved on us. Yeah, they are. They really are.
So. Sounds like their family is. And forgive me if this is a personal question, but I just wanted to verify with you. I I had heard a couple different things, and it's so funny when you talk to so many people over the course of a short period of time. You see how everyone kind of sees things a little bit differently sometimes, and so that was just one thing I figured I'd clarify with you.
Like, even very childish too. He loves playing video games. He loves playing board games. That is his buddy. That's who his partner is when he loves hobbies also. Very big hobby goer. So every time he discovers a new game or a new hobby, he gets sucked in and involved and want to play as well. And they were always playing. I would watch. I wasn't into the games. They can.
But you watch, you enjoy them enjoying it, right?
Yeah. Some board games I love playing with them. Some of them, it all depends. But they were each other's buddy.
Has it changed at all as the years have gone on? Have they gotten any less close as she's come to be like a teenager?
No. If anything, closer ever since he moved away, because now as soon as we get home or a little bit afterwards, we'll FaceTime him, and we'll be on FaceTime all day just talking or bullshitting or keeping each other company. Sometimes not even talking. Sometimes I'll be on my phone messing around and he'll be busy on his computer doing something, but we're just keeping each other company. He would be around for that as well. Not FaceTime, but Google Duo or Meet, whatever it's called.
Oh yeah, for Androids.
Yeah.
Stephan, you know him really well, and you've never seen anything wrong with each other, right?
No. If anything, like, for the first few years, I was hypervigilant as hell, because I was just like, never trust a man. I don't care who it is, never trust anyone, not even my dad, right? Like, never trust anyone. Sleepovers, and I'm like, no, absolutely not, because I have no control and something could really happen.
Yeah, it's a dangerous world.
Yeah, so, I was very vigilant for the first few years of how he would interact with her and what he would do, and I would question if anything was weird, but nothing ever was truly weird. I'm just like, okay. I even had a rule for the longest time for sleepovers with him, as in if he were to sleep in the guest bedroom upstairs, and I would say, no, you guys can hang out and do whatever, but you're sleeping with me.
Understandable.
Just because even if I've known him for 7 years, the idea of course it would weird anyone out, a little girl sleeping with a man that's not her dad. It sounds weird, but so I haven't I trusted him enough to let that even happen that night, you know?
Yeah. I mean, is it common? Because I know you said you would never let him in the past, but is it common to let her sleep up with him or let them spend a lot of time alone together?
I think I'm going to say I've let them sleep together less than what I can count on these two hands.
Okay.
Not much. But a lot of the times it was just the three of us sleeping together in my bed too. But that got uncomfortable as hell too. She just kicks and like sprawls and like.
Only so many people, right?
And what's funny is even on a king bed, if it's just me and her, she'll start off on one corner of the bed and I'll be on the other, and then when I wake up, she is on top of me, and then like way past the middle, like next to me, touching me. And I'm just like, how did this happen? How did you? It's such a big bed. Yeah.
Well, she loves you, that's why.
Yeah. But I would wake up feeling like, oh my god, I'm on the corner.
You know, some kids are like that though. kids just can't get close enough to, even when they start developing their like teenage attitude and the hormones start raging a little bit, then some kids just can't, get close enough to their parents because they love you that much.
Yeah. I would like to think that that's the case. She never liked being alone. Mm-hmm. She never liked sleeping alone. Mm-hmm. Ever since she was a baby, like I tried sleep training her, and that was a complete failure. Yeah. I just had to learn that she had to sleep with me, and she wanted to be with me all the time. So like even now, like I hope she's not alone. I mean, or I don't know, she's being taken care of, or she's safe. I don't know. Like I worry about her.
How was her? I don't think I asked you, or I may have not asked you very much, but how was her party on Sunday?
So I wasn't there. I was working.
Okay.
But from what I was told, she had an amazing time. My entire family was there.
3301. Oh, was Stephan there?
Stephan wasn't there.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard him mention something about hearing him sing at the party, but maybe I was mistaken.
No. He was on his way here from Northport, Florida, during the party.
Okay. And he got, so he would have gotten here like Sunday night.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She might have at home around 8:30, and I think Stephan walked into the house about 10 minutes later and made sure that I was supposed to, which was take her meds and get in the shower and get ready for bed.
Yeah.
So when I got home from work, she had already showered, she had taken her meds, she was getting ready, she was ready.
I gotcha. Yeah, no, I thought I'd heard him say something about her, like, singing a song that night or introducing her to a new movie or something.
Yes, she started singing. So she's in chorus. She's got such a beautiful voice. She was singing, practicing one of her chorus songs, and Stephan heard, and he's like, wow, you have such a beautiful voice. Let's watch, I think, Sister Act.
Sister Act, yeah.
So we wanted to watch a movie about singing, and she liked it. But we didn't finish the whole thing.
I have not seen Sister Act.
Turning us to close.
When he mentioned it, I confused it with I was thinking of that other movie, Friday.
723.
Completely different, I know.
Yeah.
County 3305 up.
3305 Alpha.
He's going to be called 940, please.
It's a petty theft in a thread, 7640 West Sand Lake Road at the Publix. Waiting on this 36
So I don't think I asked you, or I might have
red hat.
forgotten, but what's
He was
your
wearing all
job?
black and then signaled here he took a sandwich and a drink. No one in the clinic confronted him, he made a threat to kill her. He's GHI behind the head towards I-40 pulling in with
Oh,
the
so
manager
are you a
over
Disney
by
family?
66, code 213.
Love Disney. All of us do.
Man. And what is, or what did Stephan do at Epcot?
He worked in attractions. So he worked on the Soarin' ride and the Journey into Imagination with Figment ride.
We'll use our police privilege.
Yes.
That's cool. My girlfriend worked for Disney for a long time. She was a character performer. With the ones in the costumes.
Yeah.
She said apparently that's like a big deal there.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy how you can just be in a costume, but you can make so many people so happy. My sister used to be a character performer as well. She was like Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Daisy, all the Lilo Stitch, the short.
Yeah, short ones.
Yeah. But I think she said she had to quit because she kept getting Donald Duck and his butt was really heavy and kept hurting her back. She was really having a lot of back pain, so she had to quit.
Now that you say it, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were so stringent with who they let be character performers, though. She was saying, like, you have to fit a height requirement, a weight requirement, you have to learn choreographies, and all these mannerisms. And
County North Bay 1.
learn all the different signatures
Yes,
for every character.
To be a prince, you have to be like 6 foot something. So you have to be taller than all the princesses. Crazy.
Detective Rembis with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. This is in reference to case number 24-11313. It is February 28, 2024 at 16:41 hours. And with me is your full name, please.
Gerald W. Belmore.
Okay. And can I get your phone number, please?
It's August 25th, 1944.
Thank you. Can you tell me everything that you know about the missing person?
Well, we just heard about it. We saw all the commotion overnight, but we just heard about it this morning that there was here that is missing.
Mm-hmm.
And we haven't seen her. We usually see her coming home with her school, and apparently takes her to school in the morning. But we haven't seen her for a few days. So she usually comes and takes the dog out for a walk to do his number. And but like I say, we haven't seen her this week at all. Last time we saw her, I believe it could have been Saturday or Sunday. We saw her taking the little dog out. So
okay. What about the?
I hadn't seen him since last year. He wasn't here around last year, and this year we saw him about a week and a half ago. We saw him coming to the unit and leaving.
Okay. And you've been here since?
We came on December 28th. Well, we were here on the 28th. And then we left for a cruise on July the 2nd for 9 and 10 days. So we were back here on January 11th. We were back on, and we've been here since. So.
Okay. And in the past few days, have you seen any of the family members?
Yes.
Okay. When was that, more or less?
It was last week, sometime last week. I don't know, I can't nail down the day, but it was last week. We saw him come and go.
Okay. Was he driving or walking?
No, he came out. When I saw him, I was going out to check my van to make sure the windows were all closed. Mm-hmm. And he was coming out, and he went to the white car that they own it together, but he went and sat in the white car, and then I didn't see him after that.
Was that on the weekend or earlier in the week that you remember?
I believe it was on the weekend. It was on the weekend, either Saturday or Sunday.
Okay.
That I saw him.
Was he by himself at that time?
Yeah, he was by himself.
And the white car, what does it look like?
I think it's a Was it a Nissan?
I'll just come out in my pajamas.
Of course.
We just got back from swimming. Oh.
Was it a Nissan that he's got, or the white car?
I don't know. What kind of car?
Is it a 4-door, a 2-door, or something else?
It's always parked beside our van.
Yeah, it's always parked beside ours there in the handicap.
In the handicap spot?
Yeah, in the handicap. Sorry.
But you know this car to be...
Yes.
As far as we know.
She drives it.
Yeah.
And she's got the handicap sticker.
Right. But I saw him going to it. Now, whether or not he drives it, I don't know what he came in himself, his own car. I don't even know if he has one. I don't know.
So. What about the...
Juan?
Mm-hmm.
I saw him once this year. I didn't get to talk to him. I saw him coming into the unit, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks, week and a half.
Yeah. He came and went in the unit.
He's always...
I meant to say hello to him, but I couldn't catch him before he went in.
He was always living there, and then they moved in with him. And
How long ago was that? Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Like months, years?
Years ago.
Years
ago.
Right after they bought the place.
And
like him and
I know.
like two peas in a pod. He taught her how to ride her bicycle and took her. He used to take her to school.
Yeah.
And
we told him he was fixing up a van to travel around the country. And we told him, I said, boy, when you leave, I said, she's really going to miss you. And he said, yeah.
And he said, yeah, I'm going to really miss him. He had tears in his eyes. It was kind of sad.
Oh.
But anyways.
Does he still visit that you know of?
Well, I've only seen him once. Last year we saw him quite a few times.
Yeah.
He'd come in with the van and then he'd go in.
But we're not here all the time either.
His,
we're out and about sometimes, and so we don't. He could have been here more times. I know he comes, I think, and does his wash here.
Yeah, but this year I saw him once.
Yeah, but he could have been here more.
Oh, yeah, he could have been here more when we weren't here, but we've seen him once this year, so.
Okay, and that was about a week and a
yeah,
week and a half ago?
Last week or the weekend before, yeah.
Okay.
I sure hope that they find her.
I hope you find her all right.
Okay. I see they're searching the woods here. I don't know, but she went missing at the park near her school. Is that when?
She was reported missing from school.
From school.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, when they said park, I said, why would they drop her off at the park? They usually take her to the school. You know what I mean? At least that's what I'm assuming they do every morning. They take her right to the school and pick her up and bring her back.
Yeah, bring her back from school. Yeah.
And you told me earlier that was usually.
Yep, and
all the times we've seen her was
he goes out in the morning with her, and then sometimes we're not always here. But then at 8, I don't know what time school gets out fairly early. Anyway, so she comes back with her.
4:30, run in there.
Oh no, it's earlier than that.
Earlier than that when she brings her home.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you last saw her walking the dog, was that a weeknight, a school night, or was it
I think
weekend?
It was last weekend, but I'm not sure.
Could have been on the
weekend. Which was unusual because usually she doesn't walk. It's usually.
It's unusual for her to walk the dog.
Yeah, it was kind of unusual. That's why when I was sitting there, I thought, oh, she's walking the dog. So, but yeah, and she came back with the dog.
Yeah.
And went back in with it. Oh.
And that was in the afternoon, you said earlier?
Yeah. On the weekend sometime.
Yeah, I think it was in the afternoon. Pretty sure it was in the afternoon, as far as we know.
When you remember what he was wearing that day?
Oh. He wears a cap.
Yeah,
and actually it was backwards.
Oh, was it? Oh,
yes,
I didn't notice
backwards,
that.
So the thing was in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I don't know what he had on.
Couldn't tell you what he had on.
Okay. Anything else you can think of that might be important for me to know?
Well, you saw 3 people come in and they were greeted
that
at
was on Monday. That was
Monday.
Monday.
Was it after she was reported missing, or?
Well, I guess so. And all I saw was somebody hug somebody.
In the doorway.
Yeah, I couldn't tell who it was they hugged or what. I just saw it because I was sitting there, and when somebody walked by, I kind of look.
Yeah.
And I kind of looked, and I think there were 3, and I know there were 2 adults. I don't know if there was a child with them or if there were 3 adults. I can't, because I didn't pay that much attention.
Could you tell if there were males, females, or anything?
There was 1 male and there was a female, and I don't know who the other. I can't remember.
If you had to guess, what time of day was it?
Oh, I don't know. I thought it was kind of unusual because they don't usually. The only people that go in there are the renters.
Yeah, they're the people that live upstairs.
The people that live upstairs, and one has a son.
Yeah.
And
the other lady's by herself, I think.
I think so. I've never seen her with anybody. So, no, I can't. I wasn't, you know what I mean? I wasn't paying that much attention. I just kind of caught my eye when 3 of them went. And I'm sure now that you told me that she's been missing since Monday, I'm sure it was a relative that probably came. maybe her sister, because she has a sister. So.
Because that was on Monday, wasn't it?
I think it was Monday. Yeah, we were gone.
So that they probably noticed they're missing, so probably told relatives.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Could you state your full name and date of birth for me?
Yes, it's Barbara Belmore. I'm born December 4th, 1946. And I'm a Canadian.
Can you raise your right hand for me?
Oh, my God.
Do you swear and affirm everything you told me is true and correct?
Well, I'm not sure because
You're guessing.
But insofar as you remember.
As I remember it, but I wouldn't want to, specific times or specific dates or anything.
No, I understand that. Sir, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear and affirm everything you told me is true and correct?
Yes, as far as I know, everything is true and correct what I gave you.
Thank you. I'm ending my recording at 16:51 hours.
Today's date is February 29th, 2024. The time is 13:18 hours. This is Detective Hunt for OCSO case 24-0-11313. Can you state your full name?
Elizabeth Ellis.
Elizabeth. And is that common spelling, Elizabeth?
Yes.
And how do you spell Ellis?
Ellis.
What's your birthday?
March 27th, 1983.
And what's a good phone number I can reach you at? What's your role here? Yeah. And how long have you worked here?
This is my 10th year.
10 years. Wow. Okay. And you were teaching this whole year?
Yes.
And you've been employed here this whole year?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with a 7th grade student that goes here by the name of?
My students.
And you teach her? What period do you have her?
She was in my 3rd period, and then in January she was moved to my 6th period.
Okay. And are you familiar with why I'm out here to talk to you at all?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to see if maybe you had an idea. Well, I just have a very specific few questions regarding. Can you maybe tell me, I guess, tell me a little bit about her, what's she like?
She's very quiet, reserved. She looks sad quite often.
Okay.
She has even on say on your assignment, to redirect her within a very short amount of time, she's lost focus again. She'll have her head down. She's often in the clinic. Whether she was in my 3rd period or currently in my 6th period, she's oftentimes in the clinic.
Okay. And what's that for, usually?
Either she's not feeling well or she has anxiety.
Okay. When you say she's not feeling well, what does that mean? Did she tell you ever?
She's like, I'm not feeling good, can I go to the nurse?
Did you ever describe it at all? Like, my stomach's hurting, my head's hurting, I'm feeling sad, anxious?
I just know that she has anxiety.
Okay.
So I just allow her to go to the nurse and see the nurse.
And is that common in other periods too that you know of? I don't know if y'all ever talk about it.
I don't know about the other periods, but it stayed about the same as far as 3rd period versus 6th period.
Okay. Is she ever absent from school?
She is. Without looking at my attendance sheets, I can't tell you how frequent it is.
Would you describe her just off the top of your head as frequently absent, or is it just not frequent enough for you to notice and call it something?
Because she's in the clinic so much and she goes home, she's missing my class a lot.
Got it.
So whether she's gone home or she's still in the clinic, she does miss my class a lot.
Okay. So you said normally she's very quiet and reserved. How long have you known her for?
For the school year.
This is the first year you've taught her here?
Yes.
Is she a new student here?
I am unsure.
Okay, that's fine. Have you noticed any recent changes in her behavior?
I have.
Okay, how so?
On January 22nd, with her being moved, and the only reason why I know this is because I was looking at my talking points, and on January 22nd, I met through just seeing she's more tired, more like withdrawn in my 6th period class. Like she's lost more focus than usual. And I just forgot. You're just seeing her in her natural state. I forgot to give her her medicine.
So she got moved into your 6th period class?
Correct.
Where was she moved from?
So she was in so there was a problem with chorus.
Oh, okay.
And so the only other period that particular chorus that she was in was 3rd period, so they swapped 3rd and 6th. So she's now in chorus 3rd period and me 6th period, and it was different.
So she was just moved for timing reasons, for scheduling reasons.
Right.
Gotcha, but there was nothing happening in chorus
I just know that there was an issue with something happening in chorus with students.
Gotcha. So there was some sort of issue in chorus.
Correct.
So they switched her around so she'd be in your 6th period.
Correct.
Got it. And I guess there's different students in that other period of chorus.
Correct.
Gotcha. Sorry, gotta make sure I write.
You're fine.
And so you noticed that her behavior was a lot different from 3rd to 6th period. She was more withdrawn, more tired. That's just how she more often is. Like, that's her natural kind of...
So that particular day when I messaged her, she's like, that's something to the effect of, that's her, you're seeing her in her natural state. I forgot to give her ADHD meds or something like that.
Gotcha. That particular day.
Yeah. But it didn't seem to improve.
But that's just how she was.
Yeah.
Okay. What about her grades? How have they been?
So all year they've been DF.
Okay.
And in the past, like she wouldn't do all of her assignments, but like every couple of assignments she would do one. But lately, since moving into my 6th period, she hasn't. There might be 1 or 2 assignments that she completed since moving into my 6th period till now.
Okay. Have you talked to her about it, or?
I do. I meet with her weekly. Like, hey, how's your assignments going? She's like, I'm working on them.
Okay.
But that's like the extent of it.
She just says she's working on it. And in your weekly meetings, I mean, has she ever talked about life at home and mentioned being sad or depressed or... Okay.
No.
Has she ever shown any signs of being depressed?
I mean, with her just... It's hard. It's hard to tell because she was always having anxiety. She was always like putting her head down, like she wasn't feeling well. So,
gotcha. Has she ever? Has she ever expressed anything? I know that you would have reported it, obviously, but has she ever expressed anything about wanting to hurt someone else or hurt herself?
No.
So, as far as like her state of mind or her mental state in your class, as far as you know, she's just very quiet, but
Correct.
You wouldn't necessarily describe that as like sad or depressed, just withdrawn.
Correct.
That's what it sounds like. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Like having a hard time focusing.
Yeah. But she also has ADHD, right? So
She does. She also has an IEP.
Oh, okay. So do you think maybe...
I always thought that it was part like because she struggles with learning.
Mm-hmm.
So I always thought, kids that struggle with learning also are a little bit withdrawn and have a hard time focusing.
Yeah.
So
it's common of kids who struggle, and that might be because they're just not understanding what's... Okay.
Correct.
So it doesn't sound like her grades have necessarily declined, but they were never
It's been worse
above
this
B's or
quarter
F's?
since being moved in January to my sixth
Gotcha.
period.
Okay. Has there, and you've only known her for this school year, so it's only been, what, 6-7 months?
Yeah.
I guess, has there been any, aside from being moved to your sixth period, has there been any other notable shift in behavior that in your experience might indicate something's happening at home, or in your experience that there's something more going on? Okay. So nothing has kind of raised any red flags with you that there might be something happening?
The only difference is from when she was moved to my sixth, I did notice that the behavior changed, and that's why I was
okay. Yeah, I get it. Any other interaction or involvement with you specifically, or any other conversations?
We've had other conversations about her not passing my class, and hey, she's missing these assignments.
And what's her? What'd she say to that?
Sometimes she'll respond, and sometimes, okay, I'll work with her on it, but...
Okay. It sounds like that's kind of I'm working on it kind of thing, but nothing really definitive.
Correct.
Okay. Has she ever disclosed that anything being abused at home in any way, physically, sexually, verbally?
No.
She's never disclosed or shown any signs of that you... I mean, you've been a teacher for 10 years, so I trust that you can see that kind of stuff, or you have your own way of identifying that. But
I've been a teacher for 13.
Oh, so yeah.
So yeah.
Even more so.
So no,
okay.
I haven't noticed that.
Gotcha. So nothing that's raised that red flag to you thus far. And there's also, if I'm understanding you right, nothing that's raised a red flag that she's necessarily sad or depressed, but it seems more like she's withdrawn because of her, possibly because she has trouble learning.
That is how I have process it.
Well, that's what it appears like to you, right? It would look different otherwise, I guess. Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, we're out here talking to you because we're all working very hard and very concerned, and we're all just looking for some things that might help us. Is there anything, as someone who's known her for several more months than I have, that might help me or help any of us get in her head a little bit and maybe figure something out?
Unfortunately, I wish I did.
That's fine. That's completely fine. I just, always looking for something. But do you have any questions for me? Is there anything I can... Okay.
No.
Cool. Well, thank you for talking to me. Can I just have you do one more thing? Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything you told me is truth?
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going to end this 13:30 hours.
What's your first name?
Nick. Or Nicholas. I don't know if it needs to be official or not.
All right. Nicholas. Last name?
Onderik. Onderick.
And what's your date of birth?
January 6, 1991.
And what's a good home address for you?
Phone's the best way to reach me, though.
Okay. Yeah, I just try to list everything in here in case we need it. So, so how do you know?
She is in my 7th grade. Or 7th grade, 7th period of the day.
Been there since fall?
Yes, since the beginning of the year.
How would you say your relationship is with her?
Oh, great. I think she likes me as a teacher, and she's a very good, well-behaved student. On the quieter side, she sometimes does her work. I guess, she has her, we call them sleepy days, where, she'll come in, just want to do nothing but put her head down and kind of ignore most things, but then, she'll end up doing her work later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do a lot of kids do that?
Not really.
Okay.
No. A lot of them will put their head down, but she'll do it a lot more often than the other ones.
Okay. Just bear with me. Let's take
no, of course. No, that's good.
Would you say your relationship was close with her?
As far as teacher-student goes, I would say fairly average. I don't know much about her personal life or anything like that, but I keep like academic tabs on her mostly.
Okay.
Yeah. But the typical, hey, how's your weekend? Did you have fun? I knew she had a birthday party this past weekend, stuff like that, but basic information for the most part.
So just typical conversations?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys ever have like one-on-one conversations? Was it always like in a group and passing, things like that?
If we ever had one-on-one conversations, it was just about grades and maybe that she wasn't, like, she needed to pull up something or turn in an assignment, but that would not have been more than once, maybe twice.
Okay, so she never confided anything in you? You guys never talked about home life, anything like that?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
No. I was a substitute teacher for my class, but I never actually saw her in person.
Okay. When was the sub?
Oh, wow. Oh, when I got married. October 21st, I think, was when she was my sub.
Okay.
Might have been a week before that.
October 23?
Yeah, October 2023, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Have you seen any recent changes in her behavior?
Recent? No. No.
How about changes overall in her behavior?
Actually, yeah, I don't know why it's such recent, but not really.
Okay.
She had less sleepy days, I guess, would actually be a thing. Okay. It was more so in the beginning of the year. But other than that, no changes.
Has she had any signs of depression or suicidal ideations, inclinations?
Nothing with suicide. I know that like fatigue and stuff like that can be a sign of depression, but without anything being confided in me, I never assumed or anything like that. I just assumed she never got any sleep.
Okay. What's her grades like?
They were a little bit rough, and then she brought them up.
Okay.
She'll go through phases of not turning anything in, turning everything in, not turning it in, turning it all in. I would still say probably in the BC range, but I'm not 100% sure right now. I have to pull it up.
No big shifts in behavior, nothing like that?
No.
Okay.
Nope. Even on that Friday, she said, okay, I'll see you Monday.
Do you know which Friday that was?
The Friday before her birthday party, and she disappeared.
Okay. When was that? Was that the 16th? 23rd.
The 23rd, I believe, is when, because we had Jerry Craft the day before, basketball game.
Okay.
Yeah, so as we were leaving 7th period, I always say, like, I'll see you guys Monday, and I'm pretty sure she said something along the lines of see you Monday too, but can't be 100% sure.
Okay. Okay. Anything else you think I need to know? About talk to friends, anything she
unfortunately
said, anything?
Unfortunately, I don't think I have any more information that you guys have, because a student did come up to me and tell me that she was talking with friends about wanting to live in the woods, like after she turned 13, but I think you guys already have all that.
Yeah.
Other than that, no, she just seemed like a very, like, normal, like, on the quiet and tired side, but like a very normal kid, you know?
Okay.
Wouldn't have thought anything would be up with her. She had the birthday party coming up, so we assumed that she would actually be in really good, spirits and stuff like that, too.
Okay. Anything else?
I wish I had more.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay. I appreciate you taking time to talk to me, Nick.
Of course, anytime.
Can you swear to affirm everything you told me to be true and correct?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Have a good one.
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So you guys got this all.
No, I'd rather just talk to her. Do you mind waiting out there? It'll be quick.
Look at me, sweetie. Hi. I'll be right outside, okay? So, I can with her.
No, I prefer to talk to her one-on-one, okay? It'll be quick. We're not going anywhere, I promise. My name is Detective Payne. You can call me Jeff, okay? I know you didn't know this time, but I do need to talk to you for a few minutes. All right? And your last name is.
Could be suspicious.
Okay.
She did seem hesitant, and like she didn't look like she was crying or anything like that.
Okay.
So like, yeah.
Okay, so let me just read this back to you and make sure I have everything right, okay? Your last name. You know the difference between a truth and a lie, right? You first met last year in grade 6, where you guys shared one class together. This year you have 3 classes together. Her best friend is. They knew her best. You met the person when she was a sub.
Yeah.
Okay. You were not able to get a phone number.
No.
You didn't really follow each other on social media. You're more in person. You remember school crying, sometimes complaining about. Yeah. You think that happened about once a month? If something I'm saying is incorrect, please tell me and I'd be happy to correct it, okay? You think that happened about once a month?
Probably. I can't really remember, but like sometimes it would just happen.
Okay.
But
occasionally she would start crying. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know. Personally, I feel like she couldn't have ran away by herself.
Okay.
I feel like she could have ran away with someone. Because if I'm personally, I believe that you have to like climb over the fence.
Yeah.
And she's like short.
Okay.
So yeah.
Okay. Sometimes to you when you asked her why, she said it's how she showed her love and affection. She did not talk about suicide or depression at all. She sometimes said that she also felt sad. Her out before. Okay. She talked about her crushes before, and you guys never talked about sex. Okay. And you never noticed any real changes in her behavior. Is that right? Okay. Anything else you think I need to know?
If you can, you could probably these people that I would suggest also talking to.
Yeah.
I have her in my second period.
Last name.
Last name, but
okay.
I do know that I have her in my second period. My second period is gym, and
okay.
my coach is Coach Princess or Coach Princess.
Okay. Then I'll certainly try to talk.
And you could also probably talk to. You could no. I was gonna say my friend, because we were like talking about it, and we were kind of like suspicious. When we found out what happened on the news, we kind of like knew.
Okay.
So like yeah, but.
Okay.
I can't really remember. I don't like know anyone else that you could be able to talk to besides those 2 people since she's close to them the most.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Can you promise that everything you told me is true and correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Hi, how you doing? I'm Detective Payne. Let's talk over here. This will be quick, okay? Your last name is. Is that right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I'm Detective Payne, but you just call me Jeff, okay? This won't take very long. I know class is about ending. Alright. And what's your last name? Phone number?
Yeah. Oh, my phone?
Yes.
It's.
You are 12 years old.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. Do you know what the difference is between a truth and a lie?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like a truth. It's like I don't know how to explain that, but yeah, like it's when you're not lying.
Okay. Yeah. If I told you the board behind you was white, would that be a truth, a lie, or something else?
That would be a truth.
And why is that?
because it is white.
Okay, so can you promise to only tell me the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How do you
Well, we recently just started to become like closer.
Okay.
So I wouldn't consider I would consider myself a friend. We just started getting closer. So
Okay.
like, yeah.
What do you call her?
I usually call her like recent, as I said, like I just started calling her. I thought we were like.
Okay. So you guys just recently became friends.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How many classes do you guys share together?
We share 2.
Okay.
Gym, second period, and this class.
What is this class?
7th period, language arts with Mr. O.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys ever talk about anything that is going on in her life?
Well, for me, she didn't say that, but with
Okay.
her closer friends, like, talk about that. They told me that, like, she did say that, like, she didn't really, which is, yeah.
Did she say anything else?
I do think that you guys already know this, but she said she wanted to run away a few weeks ago.
Did she tell you this?
She didn't tell me this. She told me part of running away. The woods part.
Okay. So did she ever have any conversations with you about wanting to run away or about not liking any conversations personally? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think she
She didn't have this conversation personally. Okay. Okay. Did she seem depressed or interested in suicide or anything recently?
She did seem pretty sad sometimes.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Because, sometimes she could be really quiet and sad. Well, it looked like she was sad.
Okay.
And then, most of the time she looked pretty happy because I think maybe stuff I think from what I've heard, maybe life at home wasn't the best, but while she was at school, I think she was happy.
Okay. Have you noticed any big changes in her behavior?
Well, no.
Okay. Sorry. So she never mentioned any abuse or anything to you?
Not to me.
Okay.
I do think that if she were ever to mention that, she would, because she's really close. They're like best friends.
Okay. Is there anything else you think I need to know?
Well, I feel like if I say anything, it's gonna be what.
Thing that somebody else might have told you.
Well, I could tell the whole story again.
Okay. What is the whole story?
Well, me that a few weeks ago, I texted her about saying that when you're 18, I'm gonna give you to your dad, and then she said that she's gonna run away at when she turns 13.
Okay.
And Anna said that she took that as a joke because she didn't really think she would do that.
Okay.
And she told me that maybe 2 weeks before she disappeared, she said, "Oh, if I ever were to run away, I would go to the woods and build a house."
Okay.
And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, Miss Emily, I certainly appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, okay?
I feel like they would be able to give you more information than me.
Okay. Okay. But still, I appreciate it, okay? Promise that everything you told me has been true and correct?
Central Florida, I'm sure you're aware.
Case number 24-11313. Today's date is February 28th, 2024. The time is 00:16 hours. Speaking with Stephan again. Okay. So, as you guys know, they have, right? Mm-hmm. They've been going through the phone, and they noticed that there was like a lot of messages between you and can you explain to me what your relationship is between?
Yeah. Mostly things like, when are you going to call us? When are you going to come up here and visit? Hey, poopy head, get online. Things like that.
Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Your phone. I told you that I was going to hold on to it and that we would like to download your phone, right?
Okay.
Is this something that I have your consent to do, or do I need to get a search warrant for your phone?
It should be fine.
You're okay with us going through your phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have the PIN to your phone?
42586.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. And then, okay, so when you guys FaceTime, what do you guys talk about?
There too, we're just chatting.
Okay. I noticed that at some of the times that you guys are FaceTiming, it's like really late. Is it normal for her to be in bed late?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, her bedtime's usually around 10:30, 11 o'clock. I talk to them both before bedtime when I'm not here.
Okay.
10:30 is supposed to be her bedtime, but she gets to push it sometimes.
Okay. When you guys are FaceTiming? Okay.
Sometimes phone to FaceTime with her, sometimes FaceTiming them both together on one of the phones.
Okay. And then, you said that yesterday you accidentally factory reset your phone, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, do you remember what time that was?
No, it was sometime in the morning. I had been pushing off doing an update for a while.
Was that before or after you went to the smoke shop?
Before? I'm not sure. I'm not a morning person. It's a newer phone. I was doing this update and it had some sort of weird option at the bottom that said something about reinstall everything, and I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing.
Okay, can you
Jen
explain
was right
to
there
me?
with me.
Where were you? Like, were you in your settings?
I was following whatever the links were for the OS update.
I don't have an Android, so I don't know where.
I'm not super tech
Is
savvy.
it like
I'm so
a text?
sorry.
Was it?
It was a push notification that came in at the top that I had just been ignoring
Oh,
for
like
a long
up here.
time. Yeah.
Okay.
And then it was a. It's a boneheaded maneuver.
Okay, and then where did it direct you to?
I don't know. It took me to a page with all the stuff in the system, and I clicked something. I wasn't paying attention.
Do you remember what it said? Like, what kind of update was it?
It was like a big OS update, and it had all these options, and it was like reinstall something with all the apps and stuff. Reinstall everything, the apps and stuff. I don't know exactly what I said. I pushed it, and it started doing the update, and then it turned into some sort of reset or something. I'm not sure how I did that.
Okay.
I was half asleep
And then when you came back to get your key fob, what did you do when you got here?
ran inside, got the key fob, ran back out again.
Okay, where did you park?
Right up here, I think.
Okay. How long would you say you were inside your apartment for?
Literally long enough to run in, grab the fob, and come back out. So.
Okay, and then what did you do?
Most.
What did you do when you came back up?
Got back in the car and went back on the morning mission.
Okay. The camera has you in the complex for 12 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that seem about right?
Yeah, coming into the complex, driving around, parking, getting the fob, coming back out. Sounds about right.
Okay. And then you leave, what time would you say you dropped her off at the school? Or not at the school, but in the area?
My estimate was sometime between 8:20 and 8:40.
Okay, the camera has you leaving the complex at 8:31.
8:31? Okay, so it must have been closer to 8:40 then.
Okay, and then after you dropped her off, did you go directly to the smoke shop?
I did. I went directly to the smoke shop. Waited. It was supposed to be open, but it wasn't. I waited a little while to see if they were just being slow about turning on the open sign. They weren't, so I went home at that point.
How long do you think you waited?
5-10 minutes maybe.
Okay, so if you drop her off at like 8:40, how far is the smoke shop from there to where you dropped her off?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how many minutes. How far?
Did you go anywhere else after the smoke shop?
Sorry. I don't know. I don't think I went anywhere specific. I was just driving probably in the direction of home. But I don't remember stopping anywhere specifically.
And you were there for 5 to 10 minutes?
Roundabout, I think.
Okay, so like let's say you drop her off at 8:40. We don't see her car coming back south until 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing between 8:40 and 10 o'clock?
Cruising around a little bit.
Okay, but I asked you earlier, like what you were doing, and you said you were there for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then you came back home.
Yeah, well, I went to the smoke shop, like I said. But I may have been meandering around the area, but I made my way home.
Okay, but I'm asking you earlier, right? And even like the first time we talked to you, you're not telling us that you're like, just cruising the area, like you're coming home. So I need to be able to explain to my supervisors why there's such a time gap.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It was just a normal day. I didn't have anything important to do. The smoke shop was supposed to open soon, so I made my way over there. Wasn't any particular rush, though.
Okay, but can you help me explain to them? Because I don't know the explanation or the answer to this question, okay? So can you help me explain to them why there's such a delay in the time?
No, can't explain it. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. I wasn't doing anything in particular. Just making my way to the smoke shop. Waited for them to open. They did not open. And then I left.
Where did you go from there?
From the smoke shop, I went home.
Okay, the smoke shop is like 10 minutes from here, right?
15-20-ish, something like that.
Earlier you told us it was 10 minutes.
Time is not a strong suit of mine. I'm guesstimating here.
I understand, but I have to be able to explain, where you were for an hour and 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And right now I can't explain that.
Okay. Smoke shop was supposed to open close to 10. I waited. They did not open. And I came home.
Okay. What time specifically was it supposed to open?
10 o'clock is when it's supposed to open.
So why'd you go at 8:40?
Like I said, I didn't go exactly at 8:40. I went to the smoke shop after I dropped her off.
But even if it was 9 o'clock, that still would have been an hour before they're supposed to open.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you think it would be open?
I didn't think it would be open. I was hoping I would get there early enough and wait for it to open.
So you would have waited an hour for it to be open?
I did not wait an hour. I got there maybe 20 minutes before it opened, 15 minutes before it opened, and just sat and waited.
But then you're seen coming at 10 a.m. when it's supposed to open, already coming down.
Leaving, because it was supposed to open at 10 a.m. I waited a few minutes after 10. They were not opening, and that's when I left.
You did not wait a few minutes after 10.
What do you mean?
At 10 a.m. you were seen coming down southbound on Jongyang Parkway at the intersection of Jongyang Parkway
At 10 a.m. I was
Greenfield.
still in front of that shop waiting to see if they were going to turn on the open sign.
Okay, but if you dropped at 8:40 and you said you only waited for a couple minutes at the smoke shop, why would you still be there at 10?
I waited to see if it would open, and they did not open.
We got that part. But you said you were there for a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said you were there a couple minutes after 10. So that's...
It doesn't make
sense.
sense.
Make sense.
I apologize for that. I'm trying to help you out the best that I can, but I just...
Right, so like, if you drop her off around 8:40, let's say, give or take 10 minutes, you make it to the shop around 9, the smoke shop, and you sit there and wait for a couple minutes for it to open. You said you waited for maybe 5 or 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense that you're still there at 10 o'clock?
I was there at 10 o'clock.
Okay, so what did you do before that?
I dropped her off, and I made my way over. Not a direct route, but I made my way over there.
Did you stop anywhere on your way to the smoke shop?
I don't think so.
Do you have problems with your memory that you can't recall what you did?
Yes, I'm extremely ADHD. I'm sorry. So just details start to get fuzzy after a while. Even the times I'm giving you are my best guesstimates here. I didn't have my phone with me at the time, so I wasn't aware of exactly what time.
There's no time on your car?
Transpiring. There probably is, but it's not my car. It's my parents' car.
How certain are you that you were outside of the smoke shop at 10 a.m.?
90% sure.
What makes you think that you were there at 10?
I saw lights on inside the place. It looked like they were coming to life in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it looked like they were about to open.
Mm-hmm.
And I was waiting to see if they were going to turn on the open.
Do you remember if there was anybody inside?
I couldn't see inside from the outside. But after I came home and then went back to the smoke shop again later, when they definitely were open, I stopped in and got my vape juice finally. I don't remember the name of the guy working there, but he was like a skinny guy, short, skinny guy.
When you came back for the fob, did she go inside with you?
No, she was in the car still. She was asleep.
Where in the car?
Passenger side.
The front seat?
Correct.
Okay. Did she at any point go in the back of the vehicle, like in the back seat?
No.
So she was in the front the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Awake or asleep?
She was asleep.
Okay.
She was conked out. We had gotten up early.
How was she positioned in the front seat?
Leaned back in the seat, just kind of conked out, napping.
Where was her head in relation to the seat?
Against the seat, I think. Against it. Just.
Was the seat leaning back, or
the seat was leaning back? Yeah, she had leaned the seat back so that she could recline and.
Okay. And then I need you to try to, refresh your memory. When you got the flat tire on 192, what could you see around you?
It's 192. It all looks the same. I I'm so sorry. I'm drawing a blank as any specific businesses or names.
Did he pull off to the side of the road to a business?
I pulled off into a side plaza, like one of those little strips along the side. Dug around for my spare and my jack. Thankfully, we had both.
What direction were you coming in?
I was going towards John Young.
Okay.
So that direction.
And it was a plaza. You don't remember any businesses that were in the plaza?
I don't. I was focused on the.
What color is the plaza?
Oh God, I have no idea what color the plaza was. I'm sorry, didn't even register a detail like that.
Okay, remind me again what you were doing on 192.
I was looking around at different game shops. One of my card games just had a release on Friday, Lorcana.
What card are you talking about?
It's like a trading card game. And they had a big release on Friday, so I wanted to go around.
What's the card though?
I'm sorry?
What is the game?
It's called Lorcana.
Lorcana?
Yeah, Lorcana. It's a trading card game made by Disney, kind of like Pokemon cards or Magic the Gathering.
Okay, and you stopped at what shop?
I stopped over by Target. I was going to see if they had any. I then went up and was going to go to a place called House Rules Games. That is on 192 and Oak Street.
Mm-hmm.
I did not make it to House Rules Games because I got a flat tire before
Okay, which
then.
Target did you go to?
The one down on 192.
192 and what?
Is there more than one down there?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the area.
It's the one down there by the Walmart, I think. I'm not sure what the cross streets are. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I wish I could be more help. I'm so sorry.
And how long will you change your tire for?
I'm not sure how long it took. I got back here by like 2:35, 2:40, because I was trying to get home to go with her to go to school. And we needed to leave by 2:30. The flat tire made me late for that.
Okay. And there's absolutely nothing that you can remember about the plaza that you got the flat?
No, I don't remember color. I mean, it's all just kind of brownish, I think, along there.
And you said when you got your flat, you were heading towards JYP from 192?
Yes.
Okay, where's your flat tire at?
It's in the trunk.
Okay.
I've got the spare on there right now.
Yeah, I saw the spare. I don't think I have anything else. Here's my phone number. If you can remember where you got your flat tire, just have her send me a text message, okay?
Okay. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I know the details are important, and just the way our brains work with ADHD is those things can get fuzzy.
Are you on any medication?
I'm supposed to be. I have not been medicated lately, so
Okay.
I'm not a morning person. I'm very time blind on the best of days and forgetful. So I understand that none of that is helpful in this case.
Okay.
I'm pretty sorry.
I explained that we're gonna have the apartment secured for the rest of the night. Okay?
Why? So the investigation is not going to happen tonight?
It is. So, I explained to her, me and him have been out all day, right? So we're going to go home, but just because me and him are going home doesn't mean that there isn't other people out here, okay? We have another unit out here, which is called Violent Crimes. They're out all night. So they're going to keep looking. We also have some of our detectives that were sent home earlier to get rest because they were going to come and relieve me and him, right? So we're going to take like shifts with the investigation because obviously if we're exhausted, we're of no use, right?
We're all exhausted too.
Right.
My brain is mush.
Right. And we don't want that to happen with anything that we're doing. So what we're doing is we're taking turns with whatever needs to be done. So we'll brief whoever's coming next and then, hey, this is what we did. This is what needs to be done, okay? The reason we are keeping your house for the night is because your house cannot be completed by one person, right? We don't do that. We have a unit that comes and takes pictures and does whatever they need to do with the house. After a certain time, it's only one person working in that unit. And she can't do it by herself. So people come in at 8 o'clock in the morning. So when the rest of her squad comes in, they're going to come in and, you know, tackle your place as a unit so that they can get it done quicker. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then I explained to her too, because in your car, we are going to also tow your car, okay? It's going to go to our sheriff's office, which is at 2500 West Colonial, okay? She said she needed to get her medication. You're not under any medication.
I have medication in the house, though, that I do need to get my blood pressure meds and anxiety meds as well.
Okay, so I'm going to try to figure out where all of this stuff is. Where's your stuff at?
Upstairs in the guest room currently.
In guest room number 4?
Yes. And it's on top of the mini refrigerator.
Is it on, does it have your name on it?
Yes, all of it.
Okay, where does she keep her... Where does she keep her medicine?
In her zipper case on her nightstand, I believe.
In the downstairs?
Correct.
What zipper?
It's like a little sort of brown zipper case. It's on her nightstand. So right on top of her
Okay, so I can just bring the whole thing out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any bottles on top of the nightstand around it too, but you might want to grab those. Yeah, just.
Is there anything that you can recall that we haven't asked you? I know we asked you like a whole bunch of questions earlier, and we just asked you like a whole bunch more.
I don't know. My brain is so much right now. I barely slept. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm trying to think of questions for you.
Can I see what shirt you're wearing?
What's that?
Can I see what shirt you're wearing?
Oh, yeah. Just a blue shirt.
Okay.
Remember what shirt you were wearing on Monday morning?
I believe it was this shirt. I'm still wearing the same shirt.
Have you showered since then or anything?
I showered the other night. But no, not since yesterday. Sorry, your hair is even still greasy.
I know you got a cut, right, from...
Yeah, from changing the tire.
Do you mind if I see your arms?
Yeah, go for it. I haven't changed the tire.
Do you mind taking your sweater off?
It's cold, but yeah. I haven't changed the tire in like 10 years. I made a rookie mistake. Got my thumb too close to the jack and the frame, and it slipped. I pinned my thumb in between the frame and the jack. I got lucky. I panicked and pulled it out, which you're not supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a lot of pain. I panicked.
And flip your hand over. Can you see the other arm?
Mm-hmm. Whatever my parents used for a tire iron in there.
Do you mind if I take a picture of the cut you got?
Yeah, go for it.
Let me see if the flash works. Okay. Can you go like this again?
Mm-hmm.
And then flip it over for me. Let me do this. Flip it over, please.
She's good?
Yeah. She got her stuff. So let me go get your stuff and then you guys will be good to go. Okay, where are you guys going to head? Do you know?
No idea.
Okay, can you text me an address of wherever you guys end up
Yeah,
tonight?
I think my dad's on his way down too.
Okay. Let me just verify her pills, and that's it. Okay? And then your phone, they're going to work on it overnight, so you'll probably get it in the morning. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.